and ultimately again liquid that is wet enough to make has enough moisture to convey moisture to a second item. Although these items do not create connection for tuma purposes, they do create connection for yayin nesach purposes. The Rothschild Gemara says, so therefore, also just to understand what would that mean? What that would mean is, if you were, let's say, let's see, I'm not going to food. You know the haha, should not sit the food. Where do you know this from? From where do you know this? You remember this now. If it's from a Mishnah, I need to back it after so much to get a keyboard, no the tumor. So we can understand we just mentioned that needs of kikatis and makikofeach does not create the connection for tumantara. The tumantara who below have a keyboard, have a keyboard. Also, you infer from here that these three items do not create connection for tumantara, but they do create connection ultimately for what? For yainesa. If that's the case, in a sefer, look at the sefer, ha-shibolim, like a sport is just a sitting body of water, for the tumulakara. That does create the tumulakara. Did you infer from that? The tumulakara to have a keyboard, lo have a keyboard, which says, well, the tumulakara, not the yainesa. Hello, you're right, you can't infer anything from here. So we're going to, so just understand what's happening over here. Imagine the following case. Imagine you have a plea that ultimately again was used for yayin nesach, and now ultimately again there is a stream of wine coming from that stream into a regular, what's called tahar, a regular Jewish utensil. Does that stream create a connection ultimately again between the two items or not? That's what we're trying to figure out over here. What creates the stream, and therefore what type of stream creates connection? And what we're beginning to see is that connectivity issue really has two different ramifications, both for Tumantaro as also the Yayin Nesa. You might say, tonight, let's analyze. Mental Esanishpa, let's use our Mishnah. If you took a funnel, and Magat was so to people to obviously happen, the Chazal, Magat was to people to say, that's what it is a Mishnah. I have a funnel, right? I have two things. I'm a Jew with a funnel. Right, so what happens? I go ahead and I'm selling wine to an office. So what do? I take my wine and I take my funnel. I put my funnel into the jug of the apple and I go ahead and I pour wine for the apple. So what did the Mishnah say? Well, say, I'm days of 72B. What did the Mishnah say? In the Yisrael, if the funnel has a lip, yayin us, then ultimately again the wine is going to be us. So the Gemara says, Akedes yayin b'may hamsa. Okay, the Gemara unpacks this case. That's what's right. Why? I understand. Why does the now the saying is like this? If I go ahead and I take my funnel, right? I put my funnel into the jug of the apple. I then pour the water, right? And then I take that same funnel and I bring it into my utensil to pour wine also. So the Mishnah says, if the funnel has a lid, it's going to answer my wine. Obviously, what the Mishnah is saying is because what are we afraid of? That there's some wine from the first pour for the apple that gets stuck in the lid, and therefore if I bring it into my utensil, it's going to make it answer. Now the Gemara says, understand, why is the wine left over in the lid from the pour for the apple? Why is that wine answer? But what made that wine asa? The Gemara says, the night hamisi, not the mitzvah, it must be through the pour. Or as you also say, it's through the flow. Because what's happening over here? See, think about this just a moment. I'm pouring my wine through my funnel into the key of the apple. Now, the assumption is, what's on the bottom? Even before I start that pour, what's on the bottom of the utensil of the apple? What's there? Droplets of his previous wine. What's the status of that wine? Yayin. So now I'm pouring my wine through the funnel, right, in the utensil of the apple, which means now there's a stream. That stream, right, the bottom part of that stream is hitting where? The bottom of the utensil of the apple, which has droplets of yayin. The top of that stream is where? Is in my funnel. And therefore, again, the bottom stream is connected to the droplets that are held back in the lip of the funnel. And therefore, that stream connects the droplets on the bottom to the droplets ultimately in the lip. So there, and makes it what? Makes the droplets in the lip yayin nesach. When I then go ahead and take out the funnel, put it into my jug, pour water now. Yayanesa. It answers everything because of droplets. What do you see from here? You see from here that a stream does create connectivity between that which is on top and that which is on the bottom. That's one of the Shmanina Mitzvot Chibur. See from here that a stream or a flow creates a connection ultimately again between that which is above and that which is below. So turning it up. Listen, hold up. Maybe the issue with the lip is something different. No. Maybe the case is not with flow connectivity, right? But rather a stream connectivity. Rather, what's happening over there? I'm pouring my wife the apple, right? So again, my funnel in his jug, and what ends up happening on both sides? I end up filling up the wine so high in his jug that his wine, the wine level, goes above my funnel. Not totally above my funnel, but above the bottom of my funnel, which has a lip. So this has nothing to do with flow. Nothing to do with flow. This has to do with our stream. This has everything to do with actual direct contact of wine. So now, so this makes a little bit more sense. Now, halacha l'maisa, the aqueous wine is surrounding the bottom of my funnel. So if there's no lip on the bottom of my funnel, who cares? I'll just pull it out and we're good to go. But if there is a lip on the bottom of my funnel, now I really do have a potential issue because some of those residual droplets are going to be left in the bottom of my funnel. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but if I do not fill up the wine level to the bottom of my funnel, then what's that level? No, it's not going to be a problem. Really, in that case, again, it's actually not a problem. Which the Gemara says, okay, if so, then you say, what do you see from here? That a flow does not create connectivity. In other words, you have no raya from here, but flow, that stream creates connectivity. To which the Gemara says, no, the answer needs to keep by. Much is not necessary. Could very well be, but obviously in a case where the actual wine level in the aqueous jug is above the lip of my funnel. Obviously, everyone agrees that that's going to be problematic. But that doesn't change the point that there's still a shayla about flow. What's the status of flow? So Tashma, I'm automatically, let's say the first is point from when you cancel to other utensil. As Shema Allah Mimena Mutter. So ultimately, again, remember this was the Mishnah. This last case, the Mishnah, which we don't even know what this means yet. And so if I'm pouring from one kli to another, as Shema Allah Mimena Mutter, the kli that you are pouring from is Mutter. How the daily Asr. And yet, also we see from here that which is in the middle, right? Ultimately, again, is going to be also Shmanina Nitzah Kibor. See from here, ultimately, again, that a flow on a stream creates connectivity. In Nitzah Kibor, so that's true that the flow creates connectivity. Afilis Bigave Mana Nanu. And ultimately, again, I'll say, even that which is outside of the kli, ultimately, again, should be Asr as well, to which the Gemara says, so we start Halokasha to connected to two-fold. So this is very interesting. It could very well be that in this case, which again, the Gemara has not exactly clarified what this case is, but it could very well be that the way you're pouring in this case, what it's fascinating is in spurts. Right? When you pour, there are two ways you could pour. You could pour with continuous stream, so that there is a stream that is connecting utensil A to utensil B, or you could pour in spurts. Right? What happens when you pour? I would do it, but we have a lid obligation in the Spanish. So an opportunity to enforce the rules. Right? And so you could pour in spurts. Right? So what do you mean pour in spurts? You I don't know what the right term is, you jerk the kli. If that's the right, a quick flick of the wrist. And interestingly enough, if you were to watch that in slow motion, what that does is it transfers the liquid from A to B without a continuous stream. So ultimately, again, the liquid is transferred, but there is no connection between A and B. So in that kind of case, everybody would agree that even if you say that needs a placebo, right? Even if you say it creates connectivity, ultimately, again, if you have that split pouring, ultimately there's no connectivity over there. You come up on needs a placebo, but it could still very well be that a general stream will create connectivity. Look at the end of the Mishnah. As She'ira the so-called foods the Aser, daily shari. Again, I work at the end of the Mishnah, which says that when you're pouring the upper two remains water, third wrong one. But again, still, anything that's in the middle, the baby, ultimately is going to be you can't understand it. Right? You can't draw ultimately again any kind of conclusion from that case. So Kashma, let's analyze. Hama'ara Yekavis Libar. The person ultimately again is pouring from a barrel into a bar. Bar means like a cistern. A pit. So okay. Kiluach Hayure Mistas Kavis Lemata Asma. Ultimately, again, I will say, so any flow that comes from the edge of the barrel going downwards is going to be usher. So from here you see that obviously again a stream has connectivity. So Gemara Shishas, Ba'ovid Kochavim Hama'ara, the Asimi Kolkol. Oh, what's the case over here? Siva said this whole time we thought that it was a Jew who was doing the pour. It turns out that it's actually an Akim who's doing the pour. And the Akim, therefore, the pour is coming as a result of the Torah of the Akim. To which the Gemara says, Ba'ovid Kochavim Hama'ara, Akilu Gavod Bekavisa Nami Nissa. For a second, if it's the Akim that's doing the pour, then why is it only the stream that's usher? Why not say the contents of barrel number one are usher as well? Several said this is very important. Now remember, let's take a step back just for a minute. How does wine become yayin nesa? How does it become yayin nesa? What has to happen? What's that mean? What has to happen? Touch what? The wine, right? Touching the container does not make it yayin nesa. So the Gemara says something very interesting over here. The Gemara says, so let's say now, by the way, we've seen this before, but we are being reintroduced to a new concept, which is that when wine flows as the result of the color of the energy of an atom, that wine now becomes asur midrabanan. But that rabbinic prohibition was only on what? On wine that leaves the container, not on the wine in the container. So this is fascinating. So when an akum goes ahead and pours wine, right, and the wine is moving as a result of his koach, the flow which emerges is going to be us, but the contents of the barrel or the container will remain mutter. Watch this. The Gemara says, this idea that wine that moves as a result of the koach of an akum, that ultimately is midrabanan. The Gemara says the usher hahu dinafak lebrai. I'm sorry, hahu dinafak lebrai lo shukei rabanan. Hahu dinagarai lo gazubei rabanan. It is only the liquid that flowed outside, ultimately again, that is asur midrabanan, but the liquid or the wine, ultimately again, that is inside, ultimately again remains much. So we'll have to stop over here for today. So ultimately again, this is very interesting because I would say this now opens up there's a Mishnah on the top of Ba'in Gimel, but this opens up just a new conversation because our main job here, which is sorry now there's a new idea. I mean it's something we've seen before, but Allah nice again regionally, obviously with wine, now we're being told if the akum causes the wine to move from his koach, that also is asur midrabanan. But that only applies on wine that moves out of the utensil because of his koach, but the wine that remains in the utensil ultimately again is going to look at. That's why I just very quickly. That's why the last case the Mishnah, what are we talking about? What was the last case? The akum is pouring wine from utensil into utensil B. Oh, so now what did the Mishnah say? The wine in utensil A remains mutter. The wine in utensil B is asur. Why? Because again, that flow is asur midrabanan because it's pouring as a result. Ultimately, of the akum. Everyone say, can you continue tomorrow? Shkaya. What are we? Shkaya. All right, friends on Zoom. Have a wonderful day. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the great and powerful Raleigh Montgomery could not make it tonight, everybody. We got stranded on Las Vegas, Nevada, with a crippling alcoholic gambling addiction, and he's going to be back tomorrow, unfortunately. But, this place has been hiring.
All right, also, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share for saying. our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Because Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, we're dedicating all the Shuman Joshos this year's Zizvus. We saw Torah Sha'am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Elul Abba with Rabbi Ben Goldberg, for an aliyah in the show of his father, Mr. Lenny Goldberg, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, from the Bracha, his mother, Peggy Federizo, Bas, Pega Rezo, Bas, Salad, so from the Bracha, and hope that all of the tefillot, all our beautiful people, yes, Hashem, will be answered in Kodesh Elul and in the months ahead. Shmoli and Eva Dinovitz, Ilay Nishmas, David from Father Rabbi Ali Flam, Yitzchak Ayi Ben Achava, Rabbi Yaakov Zichrono Livracha. And as we have learned sponsor Mark Yeager, in memory of his grandfather, David Shlomo Ben Yerucham, official, his birthday is today. Father Elul, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an aliyah, the families in the Talmud, all of those who will force that and together with Kol Kol Yisrael, the Yishmael for Shemini Hashem lives home, all of our hostages and allow our Holy Soldiers to be successful, the Kol Nasei David. Also, with that, let us be able to do today, really great dot ahead of us. Great dot ahead of us. Today's dot is Ayin Aleph 71. And we are picking up in Yetz Hashem on Ayin on the days 70B. I believe we left off with Tashma. Correct? Laura? Makes sense? Okay, perfect. Let's try that. All right, again, the message says as follows. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Okay, approximately 19 lines up from the bottom. Next thing, let's remember again, we're just to reorient ourselves a little bit. So remember, we're doing the whole sugya of nurses. What's the sugya of nurses? Essentially, if I leave my wine with an akum, under what circumstances do I have to be concerned that he tampered with it? And if I made it into Yayin Esef, or ultimately again, under what circumstances could I assume that he left it alone? And it's still therefore again kosher. Essentially everything comes down to the following. An akum will go ahead and tamper with wine when essentially there are two factors in play. Number one, he could find a reasonable reason as to why he's in proximity to the wine. Right? There's a good story as to why he's there. And number two, he's confident that the Jew isn't popping up out of nowhere. If you have those two criteria, then the wine is really problematic. Missing any one of those two criteria will make the assumption that the akum is not tampering with the wine. So the Gemara says, well, there's many times as an interesting discussion between Rabbi and Rabbi Yochanan, and we're making the assumption that whatever applies for talis, so whatever applies ultimately, again, let's say for the ritual purity of tahar food items, whether that's truma, nicer, or ultimately, I guess someone also who's, let's say, not good food is schooling the tara. Even young times for food and tara, whatever applies for food, for taras, certainly applies for wine as well. The Gemara says, Mitzvah, nor is the kasha. Haplim shall cover up the Shammar. Well, this is actually an interesting case. Let's say you have a Chava and you have an Amma Aretz, who are neighbors. Now, what they have is they have two adjacent fields. But the way that they're built, or two adjacent homes, but the way that their homes are set up is, so to speak, the Chava lives on the inside and the Amma Aretz is on the outside, which means the only way for the Chava, let's say, to access his home is through the chutzner of the Amma Aretz. Right there. The Chava doesn't have another way to access his home. So the halach is like this. Also, Chava shokech shamperos umaniach sham kirin. V'afapi shel Amma Aretz magas l'sham. So the halach is that the Chava could go out and put out his produce, could go out and put out his kalim in his chutzner, even though technically speaking, the Amma Aretz could reach from his chutzner into the chutzner of the Chava. This is what says Kasha Rav. So there's a Kasha Rav, right? Because Rav said that halacha was the previous case, where let's say an Amma Aretz and the Chava had adjacent fields, and there was just a very low mechitza in between those two fields. So Rav said ultimately that the Chava has to assume that it's Taras Atane because the Amma Aretz could reach over. So Kasha Rav, Amar Rav, Shiny House, in this case is different. Why? Shenitlas alok Kedana. There's no feasible reason why the Amma Aretz would ever be found in the chutzner of the Chava. So I both say, remember the case over here is, the only way for the Chava to access the field is through the Amma Aretz's field. The Amma Aretz has actually no reason to be in the Chava's property. So because of that, he has no feasible reason to be there. Because he has no feasible reason to be there, therefore we assume he's not going to tamper with the produce. So Tashma, Shimon says as follows: Gadol shall cover the malam gadol shall amar. So interestingly enough, let's see the two roof lines: the roof of the cover and the roof of the amaretz. The roof of the cover is higher than the roof of the amaretz. So what's halacha? Also, cover shoteach shanteos. When the shanteos ultimately again the cover could go ahead and put out his produce, his tar produce. He could put out his tar to them. Or the about shlokei yado shel amaretz mangaas the shan. As long as you are confident that the amaretz doesn't have the ability to reach over onto the roof of the cover. So says the Gemara, Kasha Rabbi Yochanan, because Rabbi Yochanan said before in the side-by-side cuts of case that the cover need not be concerned about physical contact between the produce and the amaretz. Rabbi Yochanan said this shiny hasab, the Israel, the Ishkanu, it's different there, because there the amaretz could come up with a good cover story as to why his hand is in the roof space of the cover. What did you say? In the Tzure Parmasra. It's a kind of I'm measuring space. I want to see how much space is between my roof and your roof. I'm taking that building off my roof. I'm taking measurements. So because he can make an excuse by taking measurements, he has a good alibi for why he's there. Because he has an alibi, ultimately there's a concern that he's going to be there and he's going to touch that which does not belong to him. The mother is like that. Tashma, Gadol shel Chaver, Gadol shel Amaretz. Let's say you have two opposite rooftops. Okay, so one belongs to the Parta, or Chaver, one belongs to the Amaretz. Also Chaver, Shoteach Shanteos, when you're not Shanteos, so the Chaver is allowed to put out produce, allowed to put out his utensils. The Afapi, Sheyado shel Amaretz Mangaas Hashem. Even though technically speaking, the Amaretz could ultimately reach there. This is what it says, Kashin Rab. This is the question of Rab. So asking why are you asking Kasha Soni? At the end of the day, there's another opinion. Who's the other opinion? This is the opinion of Shimon Gamliel. I'm a good Shimon Gamliel. I'm a good Shimon Gamliel. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line, what are the takeaways here? The takeaways number one, ultimately again, are that halacha l'maisa. This is how we started. That if you're going to leave your wine with an apple, there have to be two factors present in order for the wine not to become yarnless. Number one, I have to be going away with the apple, never knows when I'm coming back, and I have to pop up without being detected. Right? That thing is what we call a nuisance, sense of fear of being discovered. Second of all, the apple has to have a good reason as to why has to have a good alibi story as to why he would be in close proximity to the wine. If he doesn't have that story alibi, I don't have to worry about my wine because I'm assuming he's not going to tamper it because an apple only tampers his wine when he assumes that he's not going to be discovered. Okay, incredible. Says the Mishnah. This is only St. Hughes. Boleshes Shenichnas Aliyah. So listen, Boleshes Rashi says is Chayil Asher Shenachapsin B'Chosun Kayli Boleshes. This is a group of soldiers. It's a group of soldiers that come into a city, which is interesting. The Shas Shalom, if they're coming into the city at a time of peace, and what's that about? Chaviros Psukos Asuros, any open barrels of wine will be asur, but ultimately Stumos Mutaros. Closed barrels of wine will be mutter. Right? The assumption is the soldiers will go into any open barrels of wine, but they will not go ahead and open up any sealed barrels of wine. The Shas Muhammad, but if it's a time of war, Elu Mutaros. Ultimately, both open barrels and sealed barrels are mutter. Why? Because during wartime, there's no time for libations. There's no time for libations. I would say, by the way, and here you could see the fundamental distinction between the yid and the akol. See, the akol, in times of distress, has absolutely no time for his avodas. Right? The yid, in times of distress, cannot get enough of the Ribono Shalom. Because ultimately, again, it's in general, in times of stress and distress is where you see the true metal nature of a person. Right? Like the Gemara says, There are three ways in which you can see the true nature of a person: koso, kiso, and kaso. Right? Ultimately, what happens when he drinks? How does he spend his money? And what does he get upset about? So at least two out of those three, money and anger, represent how you deal in times of stress. How do you deal in stressful situations? Because at the end of the day, see, when I'm not stressed, I can put on a good show. Right? When I'm not stressed, I can put on a very calm exterior. When I encounter stress, I encounter difficult situations, that's when the true me comes out. So that's incredible. So now, war is a pretty big stressor. So the U.S. says, what does the Akim do during war? He turns away from his deity because deep down he probably knows that it's not going to help him anyway. And yet, what does the Yid do in times of distress? I cling to HaKadosh Baruch Hu simply as much as I can. Incredible. So where is it? Kasher Kapabayin Aleph or Mini? Rashi Swatz, I said, based on this Mishnah, the Mishnah says essentially that when the Akum, right, in times of war, the Akum is not worshiping his deity. Right? He's not libationalizing. Therefore, again, halach all of the barrels of wine, whether they're sealed or they're opened, are going to be butter because they didn't make it yain nasa. 1 second. Or mini. If you have the city, which was conquered, ultimately again, which was conquered, what's the halacha? By a Gentile army, called Kohanos Shabasofa Besuros. All of the wives of Kohanim become asura to their husbands. That was a very dramatic halacha, which certainly requires a lot more explanation. But on the most basic level, what are we concerned about? That when Gentile soldiers occupy a city, what are they doing? They're violating the women. The halacha is that the wife of a Kohen becomes asura. Normally, if the wife of Yisrael Chassidon is violated, she remains permitted to her husband. The wife of a Kohen, if she Chassidon is violated, becomes prohibited to her husband. So the Gemara says, if you have a city that is besieged or conquered by a Gentile army, you have to assume that the women were violated. So what's the kasha of the Gemara? So I understand. You just made it sound in the Mishnah that during wartime, people have no time for anything but war. And here it sounds like the soldiers have time for immoral conduct. If they have a time for immoral conduct, why wouldn't you say they're worshiping idolatry as well? Of course, there's a Rabbi Gemara. Amar Mari, Lenasif Ein Pnai. Livo Yesh Pnai. They have no time for idolatry, but there's always time for immorality. Right? In other words, we'll say, and this, by the way, this is in line ultimately again with what we saw in yesterday's daf. Also, it's fascinating. It's seen 2 days in a row, right? What we were saying yesterday about the Jews who are sitting down and having wine with the non-Jewish zona, just because they're going to engage in immorality doesn't mean that they're going to engage in idolatry. So remember again, essentially, the Yitzhahara for immorality is much stronger than the Yitzhahara for idolatry. It's still not by non-Jews. Allah has kind of become something by Jews as well. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, you're right. During wartime, they're not worshiping idolatry. Right? But during wartime, unfortunately, they are still engaging in immoral practices. Incredible. The Mishnah goes like that. Ha'omim shal Yisrael. So that's another interesting case here. Ha'omim shal Yisrael. Sheshalach lahem ovid kochavim chavis shal yayin nesach b'schara. So watch this case. So you have workers, right, Jewish workers, who work for a non-Jew. Okay? So now what happened is payday. So right, Akum has to pay his workers, Jewish workers. What does he do? He wants to pay them in a barrel of yayin nesach. Right? So let's say again, I work for the Akum. I go ahead, I earned $1,000. He's like, great, I have a fantastic barrel of 8 yayin nesach. I'm giving to you as your wage. Okay? So what's the halacha? So what's I say? Obviously, we understand what's the problem. So if we remember nothing else, what we do know is yayin nesach is asur no. You can't get benefit from it. So now what do I do? It's very interesting. The Gemara says, listen to this. So what I can say to the Akum is, Akum, do me a favor. I don't want the barrel of wine. So why don't you sell the wine? And just pay me with the proceeds. So I can get paid with the proceeds of the yayin nesach. Now why is that? Because I have never taken possession of the yayin nesach. So as long as I've never taken possession of it, it's never entered into my domain, it's not mine. Because it's not mine, therefore I'm again, because I have no shaykhs to it. So when the Akum sells it off, he's selling off his own possessions. I don't care if he sells off Yain Nesek or he sells his car. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm allowed to then be paid with the proceeds of that particular sale. So we're going to look at Rashi in just a moment. First Rashi in the Mishnah, second of the short lines. Rashi says, the heart may turn love, but who ain't a chayiv lahem elamos? Because I didn't require the barrel of wine. Like the Akum is obligated to me in money. Elamos, the tanya la'el yisrael no shiva. Obviously, one of mokam get. That's case number one. Case number two is, if I get the barrel of wine, right, I acquire the barrel of wine, and you can come, you get me this in a very simple way. Akum shows up at my place and says, I want to pay you. Here's a barrel of wine, it's worth $1,000. I take it. And then he tells me, oh, by the way, it's Yain Nesek. Now I have a problem. What's my problem? Because you're going to say, what happens with Yain Nesek that becomes owned by a Jew? That's Asurdana. That's Asurdana. So interestingly enough, if I never take possession of the wine, I can tell the Akum, no thank you, you sell it, give me the proceeds. Once I take possession of the wine, it's mine. Then it becomes Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew really has no recourse except being destroyed. So says the Gemara, I'm not reading it out. What do the Adam Loma, the Ovid Kohavim, saying that face align manas hanara? So that says, using the same idea, that says, I could say to my Akum neighbor, so also for example, it's tax time, that's to pay my taxes. So I could say to the Akum, do me a favor, go and take care of my tax bill for me, and I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back. Now, what's the condition is? The condition is that even though, let's say, I know that the Akum is going to use Yain Nesek, okay, I'll pay that. Look at that, just a moment. Say, Ba'apes alai manas hanara. I know now. Tax, shall no sin mitzvah say, may say, Isus. He saw the Shachai versus the Melach Yain. Mutter lo me lo obig kochavim ha'pes alai. Afagav because you are obig kochavim Yain Nesek. The Ein Yisrael parid daneha. Even the having matzi the saluki the shlicha the milk of the zuzi. You are the obig kochavim Yain Nesek for shlicha the Yisrael. Listen to this. So essentially, there's a tax, right? And therefore, I was obligated to go ahead and give, I don't know, 10 barrels of wine. So I tell my Akum neighbor, can you take care of my tax? Well, I'll pay back. I'll pay back. Akum says, no problem. He uses Yain Nesek. Ultimately, again, I'm still out to pay back. Why? They're actually explained because the way this particular tax works is although it's a tax on produce, you can also pay it off in money. So because of that, I don't really care if the Akum uses Yain Nesek, uses whatever it is. I'm paying him a financial debt that is not really related to Yain Nesek. In other words, the particular item that he used to pay the debt is really irrelevant. What I just needed to do is take care of my tax bill, and I'm going to pay him back. So this ultimately, again, is going to be mutter. So there is the kasha mesvei, al yoma adam lo'avi gopavim, ol tachtai la'otzar. So listen to this. The Rabbi says as follows. I can't say to my Gentile neighbor, ol tachtai, literally again, come in my place to the ruler. And listen, now it's the same case, it's a tax. All tachtai la'otzar, he currently can call me la'hafiv as hashoter, kimozi yatzar. So the idea over here is, once again, I owe the local ruler money, I owe $1,000 in taxes for the local government. I can't say to the Akum, stand in my place to pay my debt, and I'll pay you back. Again, this is presupposing, of course, he's going to use Yain Nesek to go and pay this off. So ultimately, again, I can't do that. I will say it's going to leave this in part, because Rabbi said, I can't ask my Akum neighbor to pay off my tax bill, even though I know he's going to use Yain Nesek. So why is this case different? To which the Gemara says, No, this is different. We'll say, why is this different? Look at the lashon that's being used. All tachtai. What does all tachtai mean? Stand in my place. So this is literally where the Jew is saying to the Akum, I need you to be my shaliach. So if the Jew is creating shlichus with the Akum, it's literally creating an agency, and the Akum is going to use Yain Nesek, then indeed that is problematic. That is problematic. The Gemara says, Holo Ganya, this is only comparable to the case of Omer Lo, Maltini Mina also. See what says, you are just interestingly enough going ahead and making a distinction, ultimately again because between Russian of like do me a favor or help me out and stand in my place. When I ask the Akum for a favor, he's not acting as my agent.
What up, Kevin? How you doing, bro?
Something from me, but agency has not been created. Because agency has been created, therefore, again, whatever the Akum uses for payment, whether it's the INSF or money or wheat, it doesn't matter to me. When I use Lashon Osaf time, stand in my place, that's creation of agency. With this creation of agency, then if the Akum actually uses Yayin Nesa, it's viewed as if I am actually carrying this out, and of course that's going to be problematic. Okay, interesting. It's interesting things about say, I'm selling wine to an Akum. I'm selling wine to him. So what happens? Hasak Agshalo Mada. So what says, if Halach Minaisi, we came to agreement on price. We went ahead and we came to agreement on price, right? Aval Lo Madat, Agshalo Madat. This was before the Akum poured out the wine for himself. So for example, let's say I have a barrel of wine, I'm selling it to the Akum. Akum wants to buy 3 gallons. So I go ahead and we agree on a price. After we agree on the price, then the Akum pours off the wine into this container. So look at that for just a moment. I'm not the end of the covered. So we agreed on a price. Akshalon Madat. Before the Akum, before anything was poured off into the utensils, we'll see what the utensils is poured off into. Damav Mutarit. Ultimately, again, so the proceeds are mutter. I'm allowed to keep, now remember, what won't be the problem over here? So the assumption over here is that, remember, wine that belongs to an Akum becomes Yayin Nasa. So the idea over here is I'm transacting business, this is my wine right now. But it's ultimately again going to an Akum. So what's the concern? The concern over here is the wine becoming Yayin Nesa before the transaction is finalized. Because then I have a potential problem with getting benefit from Yayin Nesa. So therefore, again, the Mishnah says, if we agree on price before any wine is poured off, then the proceeds ultimately become permitted. Just look at that last first Rashi in Mishnah. I just want to show you this. The first the Gemara, Kaima Ita the Mukila Mishim Mishika Ovid Kochav and Kana. Hilchach, Kishamot de Kaina Mishika, the Kanye Ovid Kochav and Miyad, the Havile the Yisrael Zuzida, the David Kamen Baba, the Yayinesek Rohavi Adinada. So essentially, there are multiple parts in this process, right? In this transaction. Ultimately, again, first, we have to agree on price. Second, what ends up happening, the Ovid Kochav lifts up, let's say, the barrel, and goes ahead and pours it. Or I'm lifting it up and pouring it. But the essential over here is that he's lifting it up and pouring it. That's going to be Meshika or Hagbah. Right? He's taking possession of it. At that point of time, it becomes his. When does it become Yayin Nesek? Yayin Nesek occurs, well, we're going to see for now, we're assuming Yayin Nesek occurs when the Akum touches the water. So therefore, as long as we've agreed on price, prior to the Akum having any contact with wine, the deal is considered to be done, and therefore then as soon as the Akum lifts it up, before it even touches the wine itself, it becomes his, and therefore the proceeds ultimately are permitted. Whatever happens to the wine afterwards, I don't care, because I have my money, right? I'm entitled to my money already. Good. Imam says, however, if, however, the Akum went ahead and lifted the wine, poured the wine, before there was an agreement on price, ultimately, again, the wine is going to be awesome. And listen, now what's the reason? Let's look at that. Madad Actual Pasak Damavasu, now she says, even below Pasak Damak, those some Hadaika. Because now watch this. Because if we didn't agree on price, when the Ovid Kochav lifts up the wine, ultimately, again, I'm not giving it over to you. Because without an agreement on price, I'm not conveying ownership of anything, and therefore even when he does Mishika, even when he lifts it or he pulls it, he has not acquired it. Therefore, therefore when the Akum, if he ends up touching the wine, is considered to be Yayin Nesek that belongs to a Jew. What's the law of Yayin Nesek that belongs to a Jew? Can't get any level of benefit from it. So watch how this case works. So again, I'm selling my wines with Akum. So the Mishnah says I have to be careful here, right? Because if he takes possession of this wine before the transaction is complete, right? Or I should say differently, he touches the wine before the transaction is complete, we have a problem. What's the problem? He's made my wine into yayin nesach, and I can't get any subsequent benefit. So therefore, the Mishnah says, here's the way it works. If we have step one, agreement on price. If we're agreed on price, step two, when the alcohol lifts up the wine, he acquires it. He acquires it, he's now acquired his wine. Once he's acquired his wine, that means now I have a debt by him, right? So now transaction is done. Transaction is done. He owes me money, but the wine is his. What's the beauty of that is? What's the beauty of that? He's lifted wine, he's put the wine in a container. Remember again, does lifting wine in a container make the wine yayin nesa? No. When does it become yayin nesa? When it actually touches the wine itself. So now what's ended up happening over here, which is very pretty, he lifted the wine, Shika, Hatba, he's acquired it. He now owes me my money, Shalom Yisrael. The problem is if he begins to lift it and subsequently touch it before we've agreed on price, the transaction is not done. Because the transaction is not done, when he's lifting and touching, what is he doing? He's lifting and touching my wine. Because of that, the Shulchan said, my wine has become yayin nesach. Yayin nesach, Abuji, what's the halacha? Can't do anything. It says the Gemara, I'm not knowing that. Meshika Allah is becoming cold. So I mean, what do you see from here? The Meshika, buying alcohol is an effective form of kingdom. Hey guys, how do we know this? So first of all, Amimar said these Persians, they send each other gifts, and no one ever has the ability to demand the gifts back. Right? What does that show you? That shows you that once one of the parties goes out and does the shikha, right, ultimately takes possession of it, it's no backseas. Rashi says no. No, perhaps Mashiach is only a Kenyan by Jews, and Mashiach does not work by the Akron. But what about the Persian gifts? The reason why the Persians don't give back gifts, ultimately, again, is because of arrogance. Right? Either arrogance on the part of the recipient, I'm not doing this back, or arrogance, right? That's the pashtus what this is. It's arrogance. So what's that? It's an interesting fundamental focus. Does Mashiach work by an action? You're not know. So that's just from where do I know this? But ultimately, the Mashiach by an action doesn't work. So it's curious. The Amar Rav Lahano Savyusa. Listen to this. Rav said to the following, Savyusa are wine merchants. He Halisu Kamal Oveko Kalim, Shakli Zuzi Minayu, Bahadar Kaim. It's interesting that so Rav said like this. When you are going ahead and measuring out wine or Oveko Kalim, make sure to get your money first and then go ahead and measure it out for them. Why? The Elo, now say that interesting enough, and if let's say the apple doesn't have money on it, and he doesn't have cash, so what should you do? The Elo, now keep you bad guys, you always keep extra cash with you, and lend your money to the apple, right? So lend in money for the purchase, and then what? So this is the Eitzah. This was the Eitzah ultimately again that Rav gave to these individuals. Right? And Rav said that halacha again, when you're selling wine, ultimately again to an aquam, make sure get your money first, measure out afterwards. Right? And if they don't have money, so lend them money, and then ultimately again they'll pay you back and then all your money afterwards. Why? Because if you don't do this, so we'll say, what's the problem? If you don't do this, then the concern is that if the Akum touches the wine, ultimately, again, he's going to end up making it yayin nesach while it is still in your possession. If you shaklisu, you may yayin nesach shaklisu. And ultimately, again, when you take money, you end up taking money for what is yayin nesach. One second. These are like Mashiach, but if you think that Mashiach really works by an aqua, we'll say on the base, iron alpha is 71B. If you think that Mashiach works, you can much call Oveko Kavim Kanye. Yain Esek Lohavia did not get it. So I understand. They both say, even if we didn't agree on price, Halacha myself, when the other Kohavim lifts the barrel, let's say, that's Meshiva. That was Hagbal, and when he pulls it closely, that's Meshiva. He acquires it. And therefore, even if it subsequently becomes Yain Nesek, it's becoming Yain Nesek in whose possession? In the Akum's possession, right? And it doesn't become Yain Nesek until you touch it. One second. Either Kakayo, the Rami, the Mona, the Yisrael, Hakanani. So the truth of the Gemara says, you're right. If we're talking about over here, a situation where you are measuring it into the utensil of the Yisrael, then ultimately, again, you would be right. You'd be right. You would explain to the Tzipah, because Kyle, the Rami, the Mana, the other Kohanim. Interesting as well. So what's the case over here? The case is where the wine is being measured and poured into the utensil of the apple. Look at that for just a moment. The Mana, the other Kohanim. The yayin shebekli also the yayin yesef likanei yeshiv. So it's interesting enough. What's the issue over here? The issue is that when you pour wine into the utensil of an akum, so the assumption is that utensil itself, there may be previous droplets of wine in there, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, the wine that's poured in becomes yayin yesef. So let's say. So just so you appreciate what we have kind of the progression a little bit. So the akum is buying wine from you. So again, everyone is agreeing that if we, well, let's like this. So the way this would work is normally I would take from my barrel, pour from my barrel into a smaller utensil, right? Because the akum is not buying the whole barrel, pouring into a small utensil, and then the akum goes in the shifa. So the Gemara says like this. The Gemara says, no one wants to suggest that even if we don't agree on price beforehand, the wine ultimately again should still be mutter if you hold that Mashiach works by an akum. Why? Because let me point into my utensil, the akum could do Mashiach, he acquires the wine. Wine doesn't become yayin nesach until you actually touch it. Which the Gemara says, 1 second, what are we doing over here? Where I'm pouring my wine into the utensil of the akum. Oh, that changes everything. Because if it's a utensil of the akum, the assumption is that there are wine droplets previously there. Those wine droplets are yayin nesach. Once I pour the wine into the utensil of the akum, the new wine becomes yayin nesach immediately by coming into the utensil. The problem now here is that it's yayin nesach even before Mashiach. If it's yayin nesach before Mashiach, then what? Then it's my yayin nesach. If it's my yayin nesach, then we have a problem because I can't get enough from yayin nesach. Which the Gemara says, so I don't stand still. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara says, essentially, 1 second, when does a utensil acquire? A utensil acquires object once the object is in the airspace of the utensil. When does the poured wine become yayin nesach? Only when, presumably only once it hits the bottom of the utensil, where there are droplets of yayin nesach already there, which should then mean that technically speaking, the akum should acquire the wine when it comes into the airspace of his kli, which is even before the wine becomes potentially yayin nesach. In which case, the transaction should be permitted. Which is, what do you see from here? Shmamina, mitzvah kiva. I'm not going on with this. What do you see from here? You see that mitzvah, a flow or a stream, creates a connection. Also, we've seen this before. That essentially, when you have a stream of liquid, does the stream create a connection between the point of origin and the destination? So most Gemara says, you see from here, it does. Why? So watch this. So what does this mean? Therefore, what this means is like this. When I'm pouring the wine into the utensil of the akum, so because of that bottom stream ultimately is hitting the bottom of the kli, and on the bottom of the kli are droplets of yayin nesach, the bottom of the stream is connected to the top of the stream, and it's considered to be one continuous harmonious unit, and therefore it's all yayin nesach. Even the wine that hasn't hit the bottom, ultimately is still considered to be yayin nesach. Very interesting. So the Gemara invited. The Gemara says, good. No, so let's say, so this all makes sense that the akum is holding the utensil in his hand. I think that's no chifa, the manef a'ara. Again, rather is the original comes utensil is actually sitting on the ground itself. So ultimately, again, so why don't the utensil of the Akim apply them in that? Shams Mina learned from here. Caleb Shalokeh, which is Mocha Lokana. Lokana, what's what he's seeking here? That the utensils of a purchaser cannot acquire on his behalf when they are situated in the domain of the seller. To which the Gemara says, once again, lo, you all know not true. Normally, you say the utensils of a purchaser do have the ability to acquire in the property of the seller. Also, we've seen this before also because essentially the utensils of the purchaser almost become like the chutzah of the purchaser. What's the case over here? The kuznasa. The kama insect. What's what I was saying? There are droplets of yain nesach wine. Where are they situated? Not like you fall on the bottom of the utensil, but rather where? On the lip of the utensil. So that was literally the moment that the new wine comes into this utensil of the akum, it is almost instantaneously and immediately rendered yain nesach. Ukiman, and what's the reason it doesn't? Ukiman, to look at Shimamiyah. It's not Shimamiyah. Why? The Reb Shimamiyah, Ha'amar, Imachet Kulo Va'abuto Chavin, Chutz Midinei Yayin Nesach Shabbat. Because Shimamiyah says, any time the halacha of Israel, you have a mixture of Yayin Nesach and something, no problem. Just exclude from the sale the value of the Yayin Nesach itself. If you keep the rest, here's the rest. You need to be kind of Al-Murad. This is only applicable according to Rab. Hamraf and also this whole thing is Rab. Hamraf, Allah Shemamiyah. Yeah, Rab said, Allah Shemamiyah when Rabbi's Kachabis means the barrels getting mixed together with other barrels. Havayayin, Biyayin, no. And ultimately, again, if it's actual mixture of wine, even if Shemamiyah would say the whole thing is going to be usher. Okay, incredible. So what is the kasha? Makes it supposed to say, let's just pause with the kasha for just a second. What is it exactly that is happening with this? Remember again, the Mishnah, just to follow our progression here, right? So the Mishnah is telling me that halacha l'maisa, you have to be careful when you sell wine to an apple, right? What am I concerned about? What's my major concern over here? My major concern is if I don't choreograph this correctly, what's going to happen? The wine will become yayin nesach while I still own it. That's what I'm concerned about over here. And if the wine becomes yain nesach before I own it, then what happens? It's done. It's done because yain nesach owned by a Jew, you can't get any level of benefit from it. So Mishnah is trying to teach me how to choreograph a wine transaction with an akum to ensure that I can keep my money. Right? So the Mishnah said the way ultimately to do this is agree on price. Once you agree on price, halacha l'maisa, the transaction is pretty much locked in. Then subsequently, when the akum does the shita, right, when he takes the utensil into his possession, ultimately again it's already his. And if it subsequently becomes yain nesach, I don't care. It's not mine. So we'll say, now interestingly enough, the Gemara's understanding over here, so the Mishnah seems to presuppose that Mashiach is a form of opinion that works by an akum. Right? Literally putting something into your domain or putting something towards you is an acquisitory act that works by an akum. The Gemara says, by the way, that's a machlokas. Amemar says yes, it does. Rabbi actually says no, it doesn't. This then reversed to a whole new subject, which we're in now about. Essentially, we're in the midst of that mathematics. Good. Says the Gemara. Mistake. Interesting piece here. Halokia, we pose for the Olympic problem. Listen to this. I buy pieces of metal from an akum. Okay? So the Gemara says, I buy pieces of metal from an akum. So what's the halacha? Good. Yeah, that says because shivik suffering. Pieces of metal from an akum. In Mitzvah, I will so happen, and in that I find an idol. So this is what I do. In Akshalon Nasan Mosha Yasir. So it says ultimately Yaksir. So again, if I haven't paid money, ultimately again, even if I didn't shoot right, so what's the same piece of here? I took possession of the metal pieces, but I didn't pay any money. Now I'm looking through discovery room of church and I see an idol. Okay, but you haven't paid any money, return it. If you haven't paid for it, return it. But if I paid the money and I didn't shoot, I'm stuck. and such it belongs to me, and therefore I'm going to say, what do I do with the idol? To throw it into the Dead Sea. Right back to the age, I can't get any level of hand off of it. Now she says over here, right, Yachsir below Kanye, below Machayi, below Levada. So therefore, what comes out of this is very interesting. When do I acquire something from an akum? When there's two steps. Two-step acquisition. Number one, I paid money. Number two, I did the shikha. Now let's say, for example, I did the shikha, I didn't pay money, right? And then I lost my money, so I could return everything back to the akum. So tell me, each other from the shikha, body go coming corner, and my yachts. So let's say, we have to make the assumption that if Mashiach works on an akum, then Mashiach should work for a Jew as well. If that's the case, then even when I haven't paid, if I give Mashiach, ultimately again I shouldn't be able to return the idol to the owner. Am I Yatzir? Rabbi says, no, this case is different. Why? You should not seek mekachtos. Because the Muslim, this whole thing works like a mekachtos. What's a mekachtos? A mekachtos is a transaction based on mistaken assumptions or circumstances. The most basic level, I go to buy a car. I go to buy a car from Ruben. And I say I want to buy a Cadillac. And he sells me a Toyota. That's a mekachtos. That's a mekachtos. And therefore, again, that is a voidable sale. So therefore, the Gemara says, Rabbi wants to suggest that when I bought pieces of metal from the Yaakov, and it turns out that there is an idol in there that has the appearance of mekachtos, and therefore, as long as money has not been given, even though there was no shikha, the sale is voidable. So I understand if that's the case. I hear that logic. I definitely know that logic. You're going to be mekachtos in most cases. What does it matter if I paid the money or not? If at the end of the day this is a mistaken sale, then it should be voidable whether I paid the money or not. In both cases in mekachtos. One second, here's the problem. The Grace has said if I paid the money, I can't return the idol. If I didn't pay the money, I can return. So why the distinction is mekachtos? Reisha, the lo yoyev zuzi, lo mischazik, havalas from Yad Yisrael. Because again, in the case where I did not pay the money, therefore I will say, if I didn't pay the money, then this whole thing does not have the appearance of Avodah Zarah in the hands of a Jew. So because of that, it's just easily returnable. Seifa, the Yoyev zuzi, ultimately again, but the Seifa, the second case where I did pay the money, so the Gemara says, mischazik havalas from Yad Yisrael. That has the appearance of Jewish-owned idolatry. The Jewish-owned idolatry, I will say, what do you do with it? No, the Chana, the Yam Hanara. Incredible. So once you know, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this. So again, we're still embedded in this very same conversation, which does Mashiach work by an akum, doesn't it work by an akum? And again, based on that, the proper mechanism to affect a sale of wine to an akum to be continued and solidified. Tomorrow, sorry, Shkaya. All right, everyone.
Yo, baby.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this money trip to fame. Our annual commentary sponsor, the Tosin Shpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem instructions this year as it's close to the Soros on Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba with Rabbi Goldberg, for Aliyah from the Shans of his precious parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Jacob Ezel Bas Zeli, and the hope that the tefillos of our beautiful Kehillah are accepted on high in Eretz Hashem this Chodesh. Shmuel Lili Nishmas covered from Father Harav Ali from Yitzchak Ayi Ben Akav Yaakov Shikoni Brachot and America Talmud Torah. All of the Neshamos Haganali, the families and the Kama, all those in the Full Shabbat for the Kol Chol Yisrael, the Shmach Shemir Shem home. Our hostage is B'Shalom and the heart of our Holy Soldiers to be successful. The whole of Maaseh Yigei. Well, so with that, let's begin. With a great dot out of us today, we will take up. Today's dot is Ayun 70. We are picking up on some special on base 69B, 6 lines up from the bottom. The Kira Acha, the Kremlin Kalas, the Shem Gamil, So let's just remember again, the Gemara now says as follows. After establishing yesterday's daf, then we pass on Shimon Gamliel. Now, what does Shimon Gamliel say? Remember, we had a focus in Mishnah that if I leave an apple alone with my wine, at what point in time does the wine become yain yesed? So there are really two factors. Number one, does the apple think that I'm coming back? I thought I could be coming back immediately. If he thinks I could be coming back immediately, ultimately, again, the wine remains mutter. If he knows I'm going to be going for a little while, how long do I have to be going in order for the wine to become problematic? That is my focus in Mishnah. Tanakama said enough time to bore a hole in the seal, take the wine, plug it back out. Shimon says no, because that type of tampering is detectable. Instead, what's the shear? The amount of time to lop off the lid of the barrel, drink from the wine, and then replace the lid. So essentially, the Gemara came out as asking, like Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, that the amount of time is the amount of time again for lid replacement. Take off the lid, drink the wine, replace the lid. The Gemara says, now that we pass it Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, he's not worried about, he doesn't feel that anybody's going to plug the barrel. So therefore, Allah again, we're confident, well, that's the share. So in other words, that's about lid replacement. After you've established that, the Gemara says, furthermore, the Rabbi said, and Allah also follows Rabbi Eliezer. Now, what is Rabbi Eliezer? We had Rabbi Eliezer earlier, actually. And Rabbi Eliezer said, actually points this out, that in general, as long as you have one simon on the wine, then the akram is not going to tamper with it. Why not? And akram is going to tamper with the wine when? Number one, when he's not going to be discovered. And number two, when it's easy. If there's any effort involved in it, most probably he's not going to do it. And that's how he passed it. Therefore, even if you have one simon, let's say one seal, ultimately, again, that is enough to pretty much prevent the akram from tampering with it. So he's going to ask an interesting question. So now that we say that halacha the shear for tampering is replacement of the lid. Furthermore, we assume that if the barrel is sealed, essentially, the akram really is not going to do anything with it because it's not worth the trouble cracking the seal, opening the lid, creating a new lid. It's not going to do it. So that's the case the Gemara is very interested in. My time almost sealed So why don't we leave our sealed barrels with an akram? Right? You hear the shaila. If at the end of the day, we are confident that halacha l'maisa again, one seal is pretty much enough to go ahead and prevent the akram from tampering with it. Why don't we just leave our barrels of sealed wine with an akram? Which is much interesting enough, Yishum Shaicha. Because of the shaycha. What's the shaycha? Rashi said, that's Rashi in the daf. Leker daf shehu ma'od shub magufa tzachabes yosrei chayayim yosi. So apparently what's what these have in the barrels is they have an air hole. An air hole. There'll be a small little hole in the seal of the barrel that would allow, I guess, some of the gases from the fermentation process to escape. Therefore, again, technically speaking, there is access to the wine through that air hole. So that's ultimately again what really gives us pause when we leave wine with an apple. Okay, I'm going to Rabbi says as follows. What's the interesting case here? Zona obedes kochavim b'yisham mesubin etzla. So watch this. Let's say you have Jews, and these Jews are going to a non-Jewish zona. Okay, and they have wine that it's their wine. So they're sitting with her, right? Jews, zona. Not Jewish zona, Jewish wine. So what's the halacha? Shari. The wine is permitted. Why I should be concerned that there's an akram over there that's going to make it yayin yesed. So I said, this is incredible. Yehi b'takit hu yitzra da'avera top of ayin, yitzra yayin yesed lo sakif. Just because a Jew is seized and can't overcome the Yitzhahara for immorality, doesn't mean that he's committing a whole this. All right, let's see here. In other words, what's the happening there? That means like this. If this guy is sitting anyway by the zona, obviously again going to commit an avera with her. So perhaps again he's not marked on his wine either, and will allow his wine to be touched ultimately. Again to be touched by this zona, and ultimately again becomes yayin yesed. Which the one says no. Just because somebody is immoral doesn't mean that they're an idolater. We'll say, what a profound and beautiful Mr. Essentially, just because I commit certain averas doesn't make me all bad. We all commit Avera. So the nature of life is we all commit Avera. So we have areas of life in which we are weak, and we have areas of life in which Baruch Hashem we are able to maintain a sense of spiritual strength. And just because I am compromised in certain areas does not mean I'm compromised in all areas. And this is tremendously important to say. One of the greatest obstacles to tshuva is a lack of self-worth. I feel that because I have sinned, therefore I am damaged goods, I am compromised, and I really can't ever get myself back on the rails. There is nothing further from the truth. I mean, there is a lot of truth in that. I have sinned, I am compromised, I have gotten myself off the rails, but I'm not down and out. Just because I've made mistakes in life in no way precludes me from rebuilding and rehabilitating myself. Just because I've fallen prey to Sahara for immorality doesn't mean that therefore I'm also over level. So incredible. What about another case? What about the following case? Zoni Israelis, located from the Sudan, goes to access back. Because if you have a Jewish zona, for example, you have a Jewish woman who's a zona, and she's sitting together with her wine, and she'll be now she has wine on the table. What's the Allah? Kamra Asr. In that case, the wine is another. So we have to be concerned about it. That's people are going to touch her wine. So the Gemara says, yes, you have to be concerned about that. And ultimately, again, the wine is Asr. Right? I know what's the reason for this. There's a difference in this case because they look down on her. Right? Because again, they figured that she's a zona. So because she's a zona, ultimately, again, she doesn't have any importance in their eyes. So therefore, they will take liberties with her property as well. And therefore, we have to assume, ultimately, again, we have to assume that halacha l'maisa, the wine ultimately again becomes the ayin nesa. Incredible. Which is also very interesting, right? This distinction between the Jews with the akum zona versus the non-Jews, the akum with the Jewish zona. And it's interesting that the whole yisod over here is that they look down on her. So you say ultimately again, the way you view yourself, the way you hold yourself, ultimately represents the way the world will look at you. So this is zona, unfortunately, by becoming a zona, has clearly abdicated her personality to fully. She doesn't feel like a woman who never has to resort to this, does resort to this type of work, presumably lacks a certain sense of self. So if you lack a sense of self, the world will also respond to you in that same way. So therefore, again, she lacks a sense of self. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the akum is going to go ahead and treat her with a lack of respect and dignity as well, and therefore take liberties with her wine as well. Incredible. Rabbi Yosef Hamadi Yisrael. It's an interesting case. There was a house, and in this house was stored Jewish wine. Okay, so it says, interesting. So what happened? Yes, it was a storehouse. So what occurred? All of the Kohavim, Achta L'Dashabato, and Akum went into the house, and ultimately again closed the door behind him. Closed the door, ran into the house and locked the door behind him. All right, so it says, now what happens? And now there was a hole in the door itself. So therefore, the Yisrael was able to see through the hole into some of the barrels of wine. And he saw through the hole that the Akum was standing between the barrels. Okay? Rabbi is supposed to say, what's the Shaila? What's the Shaila is the status of the wine. Right? Because remember, there's a lot of stuff that's strange over here. What's strange? Number one, that the Akum ran into the storehouse. And what did he do? That's strange, number one. Number two, what else? He locked the door. Right? What else? We find him standing between the barrels. So now what's the status of the wine? So Rabbi is very interesting. Called the Rabbi Bizarre Shari. Any barrels that you could see like opposite the opening in the door, ultimately again will remain permitted. Right? Because like most of the logic is like this. Since the Akum knows that he could be seen through the opening of the door, therefore what? Therefore halacha l'maisa again, he's not going to tamper with the wine. However, the high visa, all the barrels on the two sides, in other words, anything you can't see from the hole in the door, ultimately again is going to be okay. Interesting. What's another interesting case? You have Jew and non-Jew, Jew and Akum who shared a home. The Jews lived on the upper story, the Akum lived on the lower story, and the wine is kept on the lower story of the house. And listen now, what happened? Now, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Shami Kol Tigra. Now, the Gemara says over here, Rashi says, so apparently there was like a hole in the floor, and the Yisrael was normally able to see down, he was able to see his wine on the first floor. Okay, good. What happened? Shami Kol Tigra, so they heard a commotion outside. Not the, and so the Jew and the Akum left their homes, went out to see what's all the commotion. After he's standing outside, then he goes back in and closes his door behind him. So now what's the Shaila? The Shaila is now the Akum was effectively inside the home with a closed door, just with the Jewish wine. So what's the status of the wine? Amar says, Chamashari, the wine is going to be much wine. Neymar Amar, because the Akum will say, the Akum will say like this: the same way that I came into the house, closed the door behind me, my upstairs neighbor, the Jew, also ran back inside, and he's able to see me from his upper story home. So therefore, the Akum is not going to do anything. So we'll say, bottom line, we're seeing the same thing over, which is the concept of nurses. And Akum will do something to the wine if he can get away with it. If he's going to be discovered, or if there's a fear of being discovered, he is not going to tamper with the wine. Now, the other principle we're going to see is also, and again, we'll see these cases are based on the same more later on, and Akum will also only tamper with wine when he has a legitimate excuse for being in the proximity of the wine. Right? In other words, if he has no excuse for being next to the wine, then the nice thing is not going to tamper with the license to be accused of theft. If there's theft, then he can be held liable. So that's why if you notice in all of these cases, the Akum has legitimate access. So that's the legitimate access, and ultimately, again, a kind thing in which he feels he can do whatever he wants without being discovered. But if there's a fear of discovery, right, even if there's legitimate access, ultimately he's not going to tamper with the wine. Okay, well, another case. Polish visa. Another case, Polish visa, the yesterday coming Israel. There was a visa as an inn. It was an inn in which the wine of a Jew was housed. Okay? So when they went in one time they saw it, but there was an Akum who was sitting in between the barrels. So what's this? Now, the Shai was the status of the wine. Some of the rabbis said, if at the end of the day, so the Ganav has no legitimate reason to be there. And if he's found there, he could be accused of being a thief. Then ultimately, again, the wine is permitted. So what does this mean, the wine is permitted? Look at actually Shari. It's in the short lines. In the shorter lines, that's 4 lines in. Shari, Kol Shari, the Hafa, Shari, after Shkia, the Holo Nogakamina, the Kol Asher, the Hafa, Asher, Bakona. So once the Rashi just points out, whenever the Gemara says permitted means permitted even for consumption. So the idea over here is if there's no legitimate reason why the Akum would be there, the wine is permitted. Because we assume that there's a fear of discovery, and ultimately, again, a fear of being accused of being a thief. Therefore, he's not going to tamper with the wine. Really low, but if at the end of the day there is no fear of being accused of being a thief, then also ultimately, again, the wine is also because the Akum will render it yayin nes. So it's a same principle. In other words, in order for us to have yayin nes concern, number one, that's to be a legitimate reason why the Akum would be present by the wine, and number two, no fear of discovery. No fear of discovery. Next, Pogesa. Now, yesterday, there was a home in which Jewish wine was kept. The Shtachach Ovid Kohan David Kaidu, and they found that Akum was there standing between the barrels. Okay, Amar says, essentially, if he could find an excuse for why he is there, he has a good excuse for why he's there, then the wine is awesome. He wants to be low, but if he doesn't have a good excuse, in other words, we'll say Chama Shari, which is another way of saying like this. If he could explain why he's there, then he has legitimacy for being there, then you have to be concerned about tampering. If he knows that he has no legitimate reason for being there and can be accused of that, ultimately, again, then you can assume he did not tamper with the wine, and the wine ultimately, again, is going to be much. So look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is clearly Shamite. Right? If he has no ability to kind of explain away why he's there, the Lomar, the Kaf Nichnas, some Chadaiti belong with us. So again, if he has a good reason for why he's there, so we really have to go ahead and assume that the wine is valueless. Why? Because since he has a good reason, essentially he has an alibi. He has a story, right? He has an explanation as to why he's there. So because he has an explanation, he has a cover story. Because he has a cover story, we have to be concerned that really he may have made this wine into yayin mess. Incredible. What's amazing is the kasha. Min al hakuna. Oh, shamar lo shamar. So let's say it's very interesting case. So let's say an akim goes into an inn and he closes the door behind him, and there's Jewish wine inside of the inn. Or, for that matter again, a Jew said to an akim, "Watch my wine, guard my wine." In both of these cases, the Gemara says, "Asr." The wine is going to be asr. Rashi says, because it's interesting enough, so both these cases the wine is asr. Now, why is the wine asr? So this question so in these cases, the akum has the ability to be there, and apparently he's not concerned the Jew's going to pop up. So the Gemara says, now 1 second. My love, are we not dealing with the case? We're not dealing with the case where the akum doesn't have a good cover story for why he's there. Which the Gemara says, no. For the Israeli Shemit, no. So talking about a case over here where Allah again, the akum does have a good explanation why he's there. Right, so because he does have a good explanation why he's there, that was obviously the second case is more obvious, right? So the Jew says to the akum, guard my wine. So first of all, in general, when you ask someone to guard something, generally that can look like you're going for a little while. So he figures he's back time and he's allowed to be there. That case obviously is hustling. He was more focused on the first case. So the akum goes into the inn, locks the door. He said the wine is awesome. So the Gemara says, that's a case where the akum has a legitimate cover story. Right? So that he can explain why he's there. Since he can explain why he's there, therefore Allah so the wine is going to be awesome. Okay? Please solve all the problems that we are seeing the Let's say an interesting case. A Jew and a non-Jew were sitting and drinking wine together. So let's say what's fascinating about this, by the way, is that halacha and right? This is like against everything that we spoke about, right? So all of the examples that we had is exactly like to prevent a Jew from sitting down and having a glass of wine with a non-Jew. All right, now again, the Gemara says they're sitting and drinking together. What happened? It's actually beautiful. Shama Yisrael called Saluye. They finished up. So they're sitting, opposite the shore, right? In a camp opposite the shore. And what happens? What does the Jew hear? Actually, it's so what happens? Come, Basil. Well, says, what does he need to do when he hears the sound of battle? What does he do? There's only one thing he does. He runs towards it. How can you not run towards such a sweet and melodic sound? So he gets up and he says, what's the problem? What's the problem? He left his wine on the table. Come, come, Rashali. So Rabbi says, ultimately again, the wine is permitted. Why? We must listen to this. Nema Amar, Hashka Mitkale Lechamre, Bahada Asi. This is very interesting. The Akum, what doesn't he know? He doesn't know how long Mincha is. Right? So by the way, also wives also sometimes don't know how long Mincha is, right? Especially when you have little kids and you have to do bedtime. That's somehow Mincha is like an hour and a half. It's incredible how that works, right? So ultimately again, so it says the Akim doesn't know how long davening is. So once again, therefore because he doesn't know, there's a mirsis. Just keep remembering that word. There's a fear that the Jew is just going to reappear. So because he's going to reappear, therefore the Akum ultimately again is not going to tamper with the wine. It's very interesting. This is a fascinating one. Listen to this. And who do you solve all the problem? It was a Jew and a non-Jew. The Havu Yasri Ba'arba. They were sitting on a boat. Okay, and again, with wine. Show me Yisrael called Shikuri the Shimshi. So let's say this is really very, very beautiful. The Jew heard the shofar blast of Erev Shabbos. Silent. And also Rashi points out over here, Rashi says, Shikuri the Shimshi, Shal Erev Shabbos, Shayu Tokin Lahavdil, they call the Shabbos like it's the most incredible thing about Shabbos is that silent. It's in that moment, understand what it means to be in the Jewish Ummah. You see in Galus, I'm a Jew who's observing Shabbos in a foreign culture, a foreign land. And Eretz Yisrael, like the land observes Shabbos, irrespective of what the people do, right? In other words, Eretz Yisrael observes Shabbos. So therefore, again, they're sitting there. And by the way, they used to blow these shofars in Bavel also. It wasn't just in Eretz Yisrael. They blow in Bavel. So the Gemara says as follows: in any event, the Jew and the are sitting on a boat, it's Erev Shabbos. The Jew hears, my gosh, the shofar just blasted, which means Shabbos is starting imminently, right? And this was Shipur de Shimshi. You remember that Shabbos says there were different blasts that they do at different times. This was the blast right before the Hashmoshes, which means Shabbos is starting imminently. Nothing laws. So what happened? The Jew left. He left. Now obviously he left his wine. He left his wine. So the shayla now is what's the status of the wine? When Rabbi says, Chamr Shari, the wine is permitted. Now why? We'll say this is wild. Why? Because Yaakov says to himself, oh, the Jew Reuben's going to realize he forgot his wine, he's going to come back for it. Come back for it? So that's Shabbos. How is he coming back for his wine? Right? The Pashtos again, he can't carry it. So how is he coming back ultimately again? For Zanashi says, so then Tomer, the son of Hadaiki, the Ovi Kochav, the Shundolo, Asi, Shabbos Shabbos. So 1 second. He's going to say, this case, the wine should for sure be usher. Why should it be usher? Because it must say, first of all, the Jew ran after Shabbos. Second of all, he can't come back for his wine on Shabbos. He can't carry that wine on Shabbos. It's outside. Right? He's not allowed to do that. So what about Shabbos? Listen, it's pretty wild. Ha'amar, Isser Yura, Isser the Ger, told me, when I was a Gentile, Aminon, Yudoi Lomnitri Shabbos. We Gentiles, we used to joke, the Jews don't really observe Shabbos. Why don't the Jews really observe Shabbos? It means to be Shabbos, because if the Jews really observe Shabbos, how many persons, how many money bags should we have found by the evening, Saturday morning in the shop? Meaning like this, right? What inevitably happens to Jews on Erev Shabbos? They're stuck in traffic, they're running late. So they'll say, what's the halacha, technically speaking, if Shabbos starts, you're on the journey. And literally, again, Shabbos, so what do? You put your money back down. Isser says, we Gentiles used to joke, the Jews don't really keep Shabbos. Right? Because if they really kept Shabbos, then you should be finding money every Erev Shabbos. Right? Every Shabbos night, every Shabbos day, from the Jews who deposited their money bags. They'll say, the Gemara says, but what the Gentiles did not know is the sphere of Rabbi Yitzchak. If I said Rabbi Yitzchak, so Rabbi Yitzchak, Hamotzi Kis B'Shabbos Molifo Pachos Medalams. They will say, ultimately, again, there's a way to deal with this. What's the way to deal with this? Walk in increments of less than $1. If you do that, then ultimately, again, there's no Akira, there's no Hanocha, there's no Torah. I think of Local Shabbos. Because Local Shabbos says you can't transport an item $1. So technically speaking, you walk and you stop and you keep doing this at intervals or increments less than $4. Technically speaking, you avoid Hotzah. Now, not ideal. I will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara doesn't talk anything about Muktzah. Right? First of all, Muktzah is D'Rabbanan, right? So that's later on. Second of all, the Muktzah issue could be obviated a little bit, because by Muktzah there's a concept that's called Tilpum Minatzad, which means indirect movement. So, for example, if my wallet is in my pocket, technically speaking, if I'm and carrying that on Shabbos, technically speaking, that is indirect movement of Muktzah. Right? I'm not actively holding it in my hand, it's being carried on my body. So the point of it, it's used to be able to say, as a Gentiles, you should know that the Jews don't really keep Shabbos, because again, we're not finding any of their money. We should be finding money on Friday night and Saturday morning. But again, that's because also the Gentiles didn't know the halacha. And the halacha is again, although not ideal, it is able to transport your wallet or your money back on Shabbos. Here's one what's like that. Hanu Ganavim, the Satan from Pedisa. The word is Ganavim, like these thieves who came from Pedisa. Now, what happened? That's very interesting. The Pasuk Habisa Kudah, and they opened up a lot. Did I skip? Sorry, thank you. Who are you? There was a lion that was roaring in the wine press. lying roaring in the wine press. Shama over Kohaben, Tasha and Danny Akim heard about this, not heard about this, was there. And they heard the lion roaring. And what did he do? He hid between the barrels. Some Rabbi said, the wine is mutter. Why? Just like I'm hiding between the barrels, so to what? There could be a Jew who's also hiding behind me between the barrels. He's going to see what I'm doing. Once again, fear of discovery prevents the INS. I know Ganavi decided to come to Bisa. There were these thieves that came to Bisa. They opened up a lot of barrels of wine. What's the status of the barrels? Rabbi said, Shai. The barrels are mutter. Why? My time off. That's not a good one. I'm sure let you skip that one. Right, so once again, apparently the majority of the Ganavim ultimately again in Kosubisa were Jews. But also, here's the good news. They may be Ganavim, but one thing is for sure, which is they're not all devils. You gotta look at the bright side. Right? Everyone has faults, everyone has deficiencies, everyone has things that they do wrong. But again, you gotta focus on the things that I'm doing right. So they might be Ganavim, but at least they're not idolaters. Incredible. How about Obda Ben Ardoy? So the ones the same opposite happened in Ardoy. These thieves were opening up barrels of wine. So the Gemara says, Shmuel said, Abu Gim passed in the wine is mutter. Why Shimon? Rabbi Eliezer the Amar Safek Bia Tahar. So it says, so ultimately, Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Eliezer says, Safek Bia is Tahar. What does that mean, Safek Bia is Tahar? Let's literally again, which means if you have a Safek about an encounter with Tumah, you're not sure if you encounter Tumah or not, ultimately again, the Safek is Tahar. What's the case? So there is not an interesting case. Islam. So when a person walks into a valley, or a plain is actually the better word. Now, a plain, remember again, a plain is a large area made up of multiple individual fields. So a person walks into the plain during the rainy season, the Tumah Basaga. I will say, by the way, why during the rainy season, how long is like this? During the rainy season, so people have planted. Because people have planted, so generally people don't walk on the fields themselves. They walk on like the perimeter. So the Gemara says like this: so somebody walks into a plain during the rainy season. It's all of a sudden closed. Now we know that there's coming. There's a grave in a particular field, right? So we're going to go through this plain. And listen, I know that I walk in this area. What I don't know is, did I go to the field that has the grave or not? That's what's called Safek Bia, right? The Safek of an entry. Did I encounter Tumah or not? Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Safek Bia Tar. Safek Magar Tameh. Rabbi Eliezer says that if you're not sure if there was an encounter, right? Did you enter into this field? Then ultimately, again, you will be tar. If there's Safek of not touched Tumah, ultimately, again, that is going to be coming. So the Tashtos, the Gemara is suggesting over here that in case of Nagda, with the thieves popped off a whole bunch of barrels of wine, this is a case of Safek Bia, and therefore Allah the wine should be mutter. So the Gemara says, good. So now the Gemara says, no, shiny house and given you get the possible Shemamona, how is sex make up? The Gemara says, no, actually that case is different. Why is the case different? The case of the wine. So the Gemara says, it's interesting. So apparently, the other thing that was common to put into wine barrels besides wine was money or jewels. In other words, it was like a safe. It's where you hid your stuff. So a lot of times when thieves came and they popped open barrels, they weren't coming for wine. They were looking to see if someone had hid any of their possessions. So therefore the Gemara says it's a sex wake up. Suffix number one, again, suffix is also very common. So suffix number one is, was it a Jew, was it a non-Jew? That's suffix number one. And then suffix number two, even if it was a non-Jew, perhaps he wasn't interested in the wine, but rather what? He was looking to see if there were possessions in wine. And therefore, again, that spectator led Rabbi to say, ultimately, the wine is going to be incredible. And what's that? I know days 70B. 70B. Ha-hi revisa b'shtafet ta'habis be'dani v'miyukita optia bi'ada. Interesting case. There was a little akum baby. Right? So what happened? So the Gemara says, and what happened? And the baby, she had wine foam in her hands. right? Obviously, a lack of parental oversight, right? Or just parental desperation, right? We've all had those moments, or just whatever, just take it, whatever it is, right? So the Gemara says, so what happens? So she has one foam in her hand. So it says, now just to understand, remember, the zero of stam yinam is on an akum even from 1 day old. From 1 day old. That's the halacha. So now she has one foam in her hand. The shadow is, did she touch the contents of the barrel? So it's Rabbi said Kamashari. So what's on the 72nd line down? Rabbi says the wine is mutter. Why? Umar Nigaba de Hadisa Shaklas. She took it from the side of the barrel. In other words, most I remember again, the only concern of your Yainesa is if the akum touches the interior contents of the wine. We assume over here the halakha myself, it must have foamed over, and she got the foam from the side of the barrel, therefore no problem. So the Gemara says, "Va'avaka v'leka soon, imar is ramuye is ramuye." Now, 1 second, the city is up right there. Then shouldn't there be more foam on the side of the barrel, right? So it really. So even though there's no foam there now, you assume there was foam there from the beginning, and therefore it's fine. Hahu, Kumusa the Salpo and Arga. There was this Kumusa. Rashi says over here, Kumusa is Rosh Hagayis Sart Saba, like a general, like all the general commander of the army. So there was this officer in charge of the army who came to the Arga. What happens? Pashu Havisa Tuba. Now go say now. Kumusa means, or it was a convention. It was a group from the army that came. And what happened? They popped up in a whole bunch of barrels. So the Gemara says, the verse is like this. So they went ahead and they opened up a lot of barrels. He also Rabbi, so ultimately when Rabbi came along, so what happened? This happened before, right? This happened before. So we'll say, so again, remember, it was certainly not uncommon for armies coming into cities and taking whatever they wanted. So this has happened before where they came in and ultimately again, popped up in a whole bunch of barrels. So that's what the Gemara says. And Rabbi Lazar, I'm sorry. Right. I'm sorry. The Kiasar Rabbi Amar Ulta Havakamid Rabbi Lazar. So this was Rabbi Lazar Bashara, and Rabbi Lazar declared that the wine was committed. But what you got now, Rabbi said, I don't know. Imishum Bisavala Krabi Ali Ajadam Safak Biatar. Is it because he held like Rabbi Lazar, we just saw before, that if there's a Safak Bia, Safak whether or not again there was an encounter with Tumah, the Safak is tar. Is that why he said it was tar, right? But only Imishum Bisavar, Ruba the Azli Bahadi Consuma, or Komus, excuse me, is strong with it. Interestingly enough, or perhaps it was because that he felt that the majority of Jews the majority of soldiers conscripted into the army were Jews. See the way Rabbi Lazar, so ultimately again, so Rabbi Lazar said the one was committed. I'm just not sure exactly why. So when I said, Ihafi, I suffered Bia, suffered Magu. 1 second. Why are we calling this Suffolk Bia? Right? Why are we calling this a Suffolk and it's whether or not there was an encounter with someone? This is not a Suffolk Bia. We'll say, what is this? What is this? This is Suffolk Maga. Whether or not the Akum touched everyone. And remember again, Suffolk Maga is dealt with more stringently than Safek Bia. Which the Gemara said, so why is it that we're making of this? What's very interesting. The Chayvan, the Miftach Yituva, Ima Adaita, the Mamona Pasku, which is Safek Bia. To which the Gemara said, in all of these cases, what was happening over in all of these cases, there were more barrels than necessary being opened. So when the army comes in, and they're popping open more barrels than would be needed to sustain the troops. What does that tell us? And perhaps this is not about war, but rather what is it about? It's about money. They're looking for stuff. So because of that, ultimately, again, you have multiple stakes over here, right? Was it a Jew? Was it an Akum? Even if it was an Akum, were they opening it up because ultimately they wanted the wine or because they're looking for riches? You put together all of these stakes, and what's the result? That the wine is going to be permitted. Incredible. Hahu Misugisa Demasvale Eklida Mapeka La Avadas Vakam. So let's listen to this case. There was a Misugisa. What's a Misugisa? This was a wine merchant, and this was a woman. Right? A Mocheres Yain Bechanos. She's a wine seller, a wine merchant, that she has a store and she sells wine. So let's say, what did she do? She gave the key to her Gentile, to her Akum friend. Right? To her Akum friend. Rashi says over Akliga, Matech Shmiras, Matechos, Rosan Hadat Nikolas, Vinikas Esudana. I was saying this is Rashi says a little about this case. What's the case? So on this pisa, right, our Jewish woman wine merchant is leaving her store. She locks it up, she gives the keys to her Akum friend. Now, what's the job of the Akum friend? What's the job? Lock the key. Don't go into the house. So there's absolutely no feasible reason why the Akum should be going into the store. Right? If you notice over here, the Misubisa told her friend, watch my key. She didn't say watch my store. She didn't say run my store. She said just watch my key. So I'll say, what's halacha? I'm going to be spelling all those. So this case once came up in the Beis Medrash. In the past case, the wine in the store is mutter. Why? Because remember again, there's no legitimate reason for the akum to enter into the store. Because there's no legitimate reason, therefore what? There's nuisance. There will be fear of discovery. If there's fear of discovery, you could assume that the akum is not entering the room. So therefore, because the woman gave her friend just the key to watch, but no access to the store, therefore the wine is nothing. Incredible. I'm Rabbi. Today we also learn this. I'm also not faithful. So this is very interesting. So this is actually a different case, but the same concept. So listen to this, right? Let's say I have house, right? I have produce that I produce in the ritual purity or shumas my possession as well. I have a storehouse. I lock my storehouse. I give the keys to my friend who's in Amaretz. What's the halacha? Taros of Taros. My taros remain tar, and we don't assume that the Amaretz went in and touched anything. Why? Remember, in this case, what am I doing with Yamaret? I'm telling him, watch my keys. I'm not telling him going to the stores. Interestingly enough, I'm not even giving him the responsibility to guard my produce. That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling him, watch my keys. That's all I'm telling him to do. Therefore, you must say that most interesting enough, Ashka. Taros of Taros. So this is going to be the halacha by Taros. Is there any shaila by wine? Now, what's interesting enough, you mentioned the Taros Alim Yain. Are you telling me then that Taros are stricter? The error was, you hear the argument you were making? When I give my key to the Amaretz, my Taros remain tar, and all the more so if I give my key to the Akum, my wine is going to remain water. Now that argument presupposes that Taros are treated more stringently than wine. Is that true? The Gemara says. Is that true? That is true. I'll tell you why. This is my interesting case here. The Musifans, if let's say I share a fraction with an Amaretz, and what happens? What I'm saying? You put a very low divider, but the property line divider between us. You see what's really means like with a reed fence. Rashi says, the eats in the mukha, and the earth inside. Then the publisher has the earth inside. Because I share property. You don't share with two adjacent properties. And we have a very low fence that goes between our properties. Also, we're doing very low fence. You can easily reach over one side to the other. Okay. And also now remember, on my side, I have cows. Right? I have ritually pure produce. The Amaretz is generally someone who is not careful with the halachas of Tuman Tar. So what's the halacha? So it says, Amarav, Taros of Tmeros. Ultimately, when Rav says the halacha of Isa, we have to assume that at some point in time, the Amaretz kind of reached over the load divider, touched my Taros, and if my Taros ultimately going to become Tamir. Once we're already Kohavim, Ein Osi Yaines. Interestingly enough, by an Akum, we don't assume that the Akum reached over and touched any of my wine and made it into Yaines. And the Yochel, what do you see from there? It's interesting. What do you see from there? The Taras are obviously treated more stringently than Yaines, which is quite interesting. Rabbi Yochel says, now by the way, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is, remember, there's a mirsas. An Akum is only going to touch wine when there's a legitimate reason for him to be there, and number two, because he can get away with it, right? He has time. In this case, there's absolutely no legitimate reason why the Akum's hand should be extending over my property line. But by the Amaretz, you will say, by the Amaretz, right? We're all Jews, right? So in other words, So, his hand could be extending over my property line and touching my stock. Right? So the mindset, interestingly enough, you see that in this case we are concerned that the Paris became Kameh, but yet the wine you're not concerned. Yochanan says, so Yochanan says, no, even the Paris ultimately again remain tar. So Yochanan is not concerned about that. If Yochanan feels that Halacha L'maisa again, there's no concern, and even the Paris ultimately again will remain tar. That's what we'll stop over here for today. But we'll pick up when I finish with this case. So we'll pick up answer for this tomorrow. And that's like tremendous. Shkach, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. All right, everyone's in there. Thank you, everyone. Let's go with all of you. All right, so we'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show, to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. This is Rabbi Rothschild. We're dedicating all the show Father Rabbi Ari from Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh ben Rabbi Yaakov Zichron Mizracha, Yoker, and the merit about Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Aliyah, the families and the Chama, all those who need refuah, to have one together with Kol Tolei Yisrael, the Kodesh Baruch Hu should be there to Hashem and Homer hostages, the Shalom and the Sharav, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the Torah and Master Yudin, and truly usher in a month of Ziracha and Hatzlacha for all the problems today. Most of the guys, let us begin an exciting back to the afternoon. I hope we close off some significant today's back to Simon Test 69. And we are picking up in Rosh Hashem on Simon Test on the days 68b, and we left off 4 lines up in the bottom. Right about it. Rabbi says a couple of open items we have over here. First of all, our general machlokes is about milk and tam with gum. When you have a mixture and there is a taste infusion of a prohibited item that is inherently detrimental, what is the status of the mixture? And remember again, we also have the open case of the mouse that fell into the beer, right? And again, what the status of that is. Rabbi says as follows. So what's up? Milk and tam with gum, mutter. Rabbi says halacha, and the both said this is indeed halacha l'maisa. No sin tam l'kam. Whenever you have a mixture, right, and a prohibited item contributes detrimental case for infusion. Ultimately, the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. The akbara, the shifra, lo yidana my tam l'dirach. Now here's what's interesting. Now remember, that asking that when the mouse fell into the beer, the result of the mixture, the beer was awesome. So now here's the problem. So Rabbi says, Halach is no thing on the time is awesome. But then Rabbi says, I don't know why Rabbi said the beer was awesome. I don't know why he said the beer was awesome. No thing on the time. I'm sorry. No thing on the time awesome. But let's go for Sakavase. Maybe it's because Rabbi holds no thing on the time is awesome. In other words, maybe he just fundamentally disagrees with what I just said. And you know that general when there's a mixture, even if there's a detrimental taste confusions, the resulting mixture is going to be awesome. So maybe that holds that way, but we obviously don't pass in that way. Even from the cassava, no thing can become mutter, the akbara b'shikra ashbukei mishpah. Or maybe that knows something that we don't, which is although we are custom, no thing can become usher, maybe a mouse in beer is that beneficial. I don't know, Stan Adams, whatever, I don't know, whatever. So maybe he just, maybe somehow, some way, it is beneficial. So again, so let's say it's a very important over here. So essentially, Rabbi says in most of this is halacha l'maisa, nosim tam mitzgam mutter. Mutter, when you have a mixture of a prohibited item getting mixed into a positive item, to a prohibited item, and the resulting mixture ultimately, again, is a detrimental taste confusion, the mixture is mutter. Mutter. Again, if it's not in time with shvach, positive taste confusion, the resulting mixture is asur. If it's no in time with shvach and then becomes mufgam, remember again, our classic case of that is vinegar on cold greasing that is then heated up, the resulting mixture is also going to be asur. Okay, you probably know, very much the follow question, have some test. Nafal would go night. So what's the interesting case over here? What happens if a mouse falls into vinegar? So now, what are we asking in terms of vinegar? So look at Rashi, tap Rashi 69.
Well, look who the fuck just feels like they can roll in, steal my dog. You are so loud. You are so loud. So loud. Thanks, baby. Why wouldn't I be? Oh, wow, you're really sweet. Okay, I won't shit on you. What's going on, big dog?
The sharpness of the vinegar prevents the mouse from contributing any positive taste, and therefore the resulting mixture should be water. So I'm going to feel about that. How about the is actually not like so certainly again, it's not a variety of circumstances. This case is happening a lot more. Is Malakimura. And now it's falling into this, and that's falling into that. So the Gemara says, so what happened? This happened, loss of and it says that the resulting mixture ultimately.
Can you summarize it for me?
Which I will say, now to say that it's also makes it sound like a what? That apparently the mouse is no sin kam l'shvach, even in vinegar. Even in vinegar. Which probably would also mean that the value is apparently the mouse imparts a significant flavor. Right? If you impart flavor in vinegar, that means whatever taste the mouse has strong in vinegar, that's pretty intense. Although he was finding don't bring up that case. That case is different. That case is hapu in the tuting in the tat. The mouse dissolved in the vinegar. So that's tastes like chicken. Right? So the nice that instance in that case is a little bit different, right? Remember, as I told you before, we're talking about taste. So taste in general, the question is mouse holes in. You get the mouse out, especially the mouse infused. What is you talking about? The dissolution of prohibited matter in the general mixture. Then we're going to go into a separate set of halachas. So therefore, Rashi points out over here in Ratuti Imita, Lekatikos Dakos Kitanos. The mouse dissolved into small parts. The shell is so the Rashi is going to go here. Hakikos Sheretz. Remember again. So in general, the Sheretz, where it's even smaller than the Zaris, right? It goes in and it's dasha, like the size of a lentil. So therefore, again, this is not just simply a common case. If you're dealing with common, that's one thing. The mouse falling in and the mouse dissolving ultimately into the vinegar, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So Rabbi Sava, so still with the mouse. All about the mouse. Rabbi Sava, the She'ur b'nei Pechat. Sameach. So interestingly enough, I will say now, again, this is actually interesting. In the laws of nullification, so different items have different shiurim for nullification. So, for example, we use usually the shisha 60 to 1. So let's say, for example, Shimon, which has a more sacred status, is buckled in a mixture of 100. So Shimon falls into a mixture of 100 parts human in order to be Navach, in order to negate one part Shuma. So it comes on the word, because says, I think the mouse should be no worse, right? Or no stronger than Shuma. So Shuma is buckled A mouse should be buffalo into. Okay, I'm going to think about these are you. You're much the low bottle time, or maybe not. So what's interesting there is something even stronger than Truma, and that's what Truma spices. And that's it. Anytime like spice, spice is always assumed to emit a greater flavor you can see, right? Which makes sense. So we see this in our onion.
I'm looking at it right now.
Because it's a dark color. It's something that's sharp. Therefore, the whole way of treating them is going to be different.
Yeah, it's overwhelming to a new person. Why can't you sell the token?
Treated like Truma spices. Now, Truma spices in general are not bundled at all because the assumption is that their flavor is much more intense. Therefore, they're not bundled. Maybe a mouse is not Truma spices. Sheer the Rabbi said ultimately, when the mouse a mouse in Denver is also in a ratio of 50.
Right, but I mean, the second that an investor hears, I can't sell this thing, it's basically I'm having to give them.
You can't sell this NFTs
We're showing you the when a mouse falls into beer, it's bottle and 6 to 1. Shishin, what is the halacha? I will say bottom line, all of these things is they are
okay, so what about for an investor who doesn't like NFTs but does cryptocurrency? They're just shit out of luck?
With a ratio of 60 permitted units to 1 prohibited. So Rashi says, this is Israel. Whenever you have a prohibited item that falls into a mixture, what we see is there 60 times.
I mean, wait, there's an argument to be made, and I don't know the exact technical description, but cryptocurrencies are traded on markets. NFTs are assets that are purchased with cryptocurrencies that hold a value in relation to the cryptocurrency, but it's not itself a cryptocurrency.
And that is shishin. Right? Is there 60 times
I don't think that's
But even the thing of being non-fungible is fungible because they're bought and sold all the time.
Joseph, that just points out.
No, that's not
doesn't sometimes when we look at ourselves, we do a personal inventory. So there's good news. What's the good news?
I understand that cryptocurrency is a cryptocurrency. Are NFTs a cryptocurrency, or are they a separate asset? And don't give me a long explanation, like 3 seconds. Like Joe Diaz.
I don't get to change anything. Because think about it. Natural again. What did Allah you may be right.
Let's see here. So, no NFTs are not cryptocurrency, cocksucker. I mean, that's a direct quote. No NFTs are not a cryptocurrency, cocksucker. A cryptocurrency is fungible. One coin equals another coin, like Bitcoin, and NFT is unique, one of a kind, like a digital trading card. They both live on the blockchain, but an NFT is a separate asset. It's property, not money. And that's what I was trying to say. It's a separate asset.
Corrodes us from the inside out. If we don't address the stuff that is in a state of disrepair, the construction will be so much more good.
But that's okay, and I mean it's confusing. And
so much of the Shishin works in the
like the difference between this NFT and NFT. how much do we think this will take care of? These are actually going to back by typically what cryptocurrency or not like a digital cryptocurrency. So it's this lots of zeros up there.
Is a
And the value associated to
and yet still
the
it maintains
NFT and
its
this like embedded with the NFT. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it still doesn't make it a cryptocurrency, but it does give it value. I get that. All right. So as an investor, I'm someone who says, look, I'm bullish on cryptocurrencies. I'm bearish on NFTs. So I don't like your project. What do you say to that person?
Now, what we're going to see is all of this essentially comes down to one simple thing. If we're I'm transporting oil in aquas, right? And then I'm competing for a little bit. So I don't have to be concerned about it. If the aqua you get a tamper when I leave. So essentially what it comes down to is if the aqua doesn't belong on your hands, and I push the turn at any moment, then the assumption is what? The aqua is not going to take it.
The blockchain layer is really good.
What do you get away with it? Right?
Like
So you know that you get caught. So that's what's called
like a secondary layer
that essentially when I leave, I can come back at any moment without any notice. Undergoes certain finishes. Ultimately, again, the wine is still considered to be kosher, and it's definitely not compromised. If you look at that, actually in Mishnah, actually says the first.
Yeah, I mean that's what you don't want to hear as an investor. Is literally what you're saying, and I'm being honest with you. I'm being your friend. I hear these pitches every day, and everybody sounds like that. It's community based. It's one of a kind. It's unique. Nobody's ever done it before, and the fact that it's tied to Bitcoin Obama throws it out the window immediately with anyone who knows Bitcoin Obama.
Okay.
Look, I understand that he has some type of cult following. I get that. There's no doubt about that. But for anyone who says, who the fuck is Bitcoin Obama? And then they're like, oh, he's just this guy who runs every project he's been associated with for the last half decade. They're going to be like, this project sucks.
If I leave long enough, ultimately, again, for the alcohol to make a hole in the seal, to make a hole like in the lid, right? Drink, and then plug.
I mean, you understand my skepticism that it's not different. Everybody says that they're different, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
There's one point that's happening over here. So just understand the case. I want to leave for a little bit. If essentially I leave and I don't see anything, which then means that from the Oculus perspective, he's like, I don't know what's still the wet, but he could be back at any moment. He's not going to tamper with the wine. He's going to discuss his conscience. So obviously, I know you're sealing the balance. That is all bound to be problematic.
Look, you can you'll get a percentage of the supply.
I'm leaving. I'm back tomorrow. I'm back in 3 hours. So now he's
Pretty much all of it. Even that, you're only getting a little control. I'll be basically making sure you're Maybe what makes this interesting is the fact that different creators are competing against Bitcoin Obama. We're able to leverage those other creators' networks in order to create large content. So as it relates to similar to like a podcast, where you're leveraging the network of different creators that are all trying to compete and
it's not a bit of a battle.
I think that's what makes it
that goes on top.
have a big potential.
Okay, so let's talk about a couple things here. As an investor, I cannot sell this cryptocurrency, right?
If you go ahead and play when it dries, changes color.
You purchase the cryptocurrency.
It says in there that you can't sell it.
To bore a hole, 2 minutes is good to bore a hole, and then you seal
You
that.
can't sell the token code, the NFT is tradable.
No,
So you can sell the NFT is tradable on the market, and you can redeem that.
I understand, but we just established. I get that, and I understand that. But we just established that you are unable to sell this cryptocurrency.
On the barrel. Okay, fine. Next case. How many have you know to sell the seed? I place my wine, Jewish wine, I place my wine in the wagons or in the bowl of
Okay, so how isn't it a pyramid scheme?
I go ahead and
or a Ponzi scheme. Essentially, get in early so that you can reap the rewards. And then later on, the new people who are recruited in to be purchasers who aren't able to sell hold their value in an NFT. I mean, it's similar like a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme where you get in early investments from people. Many times there are trinkets or small items, which would be like your NFT, that are given to the people lower that they'll recruit other people in. And what you're essentially doing is using NFTs to recruit other people in. The people at the top, you and Bitcoin Obama and anyone in your circle, you guys are going to reap the most rewards. And then the cryptocurrency lives and dies on the fact that you get new recruits.
Okay, that's a different kind of case because now I'm giving you the you can tamper with it and get away with it. So again, how long do I go for? What's it get? Kind of says, you still need right? A hole in the barrel, drink, and then reseal it with clay. Now, Shmuel says no. No, enough time to take off the lid and put on a new lid.
You just
okay,
disappeared.
That's case 2. Case 3.
What happened to Riser? Riser's over here throwing bullshit ideas at me, and I'm just knocking them out of the park. And then all of a sudden, he just goes radio silent. And that's what people don't want out of their dev. That's the same shit that Bitcoin Obama does.
I don't tell him how long I'm reading for. I literally, again, just going in and out.
Riser, he probably got a fucking phone call from his
all the same logic. Since he has no idea,
Ubic brother-in-law.
He's not going to tamper with the wine. But ultimately, again, if I tell him, listen, I'm leaving this coming back tomorrow, back in 2 days, or whatever the amount of time is.
Yo, dog. For anyone out there, this is what I go through. I get people who come here all fucking excited, and then we start to talk, and then when they get pushed on the issue, they fucking drop out. They fucking drop out like a bunch of cunts.
No, there's enough time to remove the lid and to put the lid back on. Then the wine will be also good. Case number 4. Interesting case over here. I'm eating with an akum at the table. Please get at the table. And what happens? Well, I'm at the table with him, and then I get up and I leave my flask, like wine flask. I leave my wine flask on the table. And again, the case over here is, let's say the akum is eating at my house. And I also have wine flasks in the cupboard. It's good to keep flasks in multiple strategic areas, right? So I have it at the table, I have it in the cupboard. So what happens?
This is absolute dog shit. Anybody else who's witnessing this? This is what I.
On the table, the short hustle, right? Which makes sense, right? Because at the end of the day, here the akum is being invited into my home, is sitting at my table. So the Pashtas, she's going to touch the stuff that's on the table, and therefore the Lamaisa, the wine on the table is going to be aser. It's going to be aser. But the wine in the cupboard, ultimately, again, Rashi points out the wine in the cupboard essentially was not designated for use during this meal. Therefore, halacha lamaisa.
There we go.
Ultimately, the wine in the cupboard remains mutter. Okay. But before I leave the house, I say, having Moses Mishosa. Akum, help yourself. Don't get you to pour yourself a drink. Then what? Then not only is the flask on the table also, but that which is in the cupboard is also going to be also. Because since I told the Akum help himself, therefore again, pretty much everything becomes fair game. So this is the continuation of the same case. I left the apple in the house. So any open barrels of wine will become us, right? because the assumption is that the atom is helping itself to that. Stimos mutaros. Ultimately, again, if the closed barrels, they will be mutter, as long as what? As long as I'm not gone long enough, as long as I'm not gone long enough to give them enough time to kind of flap open the lid and to replace the lid afterwards. Okay, so we'll say that's our Mishnah. Now let's unpack this. And we'll say, I just want to point out, this is incredibly important because just so you appreciate this Mishnah really serves as the basis for pretty much the way that contemporary kashrus operates, right? When you have a mashgiach, let's say you have a restaurant, right? You have a caterer. And what happens? You have a Jewish caterer, Jewish restaurant, and then there are non-Jews. So you have a mashgiach. Now, the mashgiach is not necessarily sitting there watching the workers and giving them. Furthermore, even if he is sitting there, it's virtually impossible for him to what? To see what every single worker is doing in every single moment. So how do you know that someone's not pulling shtick? Right? How do you know that someone's not doing something and someone's not bringing? The answer is that there's a mere sus. There's a general, I use the word fear, right? Fear of being watched. Now, what is that?
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing because it's What the fuck are you talking about?
So because of that, there is a
Dog, I've been here the whole time. Yes, sir.
Ultimately, again, no games are being played. So again, it's a bit more involved in the way I'm making it out, but that's the same principle.
I put it into AI and had it summarized for me because it's just too much.
I am transporting my barrels together.
Well, wait. I mean, I was in the middle of a discussion with you, and then you left, and then I made fun of you for like 5 minutes, literally saying that this is what you do. You come in here with a really great fucking idea. You think I ask a few questions, and then you fucking bounce like Bitcoin Obama. All right. I know you do. I know. Well, let me just say this. That's very appraising. I sincerely appreciate it. And I want you to know that I want to help you. I want you to have an excellent, I mean, you do have some really good ideas. Well, here's the thing. I do that because I like you. I don't want you finding out two months down the line after you've invested, or even worse, 2 years down the line, that your idea sucks. Just one moment. Hilly, what up, man? All right, Billy's just doing this. All right, so in your case, again, this is a cryptocurrency that I can't sell. Yes or no?
I don't understand. Let's listen to two cases, right? In case number one,
wait. That's not what we're talking about. If I'm an investor, riser, and I come to the table and I ask you, can I sell this coin? Yes or no?
Ultimately, the Rish is talking about his role. Somebody listen to this. Before my workers come to work, I say, February, going to the it's a field experience.
Wait, no, you're not able to sell that. And that's what an investor does not want to hear. They want you to be honest with them. The answer is this. No, you cannot sell it, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's an accurate answer. That's accurate. No, it is not. You said, yes, you can sell it. You said, I asked you, can you sell this coin? And you said, yes, you can recoup the value through the NFT. And I'm telling you that is incorrect. I'm saying to you the answer that you should is, no, you cannot sell this coin, but you can recoup the value through the NFT. That's accurate and that's honest. If I ask you, can you sell this coin? Yes or no? What is your answer? Okay, wait, that's honest. I get that. Okay, but so long as we have that established, now you're going to have to sell that to investors, and you're going to have to say to them, you are unable to sell this coin. Simple. However, you can recoup the value through the NFT. So let's play hypotheticals now. What's the name of the coin?
So because of that, they're going to be vigilant. They themselves are tired.
BBO?
Pop up at any moment. They're also not going to let another Amha.
Yeah, BBO. All right, that's already. Okay, Pete, fine. Beat. All right, so I'm going to buy $1,000 in Beat, right?
You go ahead. And I'll catch up with you later.
Okay, I buy $1,000 in Beat. Let's say it's on Solana. Okay, so I buy $1,000 in Beat. I got $1,000 in Beat in my wallet. How many NFTs does that earn me?
What's the takeaway? Takeaway for this essentially is when the operators, whoever it is, when they know that I am present, and I can pretty much again appear without warning.
Hold on, you're confusing me. I'm an honest, simple person. I give you $1,000. I buy your coin $1,000. How many coins is that? How many NFTs does that get me? Does it get me 1,000 NFTs? Does it get me one NFT?
Let's go back there. Essentially, I could reappear without a warning, and I don't leave it for long enough to be able to go ahead and template this one is I without warning. I can take it without any warning.
Okay.
It's going to take me time.
I hate that system, but okay, it's confusing. It's confusing. You're going to be having to explain these in Twitter Spaces and in podcasts and such, so that's confusing. Okay, so again, I buy $1,000 worth of your token. How many NFTs do I get?
Just send the first case. Where I am transporting the one together with the so in that case,
okay, so that's accurate, and that's honest. That's what I want. Don't bullshit me. That's accurate and that's honest. So you don't know right now. Okay, just I'm looking at this as like an investor that if I were in a Twitter space with you, that's a question that you're going to get asked. Okay, so you don't know and that's what I want. Don't bullshit me. Tell me the truth, and if you don't know, that's okay. We can work around these problems. All right, so you've got $1,000 of the coin, and it's going to earn me X amount of NFTs. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, say it earns me 1,000 NFTs. Maybe that's way too many, but that just keeps things, the math simple. Okay, so 1,000 of these, 1,000 of the token gets me 1,000 NFTs, correct? Okay, so we agree on that. Now, if I don't like this project right away and I sell, I can sell the NFTs for, say, maybe $1,000. Maybe they diminish in value. Basically, aren't you basically doing this? Like, and I don't know, maybe I don't know exactly what you got, but basically you're saying instead of buying our NFT with Ethereum, you have to first buy it with our cryptocurrency, which then you convert into our NFT. That's essentially what you're saying. Okay, all right. So why are you making it more complicated? Why wouldn't you just launch it? So this is really an NFT project.
Okay, so I was saying this is very interesting. Now, a little bit about Talmudic battle technology. The machlokes of it, so let's experiment again. You have a machlokes in the Tanakh, and I'm saying about how long do you have to be gone in order for the wine to become us? The Tanakh says enough time to go into all of the barrel, drink, obviously, drink.
I get that. But the token is meaningless because you can't sell it. So that it's just basically it is. You can't sell it. Got time for that, big dog. Ain't nobody got time for that. What they have time for it's incredibly long, dude. I couldn't even copy it and put it into ChatGPT without breaking it up. That's too long. And all it is itself is AI. So let's talk this out. Basically, the ticker beat is a vector. The token is a vector to buy these different NFTs. And this is an NFT project. And the value of the ticker is incumbent on the price of the NFT. Is that not correct?
In that case, ultimately, again, the Tanakh says, okay, so if you need enough time to bore a hole to plug it up, the one is also. Shmuel says, no, enough time to go to the place to live. Every one of these that Yaakov won't be going out.
Okay, serve value can only go up. All right, so let's say I give you $1,000. I buy 1,000 NFTs. And let's say Bitcoin Obama just sells all his NFTs and gets out. And the value of my NFTs goes from 1,000 NFTs worth $1 each to 10 cents. Let's just say. So it loses 90%. The NFTs lose 90% of their value. The coin itself maintains its stability, but the NFTs lose their value. And the fact is that I can't sell the cryptocurrency blockchain. Meaning the only way that I can make money on this project is to sell the NFT, correct? Okay. So then, if you do this at scale, you'd have a really valuable token, but like perhaps a very an NFT that lacks value.
After all, again, we will be able to discover the whole on the top of the lid as well as the bottom of the lid. What is on the top how, because the correlation is different. On the bottom how, I remember again, this was
okay, that makes sense. I don't want to complicate things with the challenges yet. That's just another aspect of it. I get that. All right, so you're going to have, at a certain point, a ticker that's very, very expensive because it never goes down in value, right?
Different than the rest of the area. Shmuel says, when it comes to a lid, and
Yeah, I actually know on the bonding curve,
discoverable on the top because of coloration, and on the bottom.
If a ticker never goes down,
you say ultimately again that the focus is in class theory,
if a ticker never goes down, then by definition it either remains the same or goes up. Correct?
You'll be able to see that the front area looks different. It's not the
Okay.
same smoothing.
The only way that the value of the ticker will go down is through whatever tax system you have, or the interest, or whatever, the payouts, or whatever. That's the only way that the fund is going to diminish, right?
Wasn't sure about the position
Okay.
of the Rabbanon.
So at a certain point, let's say you get 1,000 people who give $1,000, which is in total $1 million, $1 million market cap to buy one token. And then for the next person to get in, they have to give $1 million. And then it'll be worth $2 million. And then for the next person to get in, approximately. I understand that like some of it's going to be given out in prizes, I can tell. But then for the next person to get in, they have to pay $2 million. So then it's going to be worth $4 million. And for the next person, just one individual person to get in, to get an entire token, it'll then be worth $8 million. So then 16 and 32 and 64, 120, etc. Okay. But they can't sell that coin. So the only thing that they're getting out of it is some NFT, which hasn't yet proven itself. The NFT market is on the ropes. I'm not saying it's dead, it'll come back. But it's not. This, as I look at it, is really just an NFT project. It's the coin is a vector to buy the NFT or to transfer the NFT. But the fact that you can't sell the coin makes it an unattractive investment for a lot of people.
Could very well be that the other side could be smoothed out. But it just happened that it's smoothed out. Okay, so it says, hello, mainly it's now that time. With the one. And he does not know, right? He knows I'm not chopping off something. We got to do this. I say that, we got to do this. So if I am alone, enough time to take off food, drink, and replace them.
All right, with that being said, they are responses to questions that you have. I don't come to you with questions and like, hey, how does this work? So many times you'll come to me with questions, we'll have to look something up. I admit that. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll even give you a little bit more. I won't have a hard time on it. You won't get the cat. You won't care. But before we do that, I want to know. I think that this all rests on how many NFTs you're going to have. And I understand you don't have that number. But basically, I can't quantify what the value of this project is even. But okay, with that being said, I'm going to get my timer and I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you need a little more, I understand. But I'm not going to give you 8 minutes. You've got to get this down to 5 minutes. And as best you can, we can talk about it for an hour if you need. But, all right, so go.
idea, but
Rabbi
let's
also
take it
goes
on
to
the
assume
soul.
again any open barrels in the house in the Russia.
Used,
The most
burned
barrels,
or locked.
closed barrels,
Using the
open barrels
token,
will be mutter, as long
using
as
the
what?
token
They
mints
should
NFTs, the NFTs are
ego,
readable,
the
and
sequel.
the
As long
NFTs
as I
have
don't
to
leave it in my house for enough time
the
to what?
token becomes a non-redeemable
Drink and
asset that avoids the sell
in this
pressure
case,
and
respect to the Mishnah, the Mishnah doesn't even call it
avoids mathematical trap.
and it doesn't even call
People
it
can
exit
exit,
enough time.
or people can't exit and extract the reserves because
All
there's
it
no
does is mention
sell
the
does not
mention of it.
exist. So
What's
there's no
interesting is
downward logic or
process,
movement,
it ends up
and so I move in one direction,
which then says,
it's either minted or burned or locked.
okay, that's obvious. Now,
Tokenomic
what would you have thought?
token mechanics.
Now,
Token is minted via quantity or price only increases as supply increases. No sell function of action. The token is pure access and crafting. NFT minted.
The end of the Mishnah also again is
Burning tokens mints the NFT, get a year of 100 tokens, get a common NFT, burn 500, you get a rare, and a burn 600, you get a legendary NFT. Burning reduces the supply. If one curve is upward sloping, the supply goes down, and if your theoretical curve rises higher,
you don't often see this.
scarcity
Going
goes
ahead and kind of
every token does originate into a bond curve, the reserve pool rises, the token can mint. When the tokens can't be redeemed, the reserve never shrinks. That means that the floor mapping per token increases over time as NFTs grow in supply. Backing per token equals the reserve divided by the circulating supply. If supply decreases, the occurrence backing per token increases. Where does speculation go? Speculation moves NFTs, which is sellable, scarcity-based, market price, and the red side of one market. So volatility risks the NFT market, but the token market recycling risks. What looks like economic tokens become fuel crafting material access government and weight, minting secure. NFTs become tradable assets, yields, access,
What a day. What a day.
You can design NFTs with their protocol and provide taking booze and unlock future drops that inherit status. What you've built here, not a currency but a closed economic loop. If NFT demand collapses, token demand collapses because the token has no sell exit, only mint utility, so token price stagnates, but it doesn't collapse via panic selling because selling is impossible. This is close to deterministic or pressure as you can get because there's no redemption trade. Reserve only grows and supply can shrink via burns, and the backing per token increases not nice. Why would people want the NFTs? Because that's now the speculative layer. If NFTs have cultural value, revenue rights, access to power, and utility, government a system works. It's not a demand outcome. Essentially, one way, bonding
this year. As in Zachus, for the Sarah's co-host for Amisa. Our co-host is for the month of Elul.
If the token cannot be sold, you must justify its existence through utility fuel. Token as fuel means consumed to counter protocol actions. Minting NFTs requires token burning tokens, entering competition costs token upgrading, execution costs token, access to special costs mechanically. Fuel creates significant demand for actions required consumption. Economically, the token values supply decreases, treasury and backing for remaining token.
All of the
Crafting exterior.
Our has to just be shalom and the color. Allow our holy soldiers to be successful. All of Club and Sales.
You okay? Take your time. Go ahead.
Let us us begin. Today's daf is Simon Fest 68, and we are picking up in Yer Hashem on the Simon Fest, 3 lines down from the back, 2 lines up from the top. Shamullah. So it's again, at the end of yesterday's daf, we came into a fascinating material after the entire daf yesterday under the assumption, or with the understanding, that access to challenges greater competition, voting privileges, premium jobs, revenue pools, has a detrimental effect on the general mixture, and NFTs are available to others, that's what happened the entire time. The Gemara surprised us. You would think something thousands of years would not contain too many surprises, but alas, it does. And actually shocked us by introducing us to the position of Rabbi even the very same term is historically us. The NFT dollar, that's explaining how NFTs are staying value it's kind of softer than that going further. NFTs, and very emphasis only when NFTs must stand on their own economic legs, and then it's subsequently detrimental. Like NFTs represent wins and competitions of greater being main character. Has a central character or NFT is not access to. Example, first challenge ever completed for national legendary climate cultural value compounds potential. This self-collector cultural value compounds potential. This is self-collectible gain value. Cultural NFTs the narrative continuity of detrimental. Revenue NFTs can entitle others to a percentage of creator sponsorship channels, treasury yields distribution. Example, each NFT earns 1.1% weekly revenue. Legendary NFTs receive boosted yield multipliers, which turns NFTs into cash flow generating assets. Never value is counted future revenue, which creates fundamental engagement and access to power, NFTs grant access to competition, ability to choose main character, access to real events, voting multipliers, creator collaboration. Utility NFTs function inside the platform. They have stats, different rarity, legendary NFT, which creators gain years, governance control, NFTs become challenges or side networks, new creator entries, treasury now governance becomes demonstrable, control has value, which is let's say it's interesting that Gemara has sometimes you feel, and sometimes there are
the token is non-redeemable, minuscule, bonding curve creates treasury, earning reduces supply, NFT, NFTs capture revenue growth, NFTs plus governance, and treasury funds creator rewards. This creates entries that go to burn, competition, return.
So, okay, a big question is good because it doesn't to understand more. But in given
revenue rights, access to power, and governance control, these become realized. Token becomes non-valuable. That's structurally stable. It depends on attention narrative, participation, and competition, not maximum. So the system is a closed loop, digital economy where non-sellable token is minted for quantity growth. Used as a tool to create scarce, critical NFTs that represent status, access, governance, and potential revenue rights within an evolving method and chain platform. Token cannot be dumped, which removes bankrupt lenders and instead is burned to NFTs of varying rarity. As tokens are burned, supply decreases as water during buildup from minting remains, increasing the structural value for remaining units. Speculation and trading occur when a fuel arrives on the token there, while the token function as a fuel over time. Total value with victories, governance, and potential value for potential reference prediction, flow into the NFTs, creating a self-reinforcing ecosystem where participation drives demand, narrative drives.
What's the guys? The Machlokes is something is no single
Most crypto projects try to solve volatility by fighting physics, trying to engineer tokens that only go up, suppress, selling, or neutralize market forces is complex mechanics. This system takes a different approach. Instead of trying to eliminate volatility at the base layer, it removes the select intermediate, redirects speculation to a higher digital asset to carry cultural, economic, competitive value. At its foundation, the tokens enter through a bonding curve. The bonding curve is an optional pricing mechanism where each token slightly increases the price of the next one. Earlier participants enjoy lower prices, and as demand grows, competition increases. Tremendously, every token minted contributes to the treasury reserve as well as other programs. Unlike traditional token stores, these tokens do not need to sold back into the system. There is no redemption function, no liquidity. Once minted, this fully as expected. This changes everything because the token cannot be sold. There's no mechanism to panic exits. No scenario where holders rush to draw value. Treasury grows, tokens are minted, and it's not progress. Token's primary function is to mint NFTs. Participants earn tokens to create NFTs very aggressively. The more earned tokens, the rarer and more powerful the NFT. Money for mining reduces tokens value over time. As supply decreases and reserves remain, structural backing per token remain increased, not value. Tokens become scarcer over time with minting. The real value migrates upwards into the NFTs. The NFTs are not static images or collectible functions or dynamic digital assets embedded in meaning rights. They represent participation in an evolving competitive narrative of power, creators and challenges power contests. Like a living digital arena, arguments chain the platform, our game, our governance experience. Each NFT represents achievement within that world. Beyond culture, NFTs are better with economic rights, trying to get relevant competitive shit.
What a phrase.
NFTs,
By the way, that's a mantra. That's a
voting rights, making reality, utility.
He fell.
NFTs carry attributes.
The person will tell you. I searched. I tried, but I didn't find. Don't believe it.
And then, researched. The token is not the end product, it is raw material, it's the fuel, not a strategy. The NFT is the artifact of value creation, embodied interpretation, influence, culture, and potential economic. By separating minting from speculation, by isolating volatility in the NFT layer, and by ensuring reserves are never graded for deficit, this model builds a structurally stable digital economy. It does not promise infinite upward price, it promises a system where value emerges from participation, narrative, and utility rather than reflexive economic.
And we expect other people
to solve it. This coin is meant to be traded endlessly as a business engine.
Okay, so obviously there are times I can't solve those problems. That's
engine meant to power a living digital world. And in that world, value belongs to those who create.
Problems and you're waiting for someone else to deliver the solution. Whatever the problem is, go figure it out.
Nixon, please summarize it in 1 minute.
If you're willing to
Go.
put in the effort, you will see results. But again, Nafak, you have to be willing to move yourself. Dara, you have to be willing to put in effort. You have to move yourself. Sometimes I don't like to speak about paralysis. You're willing to put in the effort. You will find results in life. It's only good to it's even the question of to be prepared. Sometimes you just start creating that feeling merch. Why do you have no feeling merch? Zero. How is this not like, I don't know, like a buffer? Not that's done. That's it. Sometimes not like that ashta. Okay. The network effect says, so you have remember again. That's what they got driving value. So you have 11 musicians that ultimately again falls into a dough. Each book what happens. What happens? That leavening agent is strong enough. To go ahead and
how is this not
an NFT project? Does so. Okay, watch this. Now what happens? I'm not saying
Okay. So how is this a crypto? It's not a crypto project. It's an NFT project, right?
Yeast ultimately truma, yeast of that yeast also has enough to make hummus. So now, what's the status of loaf?
Okay, but I mean, the cryptocurrency is just.
The machine says ultimately again it's
made.
Why? By the time let's say the trend let's say we put in too much yeast into a loaf of bread.
I get that. But what's the difference?
Therefore, the additional yeast actually detrimental. That is called no value and therefore, again, the loaf is mutter.
Okay, that raises a question. That raises a question for me. How do you buy the NFT?
And therefore, ultimately, again, it's
B. Why wouldn't I just buy these NFTs on the open market?
Such a major machlokas. Such a major machlokas.
That's a good question.
It says, also, it shouldn't say mutter.
Like, I'm assuming it's going to be like
it should live somewhere in the
like there's just like arbitrage opportunities essentially.
Gotta find something.
And they'll basically be trading at more or less the same value as the arbitrage.
So then why would I lock my money up in a token that I can't sell when I could just buy the exact same NFTs on OpenSea?
So this is I'll tell you why.
Okay, that's right. So then, why would you ever buy this token when you can just buy the NFTs?
Now be currently inedible. Like you can't eat it.
You're interacting directly with the
chances are it will be the exact same price.
It's over-leavened, but because it's over-leavened, it can be used for other loaves.
So there's no reason as an investor to buy the coin, just buy the NFTs. They're the same price. Now you did say something that I didn't hear you say just now, but you said that there may be voting rights and some other things, and you could always say that if you buy your NFTs off the open market, then you don't get voting rights. The way to get voting rights is to buy this token that you can't sell. But I didn't hear you say that. But that's the way that I would, if you're going to go this way.
So the game says this might not be the best case because this is not a typical case of losing time. That's not what that usually means. It's unusable. Here it's not unusable. It's inedible, but certainly usable. Which is also another profound result in life. That sometimes just because something is not usable for one time doesn't mean that it doesn't.
That's fine. Without doing that for right now.
I view myself as a person who does.
Why? So what you really have here is just an NFT project that's based around Bitcoin Obama doing challenges against other influencers, right? Basically, in one sentence, that's what it is.
Or sometimes it's not just the opposite. It's actually life has a way of just kind of shifting on us. And things that I wanted to drop in the longer do. We always speak about this. Life is about the power of the pivot. It's all about the isolated. Even if you can't do the same thing when you argue that you did younger, or even if certain doors have closed, so things that I wanted to do are now not accessible to me. It's about finding maximum meaning in circumstances you have in front of you.
So again, in one sentence, this is an NFT project that is based on competitions between a crypto influencer known as Bitcoin Obama and other influencers. Okay. How do you stop somebody from cheating in these competitions?
So you have in this case, so in this case, the 11 agents, the U, called the E's, like 11 fell in successively. First they had Rothschild making the bread edible, and afterwards Rothschild rendering the bread inedible. This case is a little bit different. So Tashmas,
wait, and you literally chose the most dishonest actor in all of cryptocurrency, or one of them.
Together. So what, first one I was saying about it.
No, you're right. You're right. But lying does. And this person, Bitcoin Obama, has been caught at least in a half dozen different ploys of saying that he will never sell, he'll die before he sells, you give him a little bit of money, and then he sells immediately. That's straight up dishonesty. That's like prima facie. That is on its face dishonesty.
If the Truma one falls in first, everyone agrees which makes sense because then it was a Truma loving agent that had the ability to go ahead and make the loaf into bread. Nafal Shafulin, Yakakak Shafulin. What happens if the Truma one fell in first? And the Truma one fell in second?
I mean, I think Bitcoin Obama is literally like the last person I would choose.
What the second 11 agent is. Whether it's Truma or what matters over here? What matters? It's us. It's us. And the second one is having a negative impact on the loaf. So what's the
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know that he is dishonest. It would be like choosing a dishonest person who you are.
The first revenue agent falls in, which was Fulman.
And I misspoke, prima facie.
Again,
I would say that choosing Bitcoin Obama basically shits in your punch bowl. It's like you create this big bowl of punch, and then you say, hey, whose name are we going to put on it? Bitcoin Obama. And it just gives people the wrong
this is a proof of a grace, so it really is about no safe whether or not the But one second, maybe we realize that this is not a typical case of no sin tam with gam. What did Rabbi say? Rabbi said that in these cases, even though the loaf is inedible, right? But what? It's still usable. It's still usable. What is it usable for? As a starter for other loaves. So maybe this is just not a typical case of no sin tam with gam. Which the Gemara says Tashma is safe.
All right, so
at the end of the verse. Here we go. The chomer shenach alusot greasing asur. So look at the end of the verse. Or falls into adashim like this. Or chomer falls into greasing. And chomer falls into greasing asur. Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. Well, what's the status of the greasing in this case? What is the assumption? Hot. And therefore, again, it's no same time with gam. So once again, this would seem to be a case of no same time with gam. Because everyone knows vinegar.
I'm definitely the mascot. There's no doubt about that. Wait. It's not that I want it. It's just he doesn't do as much with the coin as I do. Yes, he's done some things, but he doesn't live stream his life in their Discord or in their Telegram. He's not in there right now. He hasn't been wearing. He doesn't wear their merch. He doesn't wear their merch every single day of his life for the last 3 years, essentially. Like, there are just. But I understand he is a mascot for the coin. No one knows who he is. So, yeah, right. But that's like 30 active. That's 30 active users. What I'm saying is that this is just like any other NFT project, but it has a competition aspect to it. And I mean, you say duking it out. Is somebody going to fly to Nigeria and get in a fist fight with Bitcoin Obama? Okay. Okay, I get that. So the competition will be what? Based on who gets the most amount of likes? Okay, so then what stops somebody from just buying their post and then winning the transaction fee? Yeah, no, Oh, so it's not likes on social media; it's likes on. Okay. What? Okay, so as an investor, I buy $1,000 worth of beat. How many voting rights does that give me? How much voting rights does that give me?
Rabbi Shimon says no. That is what does everyone agree on?
Okay, so at the beginning, let's say you put in $1,000 and I put in $1,000. Then we both have 50% voting rights, right? Okay, and then let's say we give Bitcoin Obama $1,000, and so he gets. So it's I have 33%, you have 33%, he has 33%, and then. Okay, I think that's unfair to him, but that's all right. Because he's an owner of the coin that you can't sell.
That's it. Says the Gemara. Now, how many cussing body you kind of on? So, I just wonder this.
There's a limited bias.
Had a whole bunch of cases.
Exactly. That's fine. Let him vote for himself.
Why do I need all of these cases? How many cussing body you kind of on? So the Gemara says,
okay, so just as a person, okay, I'm in for $1,000, you're in for $1,000, and we get another 8 people in. So there are 10 of us in for $1,000. And it's a competition between Bitcoin Obama and more light to see who can drink more water in 1 minute. In a funnier way. Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. You're not going to drown yourself with 1 minute of water. You could, though. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, who can make the funniest, who can do the most jumping jacks in 1 minute, or whatever. And then we're just going to vote. Most push-ups, whatever. Okay, well, let's say more like does 150 push-ups, and Bitcoin Obama does 3 push-ups. Doesn't more light automatically win? So then what am I voting right for? Okay, so then there's that. Okay, so then there's that. So then we have a video. Okay, you have 10 seconds to make the person laugh as hard as they can. More Light does a video for 10 seconds. Bitcoin Obama does a video for 10 seconds. And then we vote on it. What value does that create? I mean, but you can get that out.
So it's interesting enough that I bought it for the fun of the pieces of this goes.
I'm going to just be honest with you, Bryce. I've given you about an hour of my time to listen to this, and I don't think it's one of your best ideas. I think you have a few other ideas that are better that you should run with. You should run with the influencer marketplace. You could run with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Upcake, yeah. Okay, I mean, then don't put your efforts into too many places. You've got to focus. This idea, frankly, is just a regular NFT that has, in a lot of ways, a lot of unattractive elements of it. When you're just trying to get someone to invest, but you tell them, but you can't sell the coin. But you can sell the NFTs, but then other people can just buy your NFT anyway. So why wouldn't you just do that? You're going to shut people off on that. Additionally, NFTs are... Okay, so exactly. I mean, you don't know how many NFTs are going to be generated. Let's say we've got this Bitcoin Obama versus More Light thing, and I buy all the NFTs that are on the open market, but I don't buy the coin. Does that mean that I can vote in that game?
Rabbi Shimon Omer again, this is actually interesting discussions we're going to have later on, which is the different forms of Isser combined to form.
Okay, I've got a decent amount of capital.
So the Bryce is let's say Bitcoin, which are two again. Our law is forbidden to
okay, Aiden Ross versus Amaranth.
So the Tanakh of the bottom hold. Actually, combined
okay, she's like a huge gamer. She's a huge gamer girl. Aiden Ross versus Mr. Beast. Okay.
Right? Everyone agrees.
Fine.
No same time with
What's stopping one person from coming in and buying all the NFTs on the open market and having more voting rights than anybody else?
And then again, afterwards becomes what's
And then they just choose the winner.
No same time with scam.
I mean, maybe
My focus that in there ultimately telling us that it is
But
usher,
possible.
traditions in
But
it.
possible.
We're not finished. We're not finished. Yeah, once I listen to this case.
I mean, potentially there is a way to, like, if it actually does, you can point it out to community voting. And
Well, wait. Then you just liquidate all of the incentive to buy this coin that you can't sell.
Now, why is this interesting?
there may not be ways that is a risk, obviously, but there's a risk with the coin that it could be much less hacked.
No same time
Because
with
of how
but no, it's not that. Remember, the assumption is, where's the mouse? Where's the mouse?
and ultimately they're voting on something like
Oh, it's
the
there.
prize.
You cannot apply the concept of bittle of nullification.
I don't know what limitation you have.
Imagine for a moment that you're making a stew, and you show the recipe says a piece of pasta would really add the flavor. So you're a shtickle like a very small shtickle, right? You're like, oh, this is great. I've got 61 pieces of meat. Let me throw in a piece of chazer.
Why would you go with this project and not the greatest cryptocurrency of all time?
I smarted the system, right? 2,000 years.
So this project actually,
I would say it doesn't work, right? Why doesn't it work? Because there's again, if you lose track of the piece of pie, you catch you put it in there, it doesn't work. I would say, but in general,
Okay, but I mean, there's the whole adage, keep it simple. This one has a lot of complications. It has a lot of unanswered questions. It has a lot of ways to rig the system. It's unattractive. It's an investment. The greatest cryptocurrency of all time, that one's simple. Why wouldn't you take all of the coins in which you've been rugged and buy our coin, and then the coin over time will gain value? That's a pretty simple, hey, I can explain that in 3 sentences. With the other things, it's full of loopholes. It took you 15 minutes to describe it, and we still didn't answer all the questions.
So listen to this. So the Rabbi says,
I mean, you're pointing out the scamming and all
so it must be that
But that's a huge assumption. And again, this is just an NFT, and an NFT at the end.
That's generally what he says. So what's going on over here?
I mean, everything has potential. So I'm not going to say it doesn't have any potential, but to get somebody like that, it would have to be huge money. And so I understand it. It's not going to be someone that big. But even if it's just someone who's moderately famous, that's going to... There's a huge door open for someone to...
People would stay away from it. People would stay away from it. Like the influencer market is would stay away from it.
There's a way to enjoy that. And leverage those networks and their value. There's going to be incentivized to bring different influencers that go,
and yet the total
platform and compete against XYZ. Maybe it doesn't have to be the product side. Maybe it can be very clever, like whatever did it out. Others decide to vote it, and they don't vote it in the long
fascinating, and therefore, again, because of that, even those so shadows are going to be shadows just to see if the answer
you don't know that. You don't know that. So let's before you say that, before that, it's called ambush podcasting, and that is good. That is a watertight system. If you did that enough, you will become a very famous podcaster. Now, you said something. That's just TikTok. That's just Instagram. People do that all the time. Oh, yes, they do. They get monetized on TikTok. They get monetized on YouTube. They're monetized on Instagram. The more views that they get, the higher they get paid. The more they get paid, the higher their revenue. Okay, but let's go back and let's see if this is already an idea. Because you're saying that nobody's done this, and I'm saying we don't know that. So here we go. Yo, dog, is there a cryptocurrency out there that, or an NFT project that basically poses creators against each other, and then the winner gets the transaction fees? Is there anything similar to this?
So to the other about sherets, the Torah says that a sheretz communicates to my when bimos son. Now, what does bimos son mean?
I mean, there are some similar play to earn NFT competitions and art contest competitive platforms. There's one just called NFT Art Contest, where artists submit NFTs, pay a small fee to enter, and voters also pay fees to choose winners. Creators win crypto prizes. I think it's very similar. I mean, what you consider to be viral content. No, it's not. No, it's not. You assume way too many things. And as the adage goes, and I said art contests, bodies. I do. I think a lot of people will. I actually, to be honest with you, I have had people do that. The only time I ever posted a video of me singing in the shower, in the Harry Potter and Obama Sonic email telegram, the only person who saw it said, "This is art." That's how I would describe it as well. I agree, it is art. Art is, the definition of art is anything that someone... All of that is art. If you consider it to be art, that's art. Okay. Again, you come maybe with, I don't know, in the entire time I've known you, maybe 40 ideas. This one is not in the top half. It's not the worst idea ever. There are just so many questions about it. It's basically just an NFT, and it's not very attractive. Why would I? Okay, let me just ask you. It's my NFT or whatever. Like, I'm you. And I say to you, hey, do you want to invest $1,000 into my project? You're going to say, no, I don't have $1,000 to invest right now. And that's a lot of crypto investors right now.
We're not always forcing them to invest $1,000.
Okay, if I even said to you, I have an NFT project, I want you to invest $100 into it, you're going to say no because I don't have $100 to invest in it right now.
There's fractional NFT platforms that you only want to buy $10 or so on
Okay. When's the last time you bought an NFT?
Who really they have to do that. It was a handful with me while I was away.
NFTs, exactly. No, I agree with you. Most people, go ahead. Most people are like you, though. They're usually more than one.
Allow me to give you advice, but it's a great sponsorship. Person with all the function, fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. So I must begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Our come to the sponsor. I come to the sponsor for touching the way the case we talk about chatting position of Rothschild this year, as it's history so for Amisra. I'm co-responsible for the month of Av. Last year, Stephen, Wendy, drinks in honor of their parents.
Doug, I asked a simple question. When's the last time you bought an NFT? Just answer the question. You don't have to give me the timeline. Okay, that's a very... Wait, I'm not saying it does. But I'm saying you're like the average investor out there. Basically, someone who doesn't have a huge amount of capital to be buying NFTs right now. And that's the biggest issue with this. And that's an honest answer that you gave. And that's great. I'm the same way. Go ahead.
Right on top of the I was going to point out, so you put 2, 4, 5 lines from the top. There's a lot of great halakha myself that we have to be serious. I was actually thinking, I think we finish Avodah Zarah next week. Is that possible? About 10 days. So the truth is, I think maybe on Labor Day in Hashem, just for some of these halachas, there's a lot of great halachas, like your halachas, that comes out of these cities.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
I'm in agreement with you. You've got to recognize, though, that we're basically at this point selling an NFT in a bearish NFT market. It's not the best time to start this project. Now, Riser, I will give this to you. You're passionate about this. You put some thought into it. So maybe in the future, when we have a bullish NFT market and people are buying NFTs like wild, then it might be the right time. Timing is everything. Oh, of course it does. Of course it does.
So if it infuses taste, then ultimately it's going to be awesome. If there's no infusion of taste, then it's going to be...
That's true. No, I agree with you, but it is going to be a lot more work to get people to buy this NFT or whatever, the coin, to them buy the NFT. It's going to be a lot more work.
Whenever the prohibited item infuses taste, the mixture is prohibited.
We already have winning. You already have a winning idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. You already have a pitch for it. One of the most brave things I've ever heard you say, and honest things I've ever heard anyone say in my entire life, and I mean this in a complimentary sense, is one time I said to you not too long ago that I'm like, you love to start projects, but you're not good at finishing them. And you're like, that's right. Like, but this one I'm going to finish. And for you to have that kind of honesty and knowledge about yourself is incredibly deep. And If I were to say to you, oh, right, so this is the best project I've ever heard about, like I did with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and we worked on a pitch, and you started to actually promote that one, and then it's gone, and then it's like, oh, well, there's no launch date for it, and then you moved on, and it's like, look, I'm telling you, if you were to pitch this to two different groups of people, you say, look, there's one coin where we basically use the collective power of all the rug pulls and combine those into one coin. That's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Versus, hey, this is an NFT project where we are going to have a competition, and the way that you choose a winner of the competition is by voting, and you can't sell the token. The former idea is much stronger. It's easier to understand, and that at the end of the day, it's about making money. And the first one, that gives me an avenue to make money. The second one is about entertainment, and the entertainment value is low. And at the end of the day, because if I'm watching Bitcoin Obama do push-ups against more light, both of those are pretty lame to me. And okay, I agree, but even like that's just not attractive to me. Like, what is an attractive competition to me? The Olympics, and even those, barely anybody watches. At least the Winter Olympics. I mean, I know globally it can have a different effect, but people are busy, and like I said, but principle-wise, I'm not saying that this idea.
Leveraging the networks of creators.
And that's
like the podcast, the ambushing podcast, gives it the explosive growth. Podcast in general is leveraging creators' networks. And this is an avenue to do just that. That's the only reason why I think it's worth.
Okay, let me ask you this. With the Ambush podcast, if I were to say to you, Riser, you're going to spend 8 hours a day, every single day, from now until this time next year, 365 days, you're going to do 3 podcasts with people, every single 3 individual podcasts. The way that you're going to find those individuals is by randomly surprising them in their live streams and asking them if they want to. Not everybody's going to want to do it, but a lot, like more than 50% will. That way, I feel like you're leveraging a huge audience, huge audiences, and that has stability. Basically, people will listen and watch your old episodes. Like you've said, you've used the phrase, it's evergreen. And I agree with that. If you were to want to make money at the end of 1 year, you're going to be able to get some sponsorships with that, because people are going to want to be on your podcast. There's going to be some demand for it. So that's that idea.
What's the status? No sync time, it's a beneficial two things you remember. No sync time, the Shvach means beneficial.
If you put in the same way, if you put 8 hours for the next 365 days into the competition NFT, you will run out of people to pitch this to. You pitch it to everybody on Twitter. Everybody will know about it. Okay. Like, where else are you going to pitch it? At least with Ambush Podcasting, you can always go into a new person's stream and ask them if they want to participate in this. If they choose no, that's fine. But if they choose yes, then you're going to get an hour of content, or more or less, whatever, and you're going to be able to leverage their audience into your network.
When do we say there's no symptoms? When do we say that the addition of vinegar to split lentils is only
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. You interview them.
only when it's under the hot lentils. However, not for the so recent including its excessive tone and business of this about not for the so recent saying, but if it felt like it was whole recent dinner seed and you subsequently eat it. That is the equivalent ultimately of a mixture that first is beneficial and then only subsequently became detrimental. What the Gemara is highlighting is as follows. This is going to be very important.
Okay. At the end of the day, to me, it's about the data. Data is Earth's number one resource, and you're creating a lot more data if you did 1,000 podcasts in the next year versus one or two big posts of different creators.
Beneficial, detrimental. So therefore, here's the perfect case of this. The vinegar
Like people,
and then you heat up the mixture.
wait, but that's true. But nobody's doing this. This is something that's unique.
It's good because everyone knows there's nothing better than vinegar and cold grease. It's delicious, right?
Everybody's podcast is, hey, let's sit down and let's talk about something at a given time. This one's a surprise. The element of surprise is the exciting part of it.
At the moment the mixture is created, or when the mixture is finished, and the answer is at the time the mixture was finished. So what's the king? That's Rabbi. So what's this again? Apparently, if you ever went to Tzipori, just in the Torah now. What did they serve the Torah in Tzipori? So there was no charcuterie, right? There was no fish board, there was no challenge. What did they have? They had greasing and vinegar. That was it. I don't know. They want to try it. You don't have to tell you try it. Right? I'm sorry. There are no sponsors, right? That's how there's no sponsors to Torah. So that was the last week they had in Tzipori. So they had this mixture of grease and vinegar, and interestingly enough, they called it shkalayim. Now shkalayim is literally cress. So I guess the taste of grease and vinegar and shkalayim and cress is the same thing. So we used to call it fish cress. Okay, life now learning on this day. One thing I started to show you, by the way, this is actually considered to be a good food item. It's surface. So from here you see the mixture of vinegar and grease ultimately again is beneficial.
Okay.
But
let's take a podcast like the Joe Rogan Experience, which has become perhaps the first $1 billion podcast. That's the market that I think Ambush podcasting has. It's $1 billion idea. Uptake is he's really not that entertaining. He's pretty boring and people don't think he's funny. He's just consistent. The reason why he has been able to build that podcast into $1 billion entity is because he's consistent. He puts out 3 of them every single week. I don't care if it's a holiday week. I don't care if he's sick. He's got some backlogged ones. That is why it's his.
You take dry mix of vinegar and you mix it with hot grease.
His consistency is the thing that makes that. 60 Minutes puts out interesting content, but it doesn't put out as much. I mean, but it's very consistent as well. I think the key to his success is his consistency. The same, I would say, is Kill Tony. It's not that he gets the funniest people on there, or that he's hilarious, or that Red Band's hilarious. It's the fact that every Monday night. That's true. Wait, that's true. And in the same way that nobody knew about Kill Tony in their first 8 years and it didn't grow that much, that's the same with mine. But when people find out about mine and they can go to my backlog, it's the biggest event in global history. Just like Kill Tony has become the largest live podcast in global history, and just like the Joe Rogan Experience has become the largest podcast in global history. It takes time. But once people find out about it,
So that's it again. The mixture is fine. What's the problem? The problem is it's not really edible, but because there's not enough salt.
okay,
There's not enough other additives.
I mean, we shouldn't even be comparing these. They're separate ideas. I think Beat Bitcoin Obama is $1 million idea. If it were done perfectly, I still think it's too easy to rig. Ambush podcasting is its own industry. That's $1 billion idea. And Upcake is $1 trillion idea. So that's kind of the separation here. But, you know, $1 million idea is not a bad idea. But let me ask you this.
There's not enough salt. There's not enough pepper. There's not enough ingredients. So like says, that does not.
Look, even the biggest
so this is fascinating. I'll say it
NFT ever
there's an alternate version of this. I'm going to show you the opposite version of this.
not worth $1 billion today.
When we decide whether or not a taste confusion is positive or negative, we simply look at the final dish
Okay,
right now.
we'll look.
If it is, then it's with schwach. If it's not, then it's with down. And even if the reason why you
Okay, so
because of what?
arguably, maybe it's about a $2 billion. And that's not chump change. That's serious. But that's the biggest one in history.
Right, of the chometz into cold grease. Right, chometz, which everyone agrees, just in a vacuum.
Most NFTs, 99.9% of NFTs are worth 1% of their original value.
Doesn't have enough salt. So it's not
What makes
an edible dish because it doesn't have salt, it doesn't have pepper, it does whatever.
Wait, a token that you can't sell. And actually, most of them are backed by a token. So you can't say that. You would say, okay. I may have to backtrack and say a huge amount of them are backed by tokens. This isn't like groundbreaking. Okay, a very small percentage. Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine. But it's not like it's the most unique idea ever. What you're saying that gives it a unique aspect is the competition aspect. And
so fascinatingly enough,
that to me is not that attractive. I know it could be, but that takes a lot of work and a lot of funding to make that work. Like basically, if I understand, let's just take this in 60 seconds, how you would promote this. You'd say, hey, everybody on Twitter Spaces, I have an NFT project. It's essentially a coin that can't be sold, but you can use it as, you can use the coin as a vector to buy different NFTs. And these NFTs value are going to be increased by the fact that we're going to give some of the transaction fees to creators in competitions. And then the way that the benefits of this project and investing is that you get a voting share in the different competitions, and that's basically it, right?
First off, it's Baltimore. Anything it's a fascinating shayla. So do we look?
Okay, but then we still didn't hash out why can't I just buy the NFT?
It's going to be no same time with gum. Or no, we look at the
or why shouldn't I? I know I can. Slightly higher. That's not a big deal.
Good mixture, bad mixture. and that determines all these steps.
No, but I mean, I basically have.
So which one ultimately are going to
Okay, we'll look it up.
Kol shekama o mamasha aser, lo kin alov.
You go to ChatGPT and you ask it, hey, I've got an NFT that has its value based on a cryptocurrency that you can't sell. Purchasing the cryptocurrency gives you voting rights. What incentive do I have to an investor to buy the cryptocurrency if they could just buy the NFT on the open market?
The answer to that is the voting rights part.
Of what we call Kizayis B'Keachilas. Well, this is actually a separate halacha. If you have a mixture is such that when you consume it, you would end up consuming a Kizayis.
Oh, well, if the voting rights are transferable, then there's no reason to buy the cryptocurrency.
I will say Achilas Pras means what? So if you would eat a mixture in the amount of sugar that it would take you to eat the half a loaf, if you end up consuming a kazayis of prohibited matter, then ultimately again that is us. Now there's a lot involved in this halacha. Take a quick look at that. We're not going to look at this question. It's the last question in the daf. Kol shekama u'mamasha lo kin alav zeh. That can go in zeh. Shir kizayis b'keachilas pras. Halacha Moshe Mishnah. Was in halacha Moshe Mishnah. Shemim shir pras shal pras. So we need to see the amount of a half a loaf of a particular cooked item. Kizayis I'll give an example. Let's say, for example, you had just an example of this. You had, I don't know, what this? Stretching museums? No. So let's say you have shuma, you have fat, prohibited fat, right? Or chalev, I guess you call it, right? That gets mixed in with porridge. I don't know, the ingredients do not sound appetizing at all. Right, but you're hungry, right? You're a bacher, right? So what happens? So you have the prohibited item, the chalev, that gets mixed in with porridge. So now the chalev itself, the fat itself, is actually extant. It's in existence, and it's mixed in with the porridge. If over the course
fine-tuning of it, but it worked all night. I have 4 of them, 3 of which I think will be viable. The other one I don't think is viable because it's like an old phone that just automatically shuts down background tasks after like a given amount of time. But of the other 3 that I have, they are one of them has been working like exceptionally well, and it uploads something like every 9 minutes. And I'll tell you right now, the last upload was 1 minute ago, then 8 minutes ago, then 15 minutes ago. So basically every 7 minutes, which is excellent. And then the other 2 I know are going to be slower. I'm okay with that though. And they're, I'll give you some information on it right now. One of them I might have to fix, and the other one, the other one's still working. So two out of 3 of them are working. One of them is working extremely well. So the answer is, do they work, or do you like them? How are they going? I would say that's successful. The fact that one of them works, given enough time, it'll create tens of thousands of videos, which I think is wrong. Now you may say, what value does that bring? I could care less about the value. It's the fact that it's the art. Basically, these are mini music videos live put to music, which I think is very cool. And while that may not seem cool right now, in the future will be seen as groundbreaking and extremely interesting. People will take aspects of my life when They could. I mean, if I marketed it that way, yeah. And then they would all be unique NFTs. It'd basically be like a usually. It most certainly is. It's 60. That is exactly correct. It's a 60-second unique video with an amazing song over it.
Right? So again, for example, if you were to read the design section, let's say again, within 6 minutes, even though again you're taking your time with that design section, right? That is considered to be one act of hero and reliability. But for example, if you were to eat a design section over 20 minutes, everyone obviously possibly not like but you're not getting malchus for that. Because why? What's the logic behind that? Because since you're spending it over such a long amount of time, that act of eating does not go ahead and essentially count as one cohesive act of consumption. Okay, so kosher tamo masha, so zeh kedat achilas kras. What's that? On days, tamo bolama masha. Also, very local. Now, interestingly enough, what happens if you have a mixture? And what happens? All you have is flavor, but you have no actual substance of this. Now, what's that case? You get Rashi. So let's say, for example, you have a piece of chaylev. Chaylev is forbidden fat. So your chaylev falls into your chicken soup. So what's going to happen when the chaylev falls into the kosher chicken? So what's going to happen? It dissolves. So now what you could have is you could have count, you could have flavor, but there is actual no substance. What's the halacha? Aser, that is aser. They lokin Allah. Ultimately, again, you don't get malchus for that. Then riba tam lifgam mutter. But ultimately, you know, it's very interesting. Now, in riba tam lifgam. Now, if halakha l'maisa again, the additional infusion, for example, let's say the chaylev or something else, it is a negative taste infusion. Ultimately, again, it is mutter. It is mutter. Rashi says. Hariba kula masha she'afa pishin nifka machmas teva acher. In whole, it says in the Rabbi says sabagat mutter. It's interesting enough. Rabbi said the Lush Rabbi is very interesting. But if let's say again the prohibited item falls in, and the prohibited item provides a negative taste infusion to the mixture, then ultimately the resulting mixture is going to be mutter. Mercy, 1 second. The lema in nosan tam of mutter. Why do you say the in riba? The in riba means if it adds a negative taste infusion. Why don't you just say, if it provides negative taste infusion, then the resulting mixture is mutter. So I'll say, watch this. Hakamash Malon, the Afagab, the Ika Mila Achranesa, the Pagma Bahade, because it teaches us that even if the resulting negative flavor is the result of other factors. Now, when can resulting negative flavor, when can resulting negative flavor be the result of other factors? When no seasoning, no additives, that's still called no sentam nifgam, the hilchasa kelishna basra delay. This is ridiculously exciting. Right, so once he said, watch this. What does that show? The halacha follows the second version of Reish Lakish. What was the second version of Reish Lakish? The book said, when you have a mixture, how do you judge? Is it no say tam with gam or not? Is it a negative taste infusion or a negative taste infusion? What is that based on? That is based on the totality of the resulting mixture. So, back in the day, does this mixture taste good or taste bad? If the answer is bad, even if the reason it's bad is why? Why? No one put in the seasoning. So Lamaisa again, but you will say, if I want to say that seasoning and it's linked with the primary ingredients, it doesn't make a difference. We judge the mixture based on what it is right in front of us now. And if at the end of the day the resulting mixture is not objectively good, then ultimately again, it's mutter. Even if the reason it's not good is because you don't have the seasoning in it, that is still called no sin kam with kam, like the second version of Reish Lakish. They will say, brother, and that it's a fascinating result, because essentially, which also makes a lot of sense. What the halacha is essentially saying is, when you look at the mixture, how do we judge it? What's in front of you right now? We can't start with cheshbonis. Well, if it did have enough salt, it would be good. If it had a little less pepper, it would be good. No. Right now, here's the mixture. It's right in front of us. Look at what it is, and ultimately, again, utilize, judge it based on what it is. And I both say, and there's a tremendous Mr. Haskell on this. In life, you have
Riser,
to
are you still looking
with
up
the
an answer?
circumstances you have in front of you.
Yeah, do you want to get
how often do we go through life and think to ourselves, oh, if only my life was like this, right? If only I had more money, less money, whatever it is, right? You know, more stuff, less stuff. I had better health, I had this, I had a better shalom bias, I had better. Like,
And if it was so garbage, why did you have to look it up?
How much more I would accomplish? We'll say, you're right, maybe. Maybe wrong, but it doesn't matter. That's not how life works. At the end of the day, the way life works is take the circumstance you have in front of you and go with it.
What's the answer? Go ahead.
Look at the mixture. Don't tell me more salt, less salt, more additives. What is it right now? Take the mixture you got and decide. Is it us in time with God? Is it us in time with Shabbat? In life, take the mixture you got, take the life you got, take the circumstances you have. Don't spend your time wondering what if, or what could have, or what should have. Take the mixture you have and ultimately maximize it. Take the life mixture you have and utilize it to accomplish great things. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Said you well. I'm not done. We'll give you a but from all of them we can learn. We'll say how much time. And we'll say, Canova says, here's the good news. Bottom line, right, is it seems to be everyone agrees with the principle that no sin come with God is much. Right? And whenever you say that in the gets mixed in with the tomato, the resulting mixture ultimately again is going and again, the taste confusion is detrimental. The detrimental taste confusion, everyone agrees that the resulting mixture is mutter. I'm not right. So Bishop and Rabbi was high. So interesting enough, Rabbi says you're right. You got all the conditions you're seeing right now. Just interestingly enough, Elegant Shlukish Omru Karma. Okay, by the way, Shlukish is Omru. They said, which means interestingly enough, Lelos Shlukish is not thousand years old here, rather Shlukish is quoted in the Now that's interesting. Why is it interesting? Mechlal Di'ika Lemanda Melosin Hamafgam Osir. Yes, Mechlal Di'ika Lemanda Melosin Hamafgam Isser. Which the Gemara says. So what makes it sound like is that maybe there isn't a opinion that holds that Noisei Hamafgam is Osir. Right up until now, we've been operating with the principle that everyone agrees Noisei Hamafgam is mutter. That's whatever ultimately again the taste confusion is and has a negative impact. The resulting mixture is going to be the fact that a Shlukish espouses his own opinion of others leads him to say it's not his opinion, it's not his opinion. And if their opinion that holds no sin come with God is awesome, so you have a mixture, and the resulting taste confusion is detrimental, that the mixture is still going to be awesome, which realizes amazing. There is one tomorrow. Able to watch this. He's got enough. Because Latanya, after Nelson Thomas, after Nelson Thomas, awesome. David Rabbi Meir. Wow. It's what puts it right so. Rabbi Meir says, when you have a mixture of a prohibited item and limited item, whether the prohibited item is a positive taste confusion or a negative taste confusion, the resulting mixture is awesome. Wow. Wow. That's right there. The Shimon says no. It's awesome. It says, if it's beneficial, it's also but the resulting confusion is detrimental, and ultimately again it is going to be a muster. Okay, so let's analyze this. So what's the check? Maybe that's right now, so let's say, so first of all, this is my fault, right? Because this totally rejects this. My life is just been turned upside down. Because my whole life is in some last 20 years, right? My whole life, last 20 years, I assume that everyone agrees no single term with God is mutter. That if it is a negative taste confusion, let me stop translating because it's it's a negative taste confusion, no single term with God, that it's always going to be mutter. They say, no single term ultimately again is going to. So for instance, really, anytime there's a mixture, of something limited and something familiar, the result of the mixture is going to be us. It's going to be us. Right? You're positive taste, negative taste, it's going to be us. Try to give us right there, really just like that. Like that is more. It's very interesting. You only all the partners. So it's very interesting. That remember, all of the laws of kashrus, or essentially like the laws of
Exactly. Exactly. That's the exact question. Exactly what I was going to ask.
So that's what the Torah gives us the laws of kashrus. And when the Jews got the pots of meat, they had to kasher the pots. Now, why do you have to kasher the pots?
That's a good one.
Why is that necessary? My answer is why? Because there's taste confusion. Right? Because again, there's videos, there's absorptions. So ultimately, again, all of the laws of kashrus, as we know, many of Rashi's all the laws of kashrus, right, are learned out ultimately again from the media. So this is very interesting. So Meir says like this: "You all your kavagim, love and no say damage down. How can I be emotional? So listen, it's very interesting. The Jews got the pots from meat. They had absorptions. What was the status of those absorptions? What size absorptions? There was status of there wasn't any positive absorptions over there. And I understand anything else. But what was the concern? The concern is the Jews are going to take the pots from India. He's going to make his child. What's going to happen? Like the Midianites made his cancer to him. What? He's untrapped. Like he's taking out the views, the absorptions. There's nothing in there that's going to be beneficial to the food. It's going to be detrimental. Yet you see that the Torah still went ahead and permitted it. From here you see that even no sin comes gum is going to be also. How can I know that the Yudah? So that's in there. What already should have said that? Is Yudah? They're going to be no us Torah Ella, Kizia, Basloma, the Lord of Gam. So it's an interesting, no, you're right. You want to say, so should we say to this? When Moshe Rabbeinu commanded the Jews to go ahead and transfer the Midianites, what did he say about pots which were used over the last 24 hours? So they said, how is like this? The general assumption is when you use a pot in the cookhouse, there are absorptions in the pot. Those absorptions only remain active and beneficial for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the assumption is the absorptions are there, but they're dormant and detrimental. So therefore, interesting enough, I'm Shimon would say, no,
okay, well, I know you think that was like checkmate against my argument. It actually reinforces my argument that in a poor NFT market, people will just buy the NFT, and it could actually be cheaper on the NFT market. So it's going to be 50-50.
Is that they are always
if it's growing, but there's a 50% chance that it'll be growing and a 50% chance that it won't be, and so that means there's also a 50% chance that it won't be more expensive. It will be less expensive to buy it on the open market. So again, as that AI,
let's see and then you want to go ahead and put cheese on that pasta.
That's true.
Again,
I'll give you that.
Regular pasta.
Right now, though,
no
the chances are that it would be shrinking than growing, just based on the NFT market. I know this is unique. I get it. Hey, if you want to do it, I'm not going to stop you. I just think that you have better ideas on your plate, and I would not invest in this one. And for those reasons, I'm out.
So are you allowed to eat? The pasta with the cheese. So what's the answer? So again, it depends. Was the pasta used in the last 24 hours for freshness or not? If it was used in the last 24 hours, you shouldn't
I always love to hear your ideas, and I think you have some winners. And again, like I said, if the 40 ideas you've maybe brought to me in our friendship, this would be maybe in the middle to the back. And something like the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, it's towards the front. Something like Bear Scare. That's a front. No, the University of Vancouver is like top 5, without a doubt. We could market the shit out of that one to just kids in China. Hey kids, want to be Canadian? Come here.
Where does he get that from? You made me go. That the fact that ultimately
You could work that out.
Go ahead and pressure
All right.
the utensils from
So are you going to run with this one, or are you going to sit on it and then just let it fizzle out?
Nevertheless, so again, they were still there, and yet you see the Torah still present. No, Rothschild was concerned about the path that were used in the last 24 hours.
I don't understand why you wouldn't. I mean, look, you do your own thing, but I don't understand why you wouldn't be promoting this thing 8 hours a day if you were really serious about it.
So what's like the Pasuk says, you're not allowed to eat an avela. What's an avela? The avela is any animal.
I don't mean to. This is not an insulting question. This is an honest question. Have you ever had a 40-hour-a-week job?
But what can you do? You can get hana from it. That's not a problem.
Okay, so you recognize that, like, the consistency that you have to come in with 40 hours, 8 hours a day to promote something. And that's what developers do. And that's what marketers do. The 3 hours a week marketing that you do with some of these projects is insufficient. It doesn't mean that it's not a good project, though. The greatest cryptocurrency of all time, if you notice, my reaction to that one, it needed some tweaking, and just the marketing of it was much different than this one. And I'm saying that under the right conditions.
Therefore, if you have a mixture and there's no symptom of scam, which means it's not really fit for consumption. If it's not fit for consumption, then what? Then it's mutter. Only an avela which is fit for consumption is also. If it's not fit for consumption, it's not kol avela. If it's not kol avela, then technically speaking, it's mutter. Therefore, the Shimon says, no symptom of scam. Anytime there's a detrimental taste confusion, ultimately it's going to be mutter. But the mayor will say no. The mayor says no, not true. Not true. The mayor says that comes to go in.
I want to talk about that mural career in a moment, but what are the other 2 projects that you're doing here?
Let's say you have an animal that is like I don't know, a sick animal. So a sick animal. Not like sick, like really good. Like sick, like you know, like sick. Covered with mucus animals, covered boils that you wouldn't touch it. So ultimately, what the mayor says, that type of animal, by definition, is not talking about shooting. Sucha meikira, no sucha meita, after the animal. But again, the shooting says an animal like that, sucha meikira, that's covered with boils, ready for boils, you wouldn't touch it. Ultimately, there's not need to be excluded. Why? Because that's considered to be just like dirt. That's considered to be like dust. And it does not need the exclusionary hustle. Say that what's today, but just understand where we end up. It's really good matter. So again, we have to see what the race out passing, but now we end up saying exactly a tremendous amount of this time. So ultimately, again, we have Rabbi Meir saying that even no sin down is going to be answered. He bases it on the biblical source of ultimately what the Miga, that the kasher of the utensils, even though the absorptions themselves were detrimental. But
okay.
Say no sin come with gum is going to be.
But not balls to the walls. Because if you're balls to the walls, you're focused on one. So you're in 3 different ways. But I get that. The mural aspect. Do you know there's a guy who has an NFT project? He's going for 7 Guinness World Records. So here's a breakdown.
thing?
It's like 5,000 square feet. It's the largest NFT mural. So basically, what he does is he goes into different Twitter spaces and promotes himself, and he says, "Look, if you want to get on our wall, we have a warehouse that we're painting, and if you want to be on this wall, this mural, it's a 5,000 square foot canvas. You can get on it for X amount of money." Have you heard about this guy's project?
Sponsors Dr. Edward Wolf, information of the art site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Sean Bennett,
Oh, I mentioned it already. Okay.
Apologies. Father Bennett, Father Baruch Mordechai, and Marino Nosson.
I do know, though, that he's got some pretty big influencers who are
All those names.
Oh, he's following me. So let me see if I can find it.
Our soldiers to be successful.
Find
The
it.
whole I'm not saying most of the best let us begin with a really, really incredible Gemara
I
ahead of
bet
us
I could
today.
just find it in
We
NFT.
are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Samchay 65, and we are picking up in Yetzer Hashem right at the bottom of Samchay on this 64b, literally the last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of
5,000 square feet.
Yehuda.
I know where it is. It's going to be.
Top of Samchay, La'aviderna v'yom Yehuda. It's an interesting case. Yehuda sent a
He
gift.
says
He
it's
sent a
in
gift
Madison,
to this
Wisconsin.
guy, Avidarna,
But he doesn't want to give the actual location.
He sent him a
He just
gift
gave the city.
on the day of
Okay,
the
let's see
idolatrous
here.
Yom.
NFT
Okay, so the
warehouse.
Gemara says, now, obviously, we'll say, this is a whole Zara 101, right? This is literally, again, right back to the beginning of the sector, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift, not transact business, not really do anything with an akum on their Yom Tov, and a fear that this will cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol. Yet here, Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy, Avidarna, this akum, on his holiday. Omar, so he said, it's not a problem. Yedana Beidalo Palaflavo Tzvahar. I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish. He's a Gentile, but I happen to know he's not an akum. Because he's not an akum, therefore there's no problem.
There's this.
Sent
Okay,
him
her name is
a gift
Barbie.
on
I'll be able to
on
find it in
his
her shop.
idolatrous site. Omer Rav Yosef. Tanya, Izugir, Toshav, Kosha, Kiba, Love, Bifnei, Gimel, David. Shalav, or what's coming. Harkening back to yesterday's daf, you saw, what's with a 3-minute focus about what the definition of the Ger Toshav is. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir
Okay, I
said
found it.
that in order for a person to be a Ger Toshav, you have to kind of repudiate idolatry in front of a Beis Din. So again, what the real Yosef is raising is this guy at the Garno. Yes, he knew he didn't do this.
And it has a video of the warehouse. And it's really nice. Like a really nice canvas. Okay, so if you want to find it,
what does it need to be an official gift?
the guy, okay, he is at Drake, DRAKE underscore Coco, KOKO 62874.
That the community is obligated to look after him, that the community is obligated to, keep him stuff, take care of him in this time of need. That's someone who ultimately, again, repudiated idolatry in front.
I understand if you need me to repeat it. DRAKE, yeah, Drake underscore Coco, KOKO
So therefore, again,
62874. Drake underscore Coco 62874. Did you find him? All right.
Now, if you want to know, like, what his, I would go to his videos, and he has videos of him doing the mural.
It's considered to be like a card. So essentially, it's considered as if he's relapsed his idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a Ger Toshav is automatically to conversion. Like, that's not what we saw before. A Ger Toshav is a Gentile, right? It's righteous Gentile. Like, who says there's a trajectory of conversion? Hold up.
I mean, that's not a question for me. That's a question for him, but I would say that it's like a world record, the largest mural, NFT mural in history. So that's valuable.
Within a year, he's not doomed. And if he's not doomed, if the chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatrous. So really, first of all, just I really found Mr. Haskell that if you commit to do something and you don't do it, This happens to us all the time, right? Same
I
as
mean,
somebody,
you're someone who likes murals and is a muralist.
as to why it didn't
Is this
go.
something that you could
No,
do?
I'm not saying that's a bad idea.
Chances are,
No. I'm asking you. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. I'm asking, is this something that you could do? Basically, you just hang up a big tarp and then sell NFTs to be on it, and then you could travel with that in your van.
He doesn't conclude from 12 months. Again, really out circumstances beyond his control. Chances are he's not committed. If he's not committed, chances are he's relapsing to his previous incredible. Yes, I was like, I love for the mind, so what you see over here is that he was able to send
Okay, I mean,
okay, next one. Lava unfeeling for one of the Barshisha. So listen, Lava gave a gift to this guy Barshisha. Barshisha is also an again, you might say, Yomi does. He did it, he sent this to everyone young. How can you send a gift to you gotta be able to qualify. So I was like, I know Barshisha, he doesn't worship idolatry. It's not a problem to me to try and give you what's the incredible? So that's seems to be the same as a previous one. Listen to how the story goes. Also,
okay, I mean that's what they are. They're just digital artwork.
Rather than went to pay a visit to the fountain covered up to his neck in rose petals with unclothed harlots standing at the door. Okay, so Rabbi walks in, he sees all of this going on. Shishak says to Amalei, Islichu ki agavna la'ama da'asim. Shishak says to God, no, I know you just have a lot to come. Do you have anything like this? Again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed harlots. You know, all the physical pleasure that one can possibly want. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rabbi. And really, you don't have to say what we have is even better than what is it? Come away, say me hi me hava. So Barshisha said, come on.
All right, have we talked about this? There was a website, I think it's still a website, called the $1 Million website with advertising. Let me look it up.
As much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of
so I want you to imagine, yeah, it's called the $1 Million homepage. Go to $1,000,000homepage.com.
Do not have fear of the king. Now listen, now this is very interesting. So, what does this mean? So it could very well be that what Rabbi is saying about Shisha is like this. In this world, every person is in fear of something. I say in Barshisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you live in fear of the king. We just need to, in the world to come, we don't have to fear anything.
$1,000,000homepage.com.
But I think on a deeper level, I think the troubles also highlighting is that in Olam Haba, maybe there's not Yiras Hashem, there's only Adas Hashem. You know, in this world,
so this guy made $1 million by just selling ad space on a website way back in the day. And I imagine if you made, like, imagine this. You basically, like, that guy has tarps. You spray paint on tarps, and you make it so that they could all be put together if you wanted to in one location, and it would look like this.
There's no everything.
I mean, some people call it an eyesore, other people would call it art.
There's only
This guy made $1 million doing this.
There's only love. There's only love. There's love between the Shabbos and there's love between us and you as a function of this. But Ava, ultimately, again, so he says to the all these pleasures that you have, there are things that you fear. There are things that you fear. In our words, in our own Haba,
well, it
would
integrate your idea of being able to make
I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear from the king?
Like basically monetizing your murals.
You're adding, you don't even need to be a mural artist to do that. You could be part of it.
Shishak's got to leave his
Anyone
life
wants
as
to
well.
do this one
I
on
don't
day
think again,
a bunch
Lord
of
sees
campuses.
this. At least
Feel
with
like
highlighting
now
truthfulness
that
of
we
nothing for us
the ideas,
as he's leaving. So how do you
take
see
the
that
talking
Shishak
on the
was
main
incredibly
things and
influenced?
attach the other
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Message.
Well, I wouldn't call it that, but yeah, exactly. Just connect them all together. I think it's beautiful.
I literally again the eye which wants to see evil.
Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is art. Like it, I like to look at it. It's almost like where's Waldo? And I'm looking and I'm trying to see like what businesses are still in business. And like if you did the same thing with just NFTs or just any kind of company, but you did it on canvas, I think that you could make money being a muralist.
Shishak represented an example.
I think a collaboration
A life that
is
is
a
just
great way
all
to make
about the
my money
consumption.
as an artist.
All about the experience, right? The
And
experience, the
and
hobbies,
not as an
represent
extension
just
of
all the
collaboration.
vices and all the desires and all the lusts that one can simply
I can't say that
indulge
it's
in this world.
a bad
See, he says to her, look, come on, nothing gets better than this.
I
And
think
Rabbi says,
there is
there
probably
is
a
something
lot of
that's
value
better than this. And he goes on to explain it.
being
And I think deep down,
the
like
link
Shishak
of
is like,
big
I hate you.
collaborative
I hate you. I hate you,
I
Rabbi.
agree.
Why do I hate you, Rabbi?
is it something
Because
that
if
I
you're
personally
right, then I'm wrong.
invest
And
my
if
own
I'm
time in?
wrong, and so
Probably
much of my
not,
life has
but
been
that
an
doesn't
exercise
make
of futility.
it a bad
And I've been spending
endeavor.
so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Shishak covers this resentment towards her. We can't both be right. We can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, what does that say about me?
Probably some of the best artists there are
Probably
artists
this
that
tremendous
mesh
sense of
together
resentment and
GT
so
style.
he was the eye who looked disparagingly, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious. But at the end of the day, we don't
Okay.
recognize, fully recognize
Well, it's
what it is
something
that's
that
happening.
I wanted you to see
Just like the
because
comments
I think it's related to
that,
the girls, and I wanted you to see that other guy, and I want you to be successful in all your
see
endeavors,
something
including
and
uh,
see someone
beat.
a certain
And I think that
and deep down that
beat
means that
has potential. It's just
odds with the way
you have other ideas that I think have more potential. But really, with enough time, Riser, if you watch, if I go viral, like I know that's a big if, but somebody's going to run with that idea, and it's going to be a huge competition in influencers, and it'll be like, oh, why didn't you think that was a good idea then? And I'm just saying, I don't think it's the right idea right now. You need to have some backing, some financial backing to make that project work. But maybe in the future,
Why do you financial backing
do not feel the need to discourage
the
people who are
transactions
online, lifestyles that they are living,
how are people gonna find out about this token?
and people don't fall in line with them. Like, hey, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely assured and confident.
Okay, how do you get
who I am
influencers
and what I am
to talk about it? You have to pay them.
It's often people who are insecure with who they
Yeah,
are,
they
what
have
they are,
a
how they are
chance
living.
to
They feel the need to lash
Yeah,
out
but
at
they're
people
gonna say
like them.
they're gonna say, I need some money up front. I'm not just gonna do this out of the goodness of my own heart.
It depends on
Secure
the size
people get along with insecure people ultimately again get along with almost
Okay,
deep down Bashisha had this
I'm not saying
tremendous
Obviously,
you might not even consciously aware. But ultimately again they leveled this curse, they didn't even realize that they were in that curse. I'm not talking. The puppy said the stories that the puppy says
like the old adage, it takes money to make money. So you got this idea right now. What's stopping you from getting it to work? That's what's stopping you from getting it to work.
So this is also a reference ultimately again to a right? But at the end of the day, we're surrounded by land.
I would say it's investment. You need people to buy into this, whether it's the influencers or individual investors. And the way that you get people to do that is through telling people about it, marketing it. And
so literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world is except for you and no one has seen ultimately what he will do in the for those who wait for those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will see
okay, another question that arises: what stops somebody else from just doing what you're doing just better? They market it better. So you start with Bitcoin Obama and More Light, and they start with Aiden Ross and Mr. Beast. Yeah, basically, if they see that your idea it has a way to be successful, they just do it really big.
Because sometimes the other person needs to be gracious. It goes ahead and pushes, right? It stirs me to I'm not content with what I'm doing. It's good to be patient, but you have to be patient.
That you are. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I
rate every single one of their posts. Like, hey, these guys are just massive copycats trying to destroy
something else. To just
that ain't cool.
Real H's garage. And of course, exactly what I do, yes, it's a range to transport something else. Ultimately, the range is multiplied. It's not going to cost. I'm not the
innovation.
From the
People saying it can't happen, and it happens all the time. Giant companies completely just rip off other people. That makes it never protects.
I understand the following case. If you were to tell me, let's say, Apple hired me for $100 a day.
What you have, though, is not anything that isn't pretty easily replicated and done much better by a larger organization.
But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if you ask me to do
Can we agree on that?
I mean,
There's nothing for pride.
I still guess all the hires a bunch of and after work is over. So say it's totally deep and after work is over. Yes, it's time to go ahead and make some INS the wage is what like sure just from the permitted days so it's just like an hour time of the uses error in fully overlooked. Now the reason this works is because on the other is after my work days wage. But self yes, it was during my work day that it was the usher and the so Rabbi says you're right, correct.
Yeah, it is a risk. I mean, that's why I said, like, it's important to have capital behind this.
From the regular sleeper. And then at the end of the day, now he's asking
if you could show that it works, somebody's just going to do it and exactly squash you like the cockroach that you are.
So
Well, I mean, if they're doing that means that there's already
Right, but why would they look at Obama, Bitcoin Obama more like when they could look at Eden Ross and Mr. Beast?
If on the other hand,
because by the time it actually gains traction,
it tells you ultimately again,
like
how
you
do
see
you
that
how
low
this
level
stuff is
traders,
dark? I'm sorry,
if
if
you
it's
make
how do
a
you
share,
have this
whenever
those,
it's
and
at low level
ultimately,
say
it,
we're in
one case is
a
it tells
single
me move 100 barrels for 100 cryptos, and what is when it tells me move each barrel for a
less than
crypto.
100,000
So where again I'm getting paid
dollars
per barrel.
Probably
Then I'm also
less than
messaging again
10,000
each barrel is
dollars,
individualized.
no one cares.
Again I'm getting
Less than
per barrel.
100,000
Then I'm also
dollars,
messaging keep the wages
still
ultimately
barely
from
anyone cares.
the INS.
The
So
second
again, there's a
you
general
start
range
getting
for a general
traction
job.
enough
In
to
Halacha
attract
myself,
six-figure
those wages
followers,
ultimately again,
then you have enough momentum to keep snowballing it. And sure, maybe people will knock you off, but at that point, people, like I said, know that you're the original
So
I
again,
mean, there are people who created soda drinks before Coca-Cola, but nobody knows about any of them.
If he says to me,
it's
$100 for
it's possible to get ripped off. I mean, I know that, but like I guess I've network effects are harder to rip off. One harder to rip off and just
and then the scar ultimately again is going to be awesome. Very interesting. Okay, so
All right, well, I wish you the best with it. And if you need anybody else to talk to about it, let me know.
Right? If again, if it's an opportunity, and he says to me, move 100 barrels for
You want to know what's going to happen with this bad boy?
and ultimately again it turns out that 100 barrels is the INSF, Stano awesome. The wages are since the get a misuse, and then you get it with 100 barrels after 100 barrels.
Yeah.
So
It will be, but not for you in the next, maybe 3 years or so. You're going to sit on it like you sit on all the other ideas. You're going to lose your momentum for it. But then once this blows up, then people will see that hey, that would be the first one. And they would get excited about it. And it could be an NFT based on competition. And so it would be really successful. But that's not because it's such a great idea or whatever. It would be because it's associated with the most amount of data globally, which is what gives it a lot of value. I'm not denying that. So I think that in your case, it will. You won't do anything with it just because you've got a lot on your plate already, which is already better ideas. But it will be successful long term. What are your thoughts on that? Very honest opinion.
So I need ultimately again Sufra Leisha. So ultimately again I need the second safe. So if let's say transporting is going to sit on the right. Let's say again, is coming from a flask. What is flask coming from? Still, the wage is still coming. Okay. When they brought the luggage block in the walls.
Okay. I agree. I think that people will love you in the future, very much so, because you have such a creative mind. And you've been blessed with a very creative mind, Riser. It's always working. I wish I could have it focus on things more and see them through to be successful. However, that's not on you. That's just a really hard part of life. So it's not like you're bad or anything like that. You're really good, and you bring up excellent ideas. And you just our conversations generate some really good ideas. And like in the future, people will study my conversations with different people, and they will love my conversations with Miss Aquarius for their positivity. They'll love my discussions with Zoo for comedy and mental health, and they will love our conversations for creativity and invention. Like each person will have their own like gift to the world, and yours will be creativity and invention, and that is a beautiful thing that you will, have been able to give to the world. Absolutely. You're very smart, and you're very
I was gonna say, and
it's permitted execution consequential. Because it's inconsequential, it rents like undecided. That's inconsequential. These are the rest of the rental fee is go back and ask on this price. If you want to shift on this from a if ultimately again, I will say the mentor is committed to the journey on the guidance. So what's the question? Is this food readily available along this journey? And ultimately again, why should I be all of this food? First level on the way. The worst chef is when there's no food, then the renter shouldn't be able to stop from putting on let's see if the chef or the truck is going to be on the level. What's the case? The case is where you're able to get food from one level of the journey to the next. Summer, the dark in the truck is one. So that's part of it. It's a ghost of the trouble getting food renter. That's not the expectation. The renter is committed to take all the food for the entire journey. But ultimately, the driver himself is only committed to putting the amount of food he needs to get him from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey. The father of Rabbi, the son of Rabbi. Like the father of
that's human nature. So you're not alone.
So Ika on the base, have a shuffle moving from the big This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for a big. What does this mean? Rashi. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Rav Ika was a wine salesman. Now he was selling again. This was his wine. See, he's selling wine to the apple.
I do want to say how I appreciate your kind words when you came in, and I love shitting on people and then building them up.
It's a character flaw, perhaps, but I know that your words are from the heart, and I appreciate that. And
so what happens?
I wish you the best with your endeavors,
So what he would do is,
and I'm always here to support you, always as a person. Not so much always the ideas, because not everybody always has $1 million ideas or $1 billion ideas or $1 trillion ideas. When I do think you've got a winner, I will tell you, I think you should run with this one. And I think right now you have $1 million idea before you, which is this competition thing. You've got $1 billion idea in front of you, which is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and you've got $1 trillion idea, which is Upcake, whatever one you want to go with.
Now the punches with the problem is remember once that wine is poured into the wineskins of the art, it becomes standing on so you're bothered by this because
it's taken. I understand. Okay. No, shut the fuck up about Upwork. Get out of here with that garbage. It's not the same. And
ultimately again, ultimately again,
Dog. Upwork is a.
but then he has to transport the Weinsteins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't have the Weinstein, and he's going to be in trouble. So he
How
wants
are
to continue to exist as the Weinstein. He must be bad guy. He made a condition.
How are Twitter and Tumblr and TikTok? Those are all very similarly named, and they're all social media platforms, and they're allowed to coexist using that term. There's you now, there's you porn, and there's YouTube. Those are all allowed. They're all video hosting websites.
Isn't there a problem now that he's heavy with the facilitation of transportation itself? He arranged transportation for the actual launch. He arranged transportation was done already beforehand. Therefore, he's not doing anything.
I'm saying to you that overlap doesn't matter. You have YouPorn and YouTube. What's the difference? They're both video hosting websites. They're allowed to coexist. So why wouldn't? Wait, YouPorn, a lot of people have heard, and YouTube. They're both video hosting websites. That's incorrect. It most certainly does. If you go on the Playboy channel on YouTube, you can see naked women. I mean, it comes down to what do you define as pornography?
So ultimately, the Yainessa fell on figs or on dates.
And in United States case law of the Supreme Court, it's I'll know it when I see it, and that guy's dead.
Ultimately, again, it is going to be us.
That's what I do, baby. They could call me I'm the edge. I'm the king of the edge. Yeah, baby. All right, my friend, I gotta take a whiz. I've got to do my class, so you do your thing. Make sure you come here tomorrow. Make sure you come here tomorrow night. I would love to beat you 10 games in a row in Scrabble. Does that sound like a plan?
Ultimately, again, it'll be what's an example of when something someone committed doesn't confuse taste? Ultimately, again, like beaver that falls onto split lentils. I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Bibles since the country did the whole right? Yeah. Right? The mission said that if one fell on
perhaps she does. Okay, what I want you to know is that we should also watch $1 Billion Bully or some other documentary tomorrow, okay? So plan on your Friday night to do something, okay? Remember, everybody, when I asked Reiser to plan on Friday night and then he just was silent? Wait, just come. Okay. What the fuck is that? Yo, dog. Do you remember? So just be here tomorrow night. We'll watch $1 Billion Bully, perhaps. Excellent. Peace out, Girl Scout.
It was an obvious way that happens. Was taking dried figs on a boat. A barrel of yayin nesach broke on or spilled over the figs. And ultimately, again, the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately, again, what's the logic over there? So apparently, the Chachamim felt that in this particular case, the yayin nesach with the growers was what we call mosin tam iftan. It infuses detrimental flavor, and therefore, Allah promise it is. You got to hold tight to fit the enough alei chabis in the yayin nesach. Shani Rabbi was abun la'olik. So what's the interesting news? The floods are piled with wheat, and yayin nesach fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat, broke, right? I guess it fell on blood, poured on the wheat, and Rabbi permitted to sell the wheat to an akron, to a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell it to a Jew, but you can sell it to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. Asir Alabadi by the Rava, so Alabadi by raised the Shaila, Dagesh and Bokilayim by his own Kulali Bohada. But Yasin Amardas the Chomer, listen to this. If you have this is very interesting, if I have a clothing, and let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was in the garment. So essentially, the garment is shameless. So what's the halakha? What's the halakha? Right? In other words, you're concerned that the garment is shameless. So let's say, so what's the halakha? The halakha is like this. Right, you don't know where the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Oved Kohen. You can't sell it to an Akum. Now, why can't you sell it to an Akum? Rashi says, what are you concerned about? But you're going to sell it to an Akum, and the Akum is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, now, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for your donkey. Sitting on it would also be benefiting from sharpness. I'm sorry, about also tachli for nismitzvah. But you can make it, you can use it for burial shrouds for nismitzvah. Since a mace doesn't have an obligation in mitzvahs, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are sharpness as well. So you must know, why can't you sell this garment with the lost thread of the linen to an Dilma asi lezabonis, because we're afraid that he may resell it to a Jew. Ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing if you have this pile of wheat, spilled on it, how can you sell it to an Akum? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately is going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, L'mitchinu, L'mfaninu, L'zabunda of the Kohavim, Shalo, L'fnei Yisrael. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an Akum, not in the presence of Jews. In other words, essentially, you can sell it to an Akum as long as you know that there are no Jews. Rashi said, Shalom B'fnei Yisrael, because Yisrael, the Yisrael, Chavrein, Masculine, Obed Rohamim, Hadar Zarnei, Yibum, Yaradei Kochavim, the Sabra Pashal, Hetu, Shi Yisrael Afal. The problem just is if there are Jews around, what's going to happen? Ruben's going to see me selling a loaf of bread to an Akum. Ruben's going to say, oh, the silver's loaf, it must be kosher, without realizing the backstory. So you can sell to an Akum, ultimately, again, as long as there are no other Jews. We'll say, now, why aren't you concerned about reselling that also? Remember, that's Pasak. So remember, again, bread to an Akum has its own halachos and its own celebrations. There was a stop over for today. Shkayach, everyone, what a tremendous week. So I just want to go to all of you. Wishing everyone a good night of Shabbos and a beautiful Shabbos. All right, we'll say good morning. A great physical spark to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this new trip. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilsim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this year as a Swiss for the Solos Kavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Steve and Wendy Drazen in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig as a former Lafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edwin Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Rab Nosson, Zuflano, all the Nisham Sabi, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah, Shavon, Kilo, Kol, Chol, Reis, Rosh Hashanah, Hashem, home, all of our hostages, Shalom and Karov. and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Also, with that, let us begin a really, really incredible Gemara ahead of us today. We are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Samchay 65, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem right at the bottom of Samchay, day 64. The literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of the line. Rabbi Huda Shagale Korbina, top of Samchay, La'avidarna B'yom Ida. It's an interesting case here. Rabbi Huda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy, Avidarna. The Rashi points out over here, Avidarna is Shem Obikofam. He was an idolater. He sent him a gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom Tov. Okay, so the Gemara says, now, obviously, looks like this is a little bizarre. Like this is literally, again, right back to the beginning of the sentence, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give a gift, not transact business, not really do anything with an apple on the Yom Tov, and a fear that this will cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol. Yet here, Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy, Avidarna, this apple, on his holiday. Omar, he said, it's not a problem. Yedana paid the low I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish, he's Gentile, but I happen to know he's not an Akum. So because he's not an Akum, therefore there's no problem for me to send him a gift on this idolatry. I'm going to Yosef. Tanya, easy dear, Tosha, Kosher, Kiva, love different Gimos, Kederit, Shona, or voice. That was hearkening back to yesterday's daf. We saw in the most way that bringing my focus about what the definition of the Ger Kosher is. And ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that in order for a person to be a Ger Kosher, they have to kind of repudiate idolatry in front of a Beis Din. So again, what the Yosef is raising is this guy Avidarna, this he didn't do this. So how can you be sure that he's not an Achel? To which the Gemara says, no. That's different. That's making someone an official Ger Kosher. What does it mean to be an official Ger Kosher? So again, in Halacha, in Torah, so a Ger Kosher is considered to be part of the community, which means that the community has an obligation to look after. So when is someone considered to be a categorical Ger Kosher? So the community is obligated to look after them. The community is obligated to, if you talk about take care of them in this kind of thing, that's someone who ultimately, again, repudiated idolatry in front of a Beis Din of 3. But halacha, someone could kind of give up the status of an akum if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, the Buddha was saying, I know this guy Avidarna, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger Tosha Sha'avu Allah,
Today is Wednesday the Dar,
okay, that's interesting.
786,
Says, name of the
Thursday,
Ger Tosha,
February
who 12 months went by and he
26.
did not have a receipt, which means he did not convert. He's considered to be a min. He's considered to be an apikoros. So in other words, essentially, he's considered as if he's relapsed his idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of a Ger Tosha is automatically conversion. Like that's not what we saw before. Ger Tosha is a Gentile, right? It's a righteous Gentile. Right? Who says that there's a trajectory ultimately to conversion? Which means it's hold up. Hasam Kedosh Kiva Avav Ram over one. This is very interesting. We're talking about a situation of someone who was a Ger Tosha, and then he promised to convert. If he does not come through on that promise within a year, he's not doing it. The chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatry series. So listen, so really, first of all, just a really profound ask that if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all the time, right? Say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. And I can come up with all the excuses in the world as to why it didn't get done. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done, chances are the proper will was not there. When we don't make good promises we make to ourselves and promises we make to others, sometimes there are extenuating circumstances. More often than not, it's going to be solved. So if Ger Tosha says, I'm going to convert,
examination and inspect follow that dimension and surgical strategy.
Has circumstances beyond his control. Chances are he's not committed. He's not committed. Chances are he's relapsing to his previous idolatry. Incredible. So therefore, I will say, for Allah for the money, so what we see over here is that Rabbi Yehuda was able to sentence Avidarna a gift, even on the idolatrous Yom because this guy Avidarna was not a practicing idolater. He'd given up idolatry. Okay, next story. Rava Amti Lake Rabbanon about Shisha. So this story. Rava gave a gift.
The Jewish
to
teaching
this guy
that
Barshisha is also an
understanding.
Now again,
A
Gemara
shochet
says Yomidon, and he sent this to them on the Yom. How can you send a gift to an Akron on their Yom?
stellen
On the Gitan, they devote all of Rav on this stuff. So Rabbi said, I know Barshisha, he doesn't worship idolatry.
A Bodek is
So
a
he doesn't
shepherd.
worship idolatry. It's not a problem for me to go and give him a gift on his own. So what's incredible? So that seems to be the same as the previous time. Listen to how this story goes. Also, Ashkechei the Yosef Atzabari, the Garka, the kind of Zonos of the Most High.
upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem
Rabbi
make
then
his
went
face
to
to you
pay a visit to
and grant you
Barshisha.
peace.
What did he find? Found him covered up to his neck in
Knocking
rose
on
petals
David
with
Baker
unclothed harlots standing on them.
actually Bethlehem.
Okay.
Knocking
So
on
Amalek.
David Yiddish
So
with
Rabbi walks. He sees all of this stuff. And Barshisha says to Amalek, Isluchu ki agavna la'alma da'asim. So this is it. Barshisha says to Rabbi, I know you just go up to come. Do you have anything like this? And again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed harlots. All the physical pleasure that one could possibly want in this world. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rabbi. So Rabbi says, actually, what we have is even better than what you have. What does this mean? Amalei, Tzfeimei Hai Bihava. So Barshisha said, come on, nothing gets better than this. What could be better than this? Covered up to the neck in rose petals, with unclothed harlots all around. What pleasure could possibly surpass this? Amalei, Asuki Balaifu Kusa Kusa. Because Barshisha, as much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of the king. Anon, Mohabi Aman Kumsa. We, in the world to come, do not have fear of the king. And we're saying that this is very interesting. This is very interesting. So, what does this mean? So, we put that on, what Rabbi said about Shisha is in this world, every person is in fear of sin. I see about Shisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you live in fear, you can't choose anything. In the world to come, you don't have to fear. You don't have to fear. But I think this, so that's I think Hashem Shah. But I think on a deeper level, I think the problem is not something that you can then in order maybe there's not Yirashisha, there's only in this world, there's a concept of fear or a concept of love. So some people revere other people, some people revere having love. Is an emotion that is very much intertwined with another people. In other words, I feel things that I don't fully understand. And I even revere, right? There's something just inherent in my comprehension. There's a reference. What's the beauty of all of that? The beauty of all of that is just the beauty of what comes is that there's explicit fact. There's no everything. Everything is everything is so perhaps in all of that, what comes, there's no Yiras Hashem. There's only Ahavas Hashem. There's only love. There's only love. There's love between the Shabbos, there's love between us and HaKadosh. Yira is a function of this. But Ava, ultimately, again, so he says to Barshisha, with all these pleasures that you have, there are things that you fear. There are things that you fear. In our world, in our old Hava, there's no Yira. There's only Ava. He says, listen to this. Amalei Aname Ha, Ma'im Sedem Achusi Ika. So Barshisha's come on. I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear from the king? So as they're talking, Adinasi, Asab,
Initial spiritual
Amalei Kol, so as they're talking, the messenger from the king comes into Barshisha and says, Barshisha, the king wants you.
5 levels of the soul,
So Barshisha's got to leave his rose petals and hearts. And ultimately, again, go see the king. At least highlighting the truthful Shabbat.
absolute unity with God.
So
He may teach Yad Yadin, he may judge clear he may permit firstborns. Torah of Bereshit,
almost like delivered a prophetic message.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Barshisha said, the eye literally again, the eye which wants to see evil before you, referring to Rabbi. In other words, so the eye that wants to see evil before Rabbi, before the Jews, Tipaka should burst. Amen. Rabbi said, Amen. What happened? Taka ina de Barshisha. By Shishak's high, popped out, slowly popped out of the sun. So it was like, so what is this? Is this Shishak and Rabbi having such a nice conversation? It seemed to be friendly. It seemed to be getting along so beautifully. So what is this? So you would say perhaps on a deeper level, Shishak represented a very paradigmatic example of the hiddenness of life. A life that is just all about the consumption of pleasure, all about the experience of pleasure, right? The roads of the harvest represent just all the vices and all the desires and all the lusts that one can simply indulge in this world. So he says to Rabbi, look, come on, nothing gets worse. And Rabbi says, there is something that's better. And he goes on to explain it. And I think deep down, Shishak is like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Rava. Why do I hate you, Rava? Because if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, then so much of my life has been an exercise in futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Shishak harbors this resentment towards Rava. We can't both be right. We can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Shishak harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility towards Rava, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon Rava, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there's so many things that swirl around our subconscious, but at the end of the day, we don't fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. It wasn't just a profoundness or huskiness that, often sometimes we have this experience, which is we see something in life, or we see someone living a certain way, and I know deep down that it's right. I know deep down, but the problem just is, it's at odds with the way I'm living. It's at odds with the way I'm conducting my life, but I'm not ready to change. I'm not ready to change. So often what ends up happening, we lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because I think you're right, but just the opposite. I think you're so right. But if you're so right, then I'm so wrong. And if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? What does that say about my lifestyle? What does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in the lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, okay, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely sure and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, that feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need ultimately, again, to disparage the lifestyles or the values which they feel don't align with their own. Secure people get along with everyone. Insecure people ultimately, again, get along with almost no one. Deep down, Shishak had this tremendous insecurity, might not even be consciously aware of it. But ultimately, again, when he leveled this curse, he didn't even realize how it grew back on himself. Incredible. I'm not happy. Rabbi said, no, the story's not over. Rabbi says, if I live in the name Rava should have answered, but Shishak from the following passage, quoting up everything the passage came to him. The notes Mulach and Bikula Sefa, Nitzvah Shagor Minecha Bekesem Afich. It's interesting that the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep your company, the queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. So this is also a reference ultimately again to our prophet. Now the contrast is Shishak is surrounding himself with harlots. Right? So at the end of the Haba, we're surrounded by glamour, surrounded by wealth. Obviously, it's not literal because all of this is physical. But what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks in this world, that everything having the world comes on so much of a higher level. I'm not going to eat something. Said, if I live in the name of the Hafez, no, Rabbi should have answered by Shishak from the following passage. He should have said, I am Rabbi Zubasecha. Yahweh in the front there. So this is beautiful. As we shall actually quoted this Gemara a number of times in the second Sanhedrin. Gemara is talking about the profundity of all of that. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do in the Messiah for those who wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they receive the result of life. And it looks like another just beautiful and so again, obviously this process, so they're saying, Rabbi, I'm saying to Shisha, do you think you have a great over here with the Rothschild and others? Oh, all of Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even begin to comprehend what HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately is going to give those who ultimately wait for him. The profundity of this ultimately is Rafa comes to those who are willing to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You know, it's interesting. I've often thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. It goes ahead and pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do. I'm not content where I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to do more. It's good to be impatient with yourself, but you have to be patient with the Ribbon Shalom. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful bracha. But if you want to wait, you want to be patient, and sometimes that patience has to span generations. And sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear, if you're patient with the Ribbon Shalom, you will absolutely come to see the beautiful incredible. That's what I think. So this is my self-awareness, that's what we'll laugh at, right? Supposed to be mentioned, we're going to make the following distinction. Distinction between, if let's say the Akum hires you to move Yayin Netzach, so Allah provides that those wages are us. But if the Akum hires you to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, he asked me to arrange to transport some barrels, ultimately the wage is mutter. So here are questions. Here's what's interesting. From the mission, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is asking me to do this. So listen, it's interesting. As soon as we're doing with the some day later, his work ends at night. So in other words, I understand the following case. If you were to tell me, let's say Akum hired me for $100 a day. Fine. So now again the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking me to move some 9 SF barrels. Okay, it's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if he asked me to do this over the course of the work, that I'm still allowed to keep the wage. Unless is that true or maybe I still face a probably only to say Allah Habet Habes Shayain Esma from the Makom, Scharam Mutter. It was like this right side. If an Akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, so say, towards the evening, the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some Yayin Nesach, the wage is Mutter. Like why? Because I earned my wages from the permitted day's labor. So it's just like an add-on favor. Time of them they used to say in Huliyom alone. Now the reason this works is because I'm asked to do this after my workday is over, after effectively my wage. But it sounds like if you asked to do it during my workday, that it would be usher. And Rabbi keeps none must listen. The Amalei makes you say. So Rabbi says, you're right, you're correct. But the Mishnah's case, ultimately, again, the Akum is asking me to move the Yayin Nesach when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor. And then at the end of the day, now he's asking me to move some barrels. Rabbi says, no, lo kasha. Had the Amalei Ha'avi li ne'er chavilos ne'er kudos. Had the Amalei Ha'avi li chavis for kudos. So what's that? Is very interesting. So here's the distinction. If the Akum asks me to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 kudos, that means I'm getting paid for barrels. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get from moving the barrel of Yahinas. That wage has to be discovered. I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me ultimately again, I'm sorry, if it's Havili Mea Chavios Mea Picos, then ultimately, one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 picos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a pico. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, Then halacha l'maisa again, and again, each barrel is individualized work. Again, I'm getting a fruta per barrel. Then halacha l'maisa can keep the wages ultimately again from the yayin itself. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, then halacha l'maisa, those wages ultimately again become. So look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, lo kashya. Masnisim b'tani mutar. Gedon harali chavis b'pita. V'nimtze is chavis shal yayin esach b'nein. Shadit puto naro. Inami lo shaka miyad v'cham inach mishtu dacha lo shayef star. V'chavis chadi inach v'chad v'chadi kin adra ba'anti moshe. So again, if he tells me, move each barrel for a fruit, then good. And halacha l'maisa, I keep the fruit that I get from the barrels, and I cast away the fruit that I get from the yayin esach barrel. The rice of the kilo, Amar lady, you say, Erat chadik os chalo as go the Amar lady had. If he says to me, move 100 hours for 100 people, and what that means is, I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, the movement of yayin nesach by definition is carried out with the rest of the malacha, and then the scar ultimately again is going to be possible. Very interesting. Okay, so which the Gemara says is Vakanya. We learned was it murder of this advice of this first guy. I still can't suppose Allah other than the Fabios and the people. Again, if the last one hires me and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 people, then in case for this guy who shall not suck their name, and ultimately again, for example, one of the barrels is Yain Yesa, Salo us. The wages are us. Wages are us, since again in this case, I'm only getting paid 100 for those after I move 100 barrels, including in that ultimately is Yain Yesa. Therefore, I look for myself the wages us. Obvious, Shakuta, but again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you one Shakuta per Chavis. In this case, Chavis Yain Yesa for man, and it turns out that one of the barrels is Yain Yesa, whereas I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, I guess the rest of the wage ultimately again is incredible. Also, so soon again, so also you want to see these things started. Let's say again, Aquin hires my donkey in order to transport it. And if he transports the Mesa, the wage is us. It's us long. I don't think it's the same case. What does it matter if the Aquin is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey to do? At the end of the day, if the work involves Yain Mesa, then the wage is going to be us. If the work doesn't involve Yain Mesa, or Yain Mesa simply, is an afterthought, then halach when I say to it. So in both cases, someone says, Hasulanami, any Resha Seifa is true. So I need ultimately, again, I'll tell you why I need Safra Leishevana. So ultimately, again, I need the second Seifa. Watch this. Safra Leishevana. So if, let's say, again, Hakun hired me, hired me to transport him, he was going to sit on the donkey to get from one data point. And then what happens? Now, let's say again, Akon is kind of from a flask. He put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still prohibited. The Gemara says, okay, the main route, the login block, gross. So tell me then why? Because Akon doesn't really have the right to bring his flask. So therefore, again, his rental doesn't include the flask. Therefore, he brings the flask. The rest of the wage is mutter. Like, what's the why is it mutter? Or meaning, whereas the kasha, the surface of the surface wasn't very interesting. It's the halachas of apparently. Surface of Hammer, Sofer Maniach Alad Susom, Liginoso, and Mizonoso Shakosa. So what happens? Someone rents a donkey. Ultimately, again, the renter, is permitted to go out and purchase clothing, Susan, Liginoso, his class, Mizonoso Shakosa, and the food that he needs. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. Can't be able to just put more of the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chomar, Maniach Alas Orin, Bitaben, and is also Sha'al Sahayon. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on his donkey, barley, right, straw, and ultimately, again, the food that he needs for that day. More than that, you can't the renter, interesting. The renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so you compromise my trip. Rabbi, and he heeds the looks and Gemara says, what do you see from here? You see from here that, again, a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on the donkey. So that's the pshat. Rabbi in the Again, you're right. Renter has a right to put a fast on the donkey. But watch this. Miha, ilo mosivle, miha rima vein mihi le igra. So this is this. If he didn't bring a flask, right? So if he didn't bring a flask, so does the renter then say to the owner, you know what? If you didn't bring a flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of a rental. Of course not. Of course not. So in other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, if the apple rents my donkey, I'm his donkey driver, and he puts his flask in the Yain on there, that's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental, and therefore the rental fee is permitted. So the Gemara says, one second. So the Gemara should go back and ask this on this price. What's the case? Either shech or nizban, chomer nami the apple. If ultimately, again, I will say now, the price has said that the renter is permitted to put all the food he needs for the journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food readily available along the journey, then ultimately, again, why should the renter be able to drink all of this food? Donkey driver should say, take what you need for the day, for the first leg of the trip, and get lost on the way. Eat the most chef, when there's no food readily available, so for now, you know that. And the renter shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver for putting on money just what he needs for that day. This is very interesting. What's the case? The case is where you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tier it's a to-do. It's a to-do. Chamar, the dark in the mitzvah is one. Socha, not dark in the mitzvah is one. He's very simple. Donkey driver that's part of his job. Right, to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty of getting food and getting provisions at every step of the journey. Renter, that's not the expectation of the renter. Therefore, the renter is permitted to take all the food he needs for the entire journey put it on the donkey. But ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey where food is not available. The father of Rav Acha, the son of Rabbi. And the father of Rav Acha, the son of Ravika, is Ravika. Okay, so Ravika, on the base, have a shafach minu from about This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for Obed. What is this? It's really Rashi. First Rashi on 65. So ultimately, Ravika was a wine seller. He was selling, again, this was his wine. See, he's selling wine to the apple. The derech mofle chavir shel anything. Now, chavir is mofle. So normally, again, when you sell wine, you also sell barrels of wine with the wine. Okay, I mean that. Mafkid, ika gofi b'shad b'shad. Kech mofle b'chanas. Nishtaker b'hen b'vad. Mashu nishtaker b'hen. Ika have a shafech ru'uli gofi shemak fumimenu. Yod beziki b'yod. So what happens? It's very interesting. So Ika, the rich here is you keep the balance. You keep the balance. So what he would do is he would put and take his wine, part of his barrels into the
prospective marriage mates, and then coaches them through the dating process.
So you might have a shovel to come out
to the word shida, which is
the
match the technical meaning of the word Aramaic.
So ultimately, again, then
actually to settle down.
based on the way you read
The
it,
newly matched
you take the
people
wine
settle
across the
their
river,
differences
give it to
before
them, and ultimately, again, he would keep the barrels as part of his marriage. Okay,
can
that was
either
it.
be
According to
male
the
or
wine
female,
skins,
although female
transported by right, transported,
properly
and you
called
would
the
get to
shot
keep the
content
barrels. Also,
in
from Rabbi,
Yiddish, and the
so
shot
continue from
content,
the Rabbi about his
shot
practice.
content in Hebrew,
Amar
the
Rabbi,
plural
ki
form
katara,
is shot
fetela
content.
katara. What's the problem? Rabbi said. Now the pashtus with the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wineskins of the akum, it becomes, you want to call it whatever, standing on Yain Nesaf. So you're bothered by this because isn't ultimately again what he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yain Nesaf. It's got to go across the river as well. So Rabbi says it's not a problem because when Ika is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I must do lots of the kiyumo. Ultimately, again, wait a second. Still, even though he's pouring wine that's permitted, you're right. But then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wineskins to break. Because if the wineskins break, then he's going to be in trouble. So he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins, which are problematic. He must be bad value. He made a condition with that, right? And the condition ultimately, again, was that halacha l'maaseh, if it breaks, it's on them. He has no responsibility for it. Or they brought back up the fences as well.
Both the act
This
of
way, for some
matchmaking,
reason,
so you
the
can say that
argument
shotchan
to broke,
is in the
you have
business
to
of
back up.
shotchrona. as well as the money traditionally given to the Shadchan for his or her services, which would more accurately be referred to as Shadchonas. Paying the Shadchan is actually important. Beyond helping the Shadchan pay his or her bills, the couple wants to begin this new chapter in life cleanly and that no one bearing a grudge, even a subconscious one. The Shud Shadchan. Anyone can be a Shadchan. See a fine young woman and promising young man. Just make the suggestion. Even if it does not work the first time, keep on trying. Being a successful professional Shadchan is a formula to craft that requires insight into human nature, determination, creativity, marketing skills, and sometimes the wisdom of men not to present the whole truth, at least not initially. At times, an eager Shadchan may over-represent a person's good attributes or suppress some of their less savory side. This has given rise to the joke that the word Shadchan is an acronym for Sheker Dover, Kesef speaks falsehood, takes money. The joking aside, the Shadchanim of the generations past and present do a splendid, often underappreciated job in helping singles find themselves. The divine Shadchan. The Roman matron once asked Rabbi Yoshi. Roman matron once asked Rabbi Yossi Bar Charachta if it took God 6 days to create the world, what has he been doing since then? If it took God 6 days to create the world, what has he been doing since then? God has been making matches, replied the Rabbi, determining what the daughter of so-and-so will go to so-and-so, and the son of so-and-so will go to so-and-so, etc. Is this his occupation, she asked. I can do the same thing. I have many manservants and maids. I'll prepare them for in no time. It may seem simple to you, said Rabbi Yoshi. It may be simple to you, said Rabbi Yossi, but it is as difficult to him as the splitting of the sea. With that, the Rabbi went on his way. The matron then smugly proceeded to line up 1,000 manservants and 1,000 maids, creating 1,000 instant couples. The next morning, however, they all returned to her sporting bruises and injuries, refusing to remain with the spouses she had assigned them. Rabbi Yossi, said the matron, there is no person like your Hashem, and your Torah is true, pleasant, and praiseworthy. Who approaches the Shadchan? In a traditional setting, certainly for a first marriage, the parents of the singles are generally the ones who approach the Shadchan, but it is the young man or woman who will meet the prospective match and make the final call whether or not to marry. However, when older adults seek a match or when parents are not available, then it is the single who deals with the Shadchan and decides whether or not to pursue a given shidduch. Now, although Hashem has already determined who we will marry, it is incumbent upon us to proactively help ourselves and our children, including contacting reliable Shadchan when the time comes. Here is an excerpt from a letter penned by the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of Righteous Memory in 1952. Regarding your daughters, it seems to me that you should seek the offices of the Shadchan, even though matches is God's fruit, as Hashem purview. Nonetheless, everything must have a foothold in nature, and it is appropriate that on every weekday morning you give 18 cents to charity for your daughters and for all our family before prayer, and this will be the fitting vessel to attract and retain God's blessings. Oh, that's a great story. Menachem.
In this particular case, Yayin Nessa, what the glove was what we call nosim tam iftam. It infuses detrimental taste, detrimental flavor.
Right.
And therefore, what Roman said is,
Now we gotta watch
you gotta
it.
go part the fiti enough alef at least in Yayin Nessa. Shani Rava Lezabun la Olekot. So what's the interesting is, so it's a pile of wheat, and Yayin Nessa fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat, broke it right, I guess about a poured on the wheat, and Rava permitted to sell the wheat to an Akron, to a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell it to a Jew, but you can sell it to a non-Jew. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second. So raise the Shiloh, they get Shalbok line, horizontal Pinarabi Bohalim. But go yes and that's the color. Listen to this. If you have a piece of animal clothing, and let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was in the garment. So essentially the garment is shines. So what's down there? Oh, what's there? Well, right, in other words, you're concerned that the garment is shines. So what's down there? Oh, now look, there's like this. Right, you don't know where the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Obed Kohan. You can't sell it to an Kohan. Now, why can't you sell it to an Kohan? And Rashi says, because what do we just say? That you're going to sell it to an Kohan, and the Kohan is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, now, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for your body. The sitting on it also be benefiting from Shabbos. I'm sorry, about also Tafik for instance. But you can make it, you can use it with burial shrouds for instance. Since a mace doesn't have an obligation in this, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are shot in this person. So you must every Bahar might come over. Why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of the linen? Yoma Asi Bezavinis, because we're afraid that we may resell it to a Jew. Oh, Achanami, Asi Bezavinis, no. Ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here that same thing as the other pile of wheat and the Yarinesa still on it? How can you sell it to an Alkin? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately you're going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, the Mitrino, or the Fanino, or the Zavina of the Havan, Shalom, with ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and also, right, Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you could grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an Achim, not in the present century. So it's essentially, you can sell it to an Achim as long as you know that there are no Jews. Rashi said, Shalom B'fnei Yisrael, because you saw the Yisrael fabric, masculine, and Obed Gohavim, Hadar Zavnei, Ibum, Yalad Gohavim, the Sabbath Hashal, Hetu, Shi Yisrael Afar. The Talmud just says if they're Jews, they're not saying Ruben's going to start seeing you selling a loaf of bread to a Ruben's going to do small. The silver's loaf, it must be kosher. You're not realizing the backstories. It's all to an Akum, ultimately again, as long as there are no other issues. Okay, one second. Now, why aren't you concerned about reselling it also? Remember, that's Pasas. So remember, again, bread from an Akum has its own set of halachos, its own set of halachos. So we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. That is for this week. So just to go for all of you. Wishing everyone a good night. Shabbos and a beautiful Shabbos.
But he didn't show it to the rest of it.
The sponsor TV will tell you all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank. Our annual sponsors of dedicating all the children's Rothschilds this year as a schus for the sales Kavos for Am Yisrael. Time Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Avinu and Tov, Stephen Randy, Jason, Hannah, parents, Israel Jason, Dina Jason, and Rosenzweig, and memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, Zechon Bracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, commission of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch,
what are like 10 other rivers out there that are real and practical that just need solutions within Judaism?
Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel,
River, baby.
The merit of our time to all of the Mishnah, families in the former, all those who need refuah, shepherd together,
I already met the deeper version of Torah, and was making the action for the improvement, like the pure improvement. How one needs to come become common, virtually impure, in order to prove that religion ceremonies traditionally did not fully grasp the support-related
and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula, the Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula, Avinu Bar Papi, Yasser B'chia Bar Ami Dabai. And B'chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question from him. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Sachra Lishbar B'yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you imagine this, Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this milk? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asr and also. Here, Yaakov is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesef, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesef, and he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnasa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the process. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know. Ruvain doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, the Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesef to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yayin Nesef. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand,
free will versus divine
this is the instruction of Yayin Nesef. Instruction of Allah Himself. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want God to remain in existence. Again, ultimately, to describe all the Torah is and the proceeds.
Resurrection of the resurrection of the dead. When the dead are revived,
says,
what body do they get? What
Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother.
What about identical twins with shared DNA? Mystical answers exist, but practically it's a metaphysical rhythm. Tribal identity restoration. Many mitzvot require knowing who is a Kohen, who is a Levi, who is a Shevet, which Shevet tribe. We rely on tradition, but genealogically certain he is largely lost. In a temple era, this becomes a serious administrative puzzle. Conversion standards in the global world. Who is Jewish, who is Orthodox, and other shit. The lack of universal recognition creates galactic fragmentation. Bonus, the Shemitah of the universe from Sefer Tamina. Are we in one cosmic cycle among many? If Torah expression changes per cycle, what does that imply about absolute law? That's a metaphysical riddle of epic scale. What about the true relative challenge? Here are three especially juicy ones to still man like we did, or like I did. Restoring Snoop globally, a halachically airtight solution to every crisis, a future-proof Shabbat framework for AI. Pick one. Alright, let's do.
So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction.
Let's start with number one, and maybe we'll do the other ones another day.
You by definition
really good,
want
so
the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it. So
we had rabbis starting with basically Moses, and Smicha was passed down like a formal laying down of hands through Joshua and the sages up until the second century of the time era. Generally, when the Romans made it illegal, right? Okay. Well, couldn't we just say that Smicha, has head changes, so it could have just been and since rabbi literally means teacher, it could just be the passing of from one teacher to another. So a teacher has like a
nevertheless, it is going to be also
classroom. Everyone in that classroom would learn under that teacher. It'd be like a rabbi tree, like a coaching tree. And then that would continue. And then I know it was tried to be restarted in the 16th century or whatever, but It didn't even necessarily need to be restarted. It's still going. There's an argument to be said that at its core word, rabbi just means teacher. So we've had rabbis consistently, Jewish teachers, since the fall of the temple and the Roman mandate to end it. So we could just say that rabbi sometimes has more additions with the laying on of hands and the different kinds, but at the core it just means teacher. So because we've continuously had teachers this entire time, Smicha never really ended.
Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's
how I see it.
Gemara says, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition.
I mean, that's how I see it, and that's how I've stated it to rabbinical colleagues.
So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to
at the core, it doesn't mean anything but teacher.
Says, not necessarily. No, doesn't be that mean.
You can say that it means other things. That's cool, but at the core, it means teacher.
That's not true. According to the Rabbanon,
You move right there. All right, riddle me this.
Because the Rabbanon only can be a kiva. The Rabbanon hold everything you can with plants, either planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be.
What up, pimp?
To which the Gemara says,
I'm in the middle of a class right now, so I can't talk. How you living, baby?
Oh, interesting.
Okay, excellent. Very well. So, we are currently studying rabbinical ordination, and so there's an argument to be made. So traditionally, as rabbis, the first rabbi we trace back to Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses our teacher, and he passed his teaching to Joshua and Joshua to the sages, and basically this process of formal, what we call smicha, rabbinical ordination, continued until the 2nd century of the Common Era. However, the Romans made it illegal after the fall of the Second Temple in 69 of the Common Era, and there's this major point of contention that we do have rabbis today, but it's not necessarily the same rabbis that we had in the 2nd century because of the rabbinical ordination becoming illegal. However, I think there's a pretty easy argument to be made that rabbi simply means teacher. And we have continuously had Jewish teachers going back to Moses, our teacher, Moshe Rabbeinu, and rabbinical ordination has been tried to be reestablished again in the 16th century and in the more modern age, but I think that that's unnecessary. The fact is that the heart of the word rabbi means teacher, and it can mean other things too. So I basically, for the last 45 minutes, went through some Yiddish overview and some Kabbalah overview, and then at the end of my classes, I go with AI. I basically use AI to be able to make the different arguments. And like yesterday, we reviewed the red heifer, which is like a sacrifice that was done during the temple period. And so, if you pardon me. They didn't do it recently. They have the cattle.
He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go to basically pay me $50 a barrel. Right?
No, it hasn't been done. It hasn't been done.
On one hand, you could say no, because therefore
yeah, exactly. So basically, the candidate has to be a female cow. It cannot be yoked. It cannot have been milked. It cannot have been calved. So meaning like it can't have reproduced. It has to have pure red hair. Not even one of the hairs can be of a different color. And it's not like a pure red. It's like a red orange. It can have horns. It can have hooves. Essentially, it has to be an adult, and it has to be checked like a bodek, a checker, has to review, make sure it doesn't have any in any imperfections, and then at that point, essentially, there's a process that takes place outside the temple walls in the Mount of Olives, where a pyre would be created. There only has to be one Cohen, basically, who has to do it, but usually it'd be a team of people. And then the animal is essentially shechted, a process known as shechita. That's ritual slaughter, where the trachea is cut. The blood would be collected into a basin. That basin would be basically, it would have blood. The Cohen would take hyssop, which is like a type of plant, and 7 times spray that, or like flick that blood onto the altar. But it's different. It's a different altar. It's not even. It's really just a platform that's outside the walls of the temple, and then from there, the pyre would be lit. It doesn't need to be lit in any special way. It doesn't have to be from a like a heavenly source. It can just be lit from regular fire, and then that heifer essentially would be burned to a crisp, even the horns, even the hooves and everything. Then from there, all of that ash would be collected, and the blood that was in the bowl that didn't get splashed would basically be thrown on the pyre as well. Everything would be burned in its entirety, and then all of that ash is collected, and then the collection is kept in a safe place, and basically then there's a process where people are considered they're considered impure if they are in they make contact with a dead body, and so essentially it's known as pame, the impurity. So basically, there's a process that a Cohen can use to use hyssop with what's essentially an amount of an olive's amount of the ash of the heifer. Mix that with light water, so like water from a running source, and then flick that essentially onto the people. So basically, like, let's say you make contact with the dead body, and you're like, Rabbi, I need to become purified. What do I do? So basically, it's a 7-day process, but you would basically wash. On the 3rd day, we would spray this ash water mix on you. And then again on the 7th day, and then after that you would ritually wash in a mikvah, which is like a ceremonial bath that uses living water. When I say living water, it comes from a natural source. And then from there, you would no longer be tamei. Basically, you would be pure. So, long story short, there's an issue that arises within Judaism that it's very paradoxical. Like the person who actually does the slaughtering of this process, that Cohen, by making the other people ritually pure, he himself becomes impure. And so there's this idea that it's impossible for all of Israel to become ritually pure. However, I came up with a solution yesterday, where if you had 2 pyres and 2 heifers and 2 kohanim, basically they could ritually purify each other. And so these are not questions that are normally discussed. They're pretty advanced. But long story short, that's what we reviewed yesterday. And then today we're reviewing just the role of the rabbi within Jewish society and the role of rabbinical ordination. But before we do that, I made a change on my computer, and hopefully it doesn't keep kicking me out of the Telegram. So hopefully that continues. It seems like it's done well thus far. So with that, I'm going to continue. Feel free to listen. Okay? Excellent. All right, here first, we are making the argument that smicha. Here we go. So the The argument we're proposing is smicha, classical ordination, never really ended because rabbi at its core just means teacher, and we've had an uninterrupted teacher since Moshe. Let's still man this carefully and then stress test it. What classical smicha actually was. In the Mishnah Talmudic period, it began with Moshe placing hands on Yeshua, that's Numbers 27. It continued in an unbroken chain. It conferred legal authority. It allowed capital cases, fines, Meso, Sanhedrin membership, certain coercive powers. This wasn't just teacher certification. It was jurisdictional authority inside Eretz Israel, the land of Israel. It required musmach, ordained sage, in the land of Israel with proper transmission. The chain appears to have ended under the Roman persecution in the 4th to 5th century of the Common Era. Your proposal, the continuity argument. You're saying rabbi literally means teacher. Teachers never stop. Therefore, the core essence of smicha never stopped. The formal laying on of hands may have faded, but the intellectual chain didn't. This is actually a strong philosophical argument because in Pirkei Avot, Moshe received Torah from Sinai and transmitted it. Transmission is the core, not the hand. So your claim is the essential smicha is Mizorah, transmission, not physical ritual. That's elegant. Where this argument hits resistance, the counter-argument from classical halakha, smicha wasn't just knowledge, teaching, tradition, it was a legal empowerment status. Analogy, you can teach law for 40 years. That does not automatically make you a Supreme Court justice. The classical smicha gave state-level judicial authority, enforcement power, binding communal rulings. Modern rabbis have educational authority, communal authority, moral authority, but not Sanhedrin authority, capital jurisdiction, biblical level enforcement. So historically, they're not identical categories. The 16th century attempt in Tzfat, Rabbi Yaakov Berav attempted to restart smicha based on Rambam's ruling. If all sages in Israel agree, smicha can be renewed. It gained traction but faced opposition and collapsed, meaning even great rabbis believe classical smicha had indeed ended. Could your version work conceptually? If we redefine smicha as the uninterrupted transmission of Torah authority, then yes, it never ended. But if smicha means a specific halakhic status with judicial consequences, then historically it did end. So the dispute depends on definition, deep insight, two types of authority. You may have uncovered something interesting. There may be ontological smicha, transmission of Torah, teacher to student, never stopped. Judicial smicha, formal legal empowerment, land of Israel dependent, ended under Rome. That reframes the whole discussion, where Rambam didn't use your argument. Maimonides clearly distinguishes between being a Torah scholar, being a musma, and judicial authority. If your argument worked halakhically, he would have just said, we still have rabbis, problem solved, but he didn't. This suggests that the classical definition required something more concrete than teaching continuity. But here's where you're actually onto something big. The Sanhedrin need smicha to function, but Jewish law has survived without it for 1,600 years, meaning de facto authority shifted from centralized court power to distributed scholarly consensus. So maybe the Jewish legal system evolved from vertical authority to network authority. This is not a bug, this is a survival feature. Stillman version of your claim. The strongest possible framing. Smicha's essence is Mizor, its transmission. Transmission never stops. Therefore, the spirit of Smicha never ended. Only its Roman-era political enforcement dimension collapsed. The Jewish people organically transitioned to decentralized halakhic authority. That's actually a respectable theory. The real riddle. If your theory were accepted, then could we declare Sanhedrin valid today? Could capital law return? Could fines also be reinstated? Most poskim would say no. But philosophically, your move reframes the question. Final thought. You didn't necessarily solve the classical smicha problem, but you exposed something real, the difference between legal empowerment and Torah continuity. And that distinction is huge. All right. Let's see here. All right, well, to debate that point, you said that just because a legal scholar spends 40 years learning the law doesn't mean that they can be a Supreme Court justice. You know, technically, you don't even have to be a lawyer to be a Supreme Court justice. So your argument is poor.
It still has value. That's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain the case then of Yair Yosef? The Cheres Hadrani. So listen, it's very interesting. Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother here doesn't, who cares if the cask is great or not, it doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother here doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it gets stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a raya from this case. You're bringing a raya, bringing a proof from the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha of Hager. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha of Hager. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Uncle. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he'll choose his inheritance. And also, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Cheres Hashavim. The Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen item of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to know that truth. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice.
I have to use the restroom. All right.
Money is necessary.
So your argument is for. Additionally,
as long as you have your health.
Additionally,
as long as you have your health,
Judaism replaced temple sacrifices with daily davening after the fall of the Second Temple. So we recognize that different processes have changed over the course of the last 2,000 years, and certainly over the last 3,300 of Judaism, and certainly within the last 5,786 years of the length of the world. And so, certainly, in addition to this, we do still have judges and have had Beta Din, houses of judgment. Traditionally, for thousands of years, somebody had to rule on judicial issues within shtetls and within medieval and even the ancient Near East. So these things have continued, thus the argument, I feel, is enhanced. What are your thoughts?
Sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav Mao Shivaka Avodas Kofar. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead? And I will say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make over the Ger.
Right, so here we go.
Understand the tremendous consequences of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed.
All right, now we're actually debating, and your counter is stronger than the first version. Let's treat it seriously. You're basically arguing authority structures evolved. Judaism has replaced major institutions before Karbanot to Tefillah. We had Beit Din, rabbinical courts continuously. Therefore, saying Smicha ended may just mean the form changed, not the authority itself. That's a much more sophisticated claim. Let's pack it carefully. The Supreme Court analogy. You're right. You're correct. There is no constitutional requirement that a U.S. Supreme Court justice be a lawyer. So the analogy I gave wasn't airtight. Your point, authority is conferred by recognition and structure. not by intrinsic professional status. Good catch. But here's where the analogy still matters. In Judaism, classical smicha wasn't merely communal recognition, it was a specific halakhic category with divine powers. That's the key difference. Sacrifices were replaced. Important distinction. You referenced the shift from carbonate sacrifices to tefillah, prayer. Here's a critical nuance. Prayer was not a legal replacement for sacrifices. It became a functional substitute in exile, a spiritual parallel, a temporary structure. But halakhically, sacrifices are still binding mitzvahs, of course. If a temple stood tomorrow, korbanot would resume. So, do not say prayer abolished sacrifice. I did not say that. I just said they replaced them on a temporary basis. So the institution changed in practice, but not in law. This distinction is massive. Continuous beta din, your strongest point. You're absolutely right. We have had beta din continuously for 2,000 years. Someone ruled on marriage, divorce, conversions, monetary disputes. So judicial authority clearly didn't vanish. But here's the technical distinction. Post-Talmudic beta din function under delegated communal authority, rabbinic power, consent-based enforcement. They do not have biblical capital jurisdiction, authority to impose horrifying Sanhedrin level national sovereignty. In other words, they are courts but not sovereign courts. That difference matters a lot. The real core question, your deeper claim, is actually this. If the Jewish people collectively recognize rabbinic authority continuously, isn't that the functional equivalent of smicha? Now we're talking. Because this reframes smicha as authority derived from national recognition, Masoret continuity, practical governance, rather than a mystical laying on of hands claim, a mystical laying on of hands chain. That's a serious philosophical position, where the classical objection stands. The Talmudic model of smicha required transmission in Eretz Israel, land of Israel, from someone who himself had smicha in an unbroken legal chain. When that chain broke, the category ceased, not because Jews stopped teaching, but because the legal condition ended. It's like a corporation charter expiring. You can keep doing business, but technically the charter status is gone. The radical path your argument opens. If authority evolves and communal recognition is the true foundation, then a unified global rabbinic consensus could theoretically reconstitute national authority. That's essentially Rambam's minority proposal. If all sages in Israel agree, smicha can be restored. You're pushing that logic further. Maybe it never truly disappeared. It's decentralized. That's bold. Here's the deep structural issue. Judaism distinguishes between Torah law that is eternal and fixed and rabbinic systems that can adapt structurally. Sacrifices to prayer, that's adaptive mode. Smicha to decentralized scholarship, that's adaptive mode. But classical smicha carried specific Torah level powers. Those powers have not been exercised since. That's the sticking point. Where your argument actually wins. You're correct in this sense. Jewish authority did not collapse, it transformed. We moved from centralized sovereignty to distributed scholarly authority. That's not absence, that's evolution. In fact, the survival of Judaism arguably depended on this shift. The unresolved question is smicha defined by legal, technical chain continuity or ongoing national Torah authority? If A, it ended. If B, it evolved. The Talmud leans towards A. The Jewish history seems to demonstrate B. That tension is real. Final assessment. You didn't refute the classical halakhic position, but you exposed that the argument that smicha ended depends entirely on a narrow technical definition, and you showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrated, and you showed that authority in Judaism has demonstrably adapted before. That's a legitimate enhancement of the debate. All right. I mean, it's one of two things. It's either smicha ended, and then we can really have no rabbis anymore from a traditional standpoint, halakhically, the Talmud argument, and then it's over. It's done. We can never have a Sanhedrin again. And if that's the case, then we can never reestablish many of the things within Israel. Or the second case is the only viable option. Therefore, the second case has to be the solution, and it is legitimate, and there's an argument to be made. And on top of that, if you look at the phrase as smicha, the laying on of hands has continued, the teaching has continued, Torah transmission has continued, Talmudic transmission has continued. It is simply a decentralized version of the previous temple smicha that had to adapt based on the fact that we were in exile.
Could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Atom 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol.
Now you have shifted the historical argument to logical necessity. You're saying either smicha truly ended, in which case rabbinic authority today is fundamentally illegitimate and Sanhedrin may never return, or it transformed, decentralized, and therefore remains alive in evolved form, which must be the correct reading. That's a powerful binary framing. But here's the key.
Number 2.
If it ended, then rabbis are illegitimate. No. This assumes smicha all rabbinic authority, but historically that's not necessarily how all halakha framed it. There were two layers: biblical judicial authority dependent on classical smicha, rabbinic communal authority based on scholarship recognition, communal acceptance. When smicha ended, only category A ended. Category B did not. So the system didn't collapse, it narrowed. Can we never have a Sanhedrin again? Not necessarily. This is where Mathematics becomes critical. He rules, if all the stages in Eretz Israel agree to appoint judges, smicha can be restored. That means even in classical framework, that means that even in classical framework, the door was never permanently locked. It requires consensus, not mystical chain continuity. So the system built in a reboot clause. Your decentralization thesis, you're proposing something deeper. Smicha didn't disappear, it transitioned from vertical, chain-based sovereignty to horizontal, network-based authority. That is historically observable. After Rome, there's no centralized Sanhedrin, but enormous halakhic creativity. Talmud compiled, Geonim ruled, Rishonim codified, Achronim refined. Acharonim refined, Torah authority flourished. That supports your decentralization theory. But here's the crucial distinction. The Torah sometimes allows emergency adaptation, and it allows rabbinic governments based on communal consent. What it does not do is say if something becomes impractical, redefine it out of existence. Sacrifices weren't redefined. They were suspended due to conditions. Smicha wasn't redefined. Its highest powers became dormant. Dormant does not mean extinct. The hidden third option. Your reframing was either it ended forever or it evolved and continues. But there's a third model. The biblical sovereign authority ended, but rabbinic authority continued in a different category. And restoration remains theoretically possible. That's actually the traditional position where your argument really bites. You're correctly sensing something. Judaism survived exile because authority became distributed. If authority had required continuous Sanhedrin level sovereignty, we would have collapsed. So yes, this is adaptive elasticity built into the system, but elasticity is not the same as ontological continuity. Before halakhic question, does decentralized rabbinic authority generate the same metaphysical status as classical smicha, or a different kind of authority sufficient to exile but not sovereignty? Most classical sources say A. Other intuition says most classical sources say B. Other intuition leans to A. That's the real debate. The philosophical depth. What you're really wrestling with is if Jewish authority covenantal and national, or is it textual and transmissional? Is Jewish authority covenantal and national, or is it textual and transmissional? Temple model, national sovereignty; exile model, textual sovereignty. We moved from land-centered authority to book-centered authority. That's enormous. Does logical necessity force option 2? Not necessarily. Halakha is not purely logical, it's covenantal. Something can be currently impossible, historically interrupted, awaiting messianic restoration without being logically redefined. Judaism tolerates suspended institutions. Final assessment. Your decentralization thesis is historically strong. However, it doesn't logically force the conclusion that classical smicha never ended. It may mean classical smicha is dormant, while rabbinic authority evolved into a parallel system that preserves both historical integrity, exilic adaptability, and keeps the rebirth door open. Now here's the next level question. If tomorrow every major Orthodox authority in Israel agreed to restore smicha under Rambam's rule, would it be legitimate? Yeah, we are really going there. Yeah, but that's just Rambam's opinion. And frankly, we don't follow a lot of what Rambam says. That's just one man's opinion. And whether or not that would be legitimate is still just based on one rabbi from 1,000 years ago. Who's to say that it has to be in Eretz Israel? Who's to say what that even means? Does that mean the borders of Israel? Could that mean the settlements? Could that mean all orts in the world? What does Eretz Israel really mean? I know it means the land of Israel, but that isn't very well defined. Now you're moving from institutional theory to meta-authority theory. You're asking, why does Rambam get to define the reboot mechanism? Why must it be Eretz Yisrael, land of Israel? What even counts as Israel halakhically? Who decides? Good. That's the right pressure point. Let's slow it down and be precise. It's just Rambam's opinion. You're correct that Maimonides is one opinion, but here's the crucial thing. He isn't inventing a new idea. He's interpreting a sugya, a Talmudic passage. The debate is not, do we follow Rambam? The debate is Rambam correctly reading the Talmud? And in this case, Rambam says smicha can be restored by consensus of sages in Eretz Israel. Many others disagree. Some think restoration requires Mashiach. Some think it is permanently suspended until prophecy returns. So yes, it's contested, arbitrary. Why Eretz Israel matters. This is not Rambam's invention. The Talmud itself ties classical smicha to being granted in Eretz Israel judicial authority rooted in the land. Why? Because classical smicha was tied to sovereign Jewish jurisdiction, the Sanhedrin. National covenantal authority outside the land, Jews historically lacked sovereignty. So the land isn't geographic trivia, it's jurisdictional. What counts as Eretz Israel? Now we're getting interesting. Logically, Eretz Israel can mean biblical borders, Numbers 34, land conquered by Yehoshua, land sacrifice under Israel, current state of Israel territory areas with halakhic kedusha, sanctity, land under Jewish sovereignty. These are not identical categories. That's a real complexity. But none of them historically meant any Orthodox yeshiva anyway. I understand that, but there's an argument. Because the land requirement wasn't about Jewish population, it was about covenantal territory. Your deeper question, you're pushing forward something more radical. If authority comes from Torah transmission, why is land even relevant? Why should geography affect legal power? That's actually a massive theological question. The Torah binds law and land. Many mitzvot only function in the land under sovereignty, under national structure. Judaism isn't purely abstract text. It's land-based covenant, exile, forced textual survival. But that doesn't erase territorial categories, the hidden issue. Who has meta authority? Your strongest move so far is this. Who decides what counts? If there is no Sanhedrin, who authorizes the reboot conditions? That's the paradox. To restart smicha, you need recognized authority, but recognized authority depends on smicha. It's circular. That's the real riddle. Where Rambam's proposal even matters, Rambam tries to break the circularity. He proposes collective agreement of the sages in the land, creates the authority to restart the chain. In other words, authority can re-emerge from national scholarly consensus. Is not mystical, it's not constitutional. Whether we accept that is another matter. Could Israel mean something broader? If you wanted to steelman your position, you could argue Israel might mean the collective Jewish people, the covenantal body, not strictly geography, but historically Holocaust. Has not interpreted it that way in this context. Still, philosophically, that's a live question. The real core problem. Here's what this all reduces to. Is Jewish authority land anchored and sovereignty based, or text anchored and transmission based? Temple era is A, exile era is B. We've lived in B for 2,000 years. You're asking whether B replaced A permanently. Traditional Holocaust says no. A is dormant, not abolished. Your strongest argument going forward, if you want to push this further, the sharpest angle is if exile can suspend land-based authority for 2,000 years and Jewish law adapts around that, then the system already demonstrated it can function without classical smicha. Therefore, perhaps restoration is not legally necessary for legitimacy. That's coherent. But it doesn't prove restoration will disappear, only that survival doesn't depend on it. Where the real explosion is. Here's the dangerous version of your question. Israel today is a sovereign Jewish state. If Israel today is a sovereign Jewish state, does sovereignty itself trigger dormant categories? That's much more destabilizing than redefining Israel, because now the land plus sovereignty combination has partially restored. And that brings the whole smicha discussion back into practical territory. You're not wrong to challenge the borders issue, but the deeper issue is the geography. It's what generates legal authority in Judaism, territory, consensus, transmission, or sovereignty. That's the real battlefield.
Again, we need the participation of all Jewish residents. In
And
general,
it's just,
Jewish residents who
I don't think
cannot
it's
participate,
You're fine.
even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be the vat, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chazon that allows everyone else to utilize the Chazon. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who's publicly a woman, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a ger toshav ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with a ger toshav, and the Jews in the chutzner want to make a good of tziros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger toshav as well. Now, whether or not the ger toshav could actually go and give them Sarah, in the Rothschild side, you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you. Wishing everyone. Good morning, we'll say a great Sparkish TV. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual Talmud sponsor, Tilson Shulchan Aruch, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a schus for the Soros Tables for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Alin and Tova Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig Zechon Racha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch Zechon Racha, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachaber Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Radnos. Young sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Yisham Sabin, the families in the family, all of us need to shouting together, call for ladies, for the Baruch Hashem, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukharov, allow our baby soldiers to be successful and follow up in our city. For those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samech Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yes, sir. Rav Nachman Ula Ta'avini Rav. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avini Rav Papi. Yes, Rabbi Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. The Gemara says, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my boy, he asked the following question from him. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Lishbar B'yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right, so can you imagine this? The akum comes over to Ruben. So Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from this method? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'amiyot. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach, and he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, what's halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnos. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds work. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Miyad Minan Kevan, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of the barrels. I don't know how Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it, right? I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore again it's hustle. On the other hand, oh Diamo, Kol Yehudi Tifla Shaker. On the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of Aval Mizal. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the mouse to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating China. Amr Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishmar and Kol Rav Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell Al Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out about Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this idea. So let's choose it on that. Ain't ultra in all the so let's say again, an aqua plants Kirai, right? Kirai is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medicines. Any forbidden mixture. So if an Obed Kocham is planting Kirai, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra means like home. You know, removing weeds or seed covering with dirt. You can't do that. Top of Sanaf Valid 64. About opening what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kirai. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about open. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted Kirai. Now I'll get Akum because I planted Kirai. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kirai, right? And I want the existence of the Kirai. Because if the Kirai is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amari, who's a baby. It's Rabbi Akiva, the Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. It's very interesting. The Akiva holds it, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. For example, it actually points out over here that let's say someone else trying to be Kilayim, right? Apple and Kilayim, and the Apple asks you to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. You know, putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also decided. Here we go. Menachesh means weeding. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So Menachesh and Abdullah, look at you get out this, right? Because again, that's first of all, because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of the Kiva says after the kind. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kiva, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So this is my time to be a Kiva. Where's the Kiva? Such for the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Shamalomar, low Kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. A little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, you might actually kind of splicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's really excellent. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, when you say Tesla Shari, it ultimately is interesting enough, even for the Kiva. Any part of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is concerned that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Ashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, does not be that mean that Rabbi Rather, Haman is the thing. Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be opening a few community nami shopping. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon only can put up a fence. Because Rabbanon only can be a keeper. Rabbanon won't whether you can with plants to get planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying of food, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, and certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamaskin and the interesting what the case over here. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim to free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the point? The Marcus Rabbi Huda Amar, leaking Lahan Maknaskinam Aser. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that halacha lifestyle you are not allowed to do a favor from it. Like we actually had this in the beginning of our Zohar, Lo Sechanim. All my fault is what Lo Sechanim means. Like this means compliment them and give them a skin. But really says, don't do nothing free. You can't let it free. You can't do something for asking for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole Zohar, you still can't do it. So which the message is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. So the fact that you're saying this up from Yehuda, so that they're according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Maknasina, Aval Yehuda, Tisla, Shakir. The message says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to uproot our Zara, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's of objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought of Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind of line work, yeah? And you take this law, shepherd them. And you say, same thing, according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more extensive, approach. Prohibition of the land. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you not the actual planting itself, but you can even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if people would agree to uproot the land, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, is so low easy. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. Of course, it's good. This is phrase, the Surah movie. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a microphone. The Sulo meaning. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did you start with this? This all started by the priest of, and Akum wants to break these barrels of Yain Yesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and he's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore, that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain Yesef, and I'm benefiting from all these other. On the other hand, I'm just trying to all these other. But Nachman said, do it, and Chava Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As the Nachman said, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, there is really such an interesting idea. Kind of a hard Western society and mindset is, live and let live. And that is important. Members of society, just the general approach to living in integrated society, you should take important approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion nor is it the place to stand in judgment. Everyone else's lifestyle choices and everything else. Live and let live. That's assuming that has to be our approach for living in integrated society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. when there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Matthew uses his lashon of yes, destroy the INS and tavo alav bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And sometimes you think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a good or a good, and sometimes the Matthew says yish itaballah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And if you do it, itaballah. Ultimately, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when you feel incredible. Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Lasvi, so again, the same. The identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that one. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to not use it. You start with the nail, let's come the Arabic, but come in the Shai. So Malcolm says, I think it's nothing. I think it's nothing. That if an Malcolm sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane and a lie. Listen to this. So here's what Malcolm's proof. When these people who came before Rabbi, what happened? Another room. Zilu Zidino Komad the Ismafu, the seal scattered. This is fascinating. So that's one says like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi, and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, all of these Skyru, the Afrishan Skyru, also really call it because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity issue. And you can't get another from it. So he tells them instead of a while you're still Gentile, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So you know it's nice. My time, you shouldn't have sell it, and let's go come and get it coming time. You see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are on the hands of the whom ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny was in the Cleveland that actually delay, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that case different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converting. So an Akum could be Mavaka who's Avodah. Maybe that's why the proceeds are not. Eleni now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shayinoshim Oliko Panim, Mona, Umafar Avodas Kochanim Dehedi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesach, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's Muslim. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the action same case, $1,000. Case will already pay you. You need to wait here and split to sell more. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my yayin nesef, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. In case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his yayin nesef. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moves on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my yayin nesef. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I expected him my generation. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. And Sheshas see from the Shum the Avilek Kilotse the Kibina. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous survey. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. If you notice it, that's what we just said before, but that's much. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the yayin nesef because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, Vatinan, Ger Bali Kochanim, Shiyarshu Adiyan Every Place. What's a very interesting case? You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're they're Apple brothers. One converted and one is called Apple. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Their father died. Their Apple father died. And they inherit their father. So they want to stay to the estate. In the estate is idolatry or yayin nesef, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yachol Lomar Lo Tol Akar Lo Nishkot Adam Ba'animos. So brother Ger is saying to brother Apple, I said, brother Apple, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yayin stuff, and I'll take the money and the deros. He can do that in the Shabbat, and that's permitted. However, the Shabbat is just like yours, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of yayin nesef or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but there is recourse. Now you already see this. You can get an optimist in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once that you already owns it, there are really very little options there. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate piecemeal. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, ultimately, again, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the yayin nesef, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says made out of gold or silver, which means that, like, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of yayin nesef? The Pharis Hadrani. So what's this very interesting? Adrianic. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, but one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets still lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakil Barabba. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make her buy the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yesef or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the whatever this stuff, I'll take the minute stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make her buy a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and cease his existence. And we'll say that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? Somebody got the hands on fire. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that for stolen money. Why? In order to go facilitate the thief's true. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, we have to return that true. It's difficult to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, things are like becoming incredibly complicated. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because of human nature. So therefore, Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation. Therefore, they would make go by it there. And we're saying that often in this kind of case, he didn't have a state that comprised of committed items and forbidden items. Therefore, allow him to keep the committed items, give his Akum brother all of the forbidden. What is this? As I understand to us. And in case, let's say, the business partnership can happen in the context of usually they would not have normally allowed in other contexts as well, because you don't want to take a person precarious type. Incredible. So remember that. Remember again, all of this is the same people who are sitting together. Another context. Ger Toshmao Shibata Amadasya. So this is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before you go on, he said, keep it Chazal with that. Just to understand the tremendous halacha is structured way to make us see that a Bono wants us to see. And sometimes people have a deep view of a very skewed view of halacha. That, the struggle is very for us to themselves see, right? Smack us down. That's already basically for us in the truth. The Rebbe wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all we do. No, you have no greater advocate in this world than the That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly moving for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys find value? Ger Tosha, Ma'am Shebat on success. What's very interesting? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status as theological significance. So, Ger Tosha, you want to know what is a Ger Tosha? Now, we're going to see this. I'm not focusing on the definition of the Ger Tosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Kofas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty good thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach Mevatel Lo Palach Lo Mevatel. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission Avodah Zarah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must own the rule that Nachman, so then also Nachman believes in this. The Palach the battle grow Palach. And Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. You must be Mason, or is a question. This 1 second. We saw Shabbat, so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual boss leader. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they have a quality. And once it's been acquired by you, essentially you can't be punished. So what do you do? Actual boss leader. Over the open kofava, I can call over Akum. Remember what we had here. Call over Akum and say, Akum. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this book. And then it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbos al Yado, Eino Omer Oben Kachom Levatlo. But again, that's if I take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They shall Ovid Kochavim Medato Avodos Kocham Shalom, Shachavim. And Ovid Kochavim Nachum to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his son, Dein Ovda, Dein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. I'm going to define what these new things mean. My Ovda, my Dein Ovda. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum could decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that I wasn't talking about an Akum, then Hayu Shalom Shachavim. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kochanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Oved Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual Akum. Umay She'in Ovda, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav? Shnamina, Ger Toshav, Namin Batal. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The only able to apply not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Amrit, I knew Shalom Shachar. They already said that. And then the price is redundant. Because they already said that Akum could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. So Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeb, the Zeb Lepa'ar, the Zeb, the Zeb Lemarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb Lepa'ar, the Zeb Lemarcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three halachas we covered. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no riot at a ger toshav, right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still like the Gaudash. Can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? So that's still the rest. Because this is kasha. Is a ger toshav? What's a ger toshav? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger toshav? So Zeh Kol Shekiva Lav Defnei Gimel Chaverim Shalom La'avod Avodas Tom Divrei. Meir says it's any akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three Chaverim. Now, the Abosha Chaver, we spoke about this before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful. Someone who's careful about treating families. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means there's no kind of base. Any time an akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. That's a ger toshav. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Koshekiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Koshekiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekibaren B'nei. From saying, a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noachai from those things that require days. That's a ger toshav. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noach, the next is a ger toshav. Freedom Omen. Able go ball with the Mekal ger toshav. Not true. Chalim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? And the easy ger toshav. Zeh ger ocham levelos shekigon alav mekayim kol mitzvos hamulas katorah chutz me'isser levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the ger toshav? The ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvos in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like 3 methodologies out there, the definition of the ger toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the base of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all the kosher. He's not eating not kosher. Incredible. But the Brisa goes on. Yachadin Etzlo Yain Ve'imachkiv Etzlo Yain Ta'afidu Be'er Sherubu Yisrael. The halacha is you can deposit wine with a ger toshav, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Chanusa actually left the oil. So Rashi came out with the Akiva the Lopara, no not the Romanasa. The Mago from us in the Amma they saw Rothschild. The Hiva the Ino another craft in the Manicho Liba Ola. He said this Mala Mua like a message. So ultimately, I think we can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time, not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he needs swap out his juice wine for his own wine. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as a halacha of the ger toshav, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time. That's for a long time. Again, we're not talking about the Yain or not through the Yain, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine to the juice wine. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a longer amount of time, also. Shmano kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. Now, what is that? Shmano kiyena, shemen, mika, havi, yaina. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be in his water. So, hello, yengo, no. Interestingly enough, what it means is like this, that halacha that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil. It's just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his water. I look at actually just a moment. That's the Shmano being Abiyayas and Yeno Mutamanga, Shmano Kodim Shukri Hashem Matthew Kai, but what does it mean that his oil is like that his wine is like his oil? That the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his water. And you can't drink the wine with the ger toshav, but ultimately you can get enough from his water. With the shar called davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like a He's like a Jewish Muslim. Shimon, Yeno, yes. Va'amilei mutter b'shtia. Shimon says his wine is like the Nesach. The others say ultimately again it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for shtia. So that's what calls up the word. And now we'll pick up on the Nesach. Actually, let's get to tell me us. Let's finish this again. Tell me us, what do you see from there? Tell me us, we shout for by the public. We see from here that an apple is like an apple. To be here to up is like an apple regarding every other matter. The mind itself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a crucial is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? First, the Gemara says, love in the back of a vessel plugin, can't have a vessel plugin. So doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how did this whole thing that Gertosha get started? It got started because we're trying to figure out, does Gertosha have the ability to negate idolatry, if you have actually decommissioned idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Gertosha is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an atom can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can a Gertosha? So too can a Gertosha? To which the Gemara says, no, no, Litin Rishus from about the Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Kirisanya. He saw a moment, which Shabbos Shabbos was the most epic. So just if you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. From a home into the courtyard without any things. Like Erev essentially means you collect food from all of these evidence of Shifratzer. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. General Erev is never retired from the home into the Chatzar, just into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev. He should yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, and Nevata Lushus. Ultimately, again, if you have some woman, which unfortunately, again, is in Israel, to an apostate. So as long as externally, he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, and publicly keep Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Nevata Lushus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shemish Shabbos Rishon in Mavach Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially if he's like an Afrin, then it is not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Amru Yisrael no sin Rishos from Mavach Rishos. Right, Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other Pekavim actually but by Akum ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say, so let's just tell us finish up Ketzad, Omer Lo, how does he yield, for example, yield his rights to his over his rights in the Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I keep my rights in the Chatzar. Or Rishusi Mivutelasafa, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well, so their purpose is the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They start this custom. You don't need any forward. So it's just in general about Erev Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Mevata, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Mumma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumma, who is publicly a Mumma, is treated like an full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an Akum for all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with a ger kosher, the Jews in the chutzner want to make a deal of tziros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now, whether or not the ger kosher could actually join the group of Oksana, in Eretz Yisrael, we'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience that this is with all of you. Wishing everyone a wonderful I will say a great spot for some TV. We'll tell you all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor. Tilson Shachar Beretz dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year as a Swiss for the sales troubles for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Avinu and Tova Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Arun Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig Zechon Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, finishing up the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, Zechon Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ramos. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Das, Red Ireland. The American Thomas all of the Nishamos have now, their families in the family, all those who need to share together, total for ladies, Baruch Hu, and their session at home, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bekaros, and our holy soldiers who successfully fall in my city. For those of you that let us begin today's daf is Son of Pharaoh 64. Reading the incredible daf of us today. We are picking up from Son of Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'Papi, Yasser B'Chia Ba'Ami Ba'Bani. And B'Chia Ba'Ami is sitting with him. And he Yosef, my wife, he asked the following question for me. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesef Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesef? Right, so if you're an Akum comes over to the bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesef. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages in this life? Well, so remember again, in yesterday's daf, we're dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be surviving us. Here, Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesef, but he's to destroy Yayin Nesef. Or say, I'm allowed to keep those proceeds. The Gemara says, "Ma what's the halacha? Mi amiyan keep the rest of the This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break, and I lose the finances. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. So, because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the person perfect. We could actually destroy them. 3 lines up in the bottom of the action. The Yisrael said, the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, so do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this here, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesef to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yayin Nesef, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the Yayin Nesef. So that's the level of the Zohar. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the mouse to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zohar is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating child. Oh, no, not. So Nachman says, Yishbar the Kol Rav. Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell Rav you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out about Torah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this, I guess. Let's see it on message. Ain't Ochi in the from the class. Let's say again. In Akum plants July, right? July is given mix. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of genetics. And the nature of being mixed with. So if an ovate farm is planting July, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in the planting. Ultimately means like pulling. When you can use the seed covering with dirt, you can't do that. How about son of God? 64. About open in the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot it. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About open. Rashi from the Ibud Ba'afan of below to the Kumashli Akum. Let's say Akum hires me and they say, listen, silver. Do me a favor, I planted July, not again, we actually put planted every July right? So let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with July, right? And I want the existence of July. Because if the client's not uprooted on their own, I lose out on myself. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it to get paid for it, as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So when it says Savua, second one from the top 64, Savua, our money, who's it? So if you trying to decline workers, it's very easy. Only is there a prohibition to France to that. Not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of children, but you can't do anything that's. Now let's say someone else trying to be Lion, right? To put up a fence around Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says also. Why? Because putting up a fence by definition is part of screening of Kilayim. The fence has nothing to do with the actual plant. Nevertheless, it is going to be also prohibition. That which means reading. The fact that means covering the sleeves with dirt. So look at you get out of respect because again that's time to come up because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kilayim. The Kiva says after the timing. Now the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my time Rabbi Akiva. Where should be Kiva get that from? What's his logic? I'm a pro. Satcha lo tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. Amy Elazaraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even shutting up the fence? I'm a lomar low Kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of spicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately enables the existence of life, even if it's not directly with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains the rest of the Ilu, the Gemara says, the Ilu, the new Kiva. According to Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the plant. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Versus not necessarily low. Doesn't be that being rather common. This Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be open actually to giving the Amisha. That is not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon is going to put up a fence. Right? Rabbanon only can be a keep up. Rabbanon only can be plants that planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence that is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting, what's the case over here? interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus, Rabbi Hudi, Hida Amar, Liting Lahem Matnaskinam Aser. Ultimately, Rabbi Hudi is of the opinion that Allah Almighty, you are not allowed to do a favor for us. Like we actually had this in the beginning of our Lord, our Lord Sechanim, because all my fault is what Lord Sechanim means. That doesn't mean to compliment them, don't give them a Matnaskinam. Rabbi Hudi says, don't give Matnaskinam, you can't for free. You can't do something for an alcohol for free. Even if it's a free favor is destruction of all this law, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, Ra. It's actually saying the suffering of Yehuda, says according to Rabbi Akiva, it not be permitted. And Rabbi Yehuda also looking at Matnasina, about the Ute Kifla Shakir. The Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor so that you give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely committed. That's an objective chemical. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a friend to mine book, yeah? And the Tishla Shakir. You say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the tradition of Kilayim. They're not only Kinyat planted. Not only Kinyat the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva was agreeing to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akiva. For which the Gemara says, Isser lo midi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. Of course, it's good. This phrase, Isser lo midi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Isser lo midi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go for full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Absalom wants to break his barrels of Yain. He asked him. He wants to hire me a Jew to go ahead and break his barrel to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no. Because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain. And I'm benefiting from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm just trying to Avodah Zarah. But Nassim said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Yain. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want to plant the uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I will say it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society and mindset is live and let live, and that is important as members of society. Just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not the obligation to convince the world of the ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the lead.
What up, dude? How you living, Pam?
And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take the lead, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And
what up, dude? How you living, Pam?
Ultimately, again, becomes destroyed. That's why Matthew uses Ashna. Yes, destroy the INS.
Nobody wants you in their life. If you come in and just ask them weird questions like that.
That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy.
That's not what you meant.
It's such an incredible thing.
Because it's mini golf related, we'll give you a pass. All right, dude, I'm going to tell you right now what's going to happen. I'm going to beat you very quickly in 3 straight games of mini golf, and I'm going to beat you in 2 games of pool, and then
I'm gonna let you
sometimes there is a little
lick your wounds. Got it?
Sometimes
Baby, how's my girl Chelsea? How's my girl Chelsea? How's my girl Chelsea doing?
But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's where this rolls up. Incredible. The goes very good. Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same kind
Did she do well?
and they asked about the question, Mas Hadu Yasvi, if you're coming by like, you may have us called the other so also, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells
Is one of them the Tinder skit?
For $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on
What did you think of my shot?
Does it take off the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry?
I've watched some.
So I'm doing that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to nothing. So we start with the name of this one, the other people coming with fun. So nothing says, I think it's mental.
I've watched some of her interviews, of Chelsea's interviews. Well, you're the one asking me, did you watch her interview? Did you watch interviews? And I say, what interviews do you mean? On her Instagram? Chelsea? Oh, for sure, dog. I'm gonna have a viewing party. Chelsea, whose interviews are you talking about?
And then you have the cash. After you do that, then let's say I watch this. Here. Rashi says Rashi, the Suez Skyru, both this Skyru, the African Skyru, also really part of the Slavam Shira. Because remember, if they
look how good that shot was,
then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have his identity.
You're terrible. Dude, you're absolutely dog shit, dog.
Gentiles sell it off. You have the conversion of money. What do you see from here? Obviously, if you look at the love of my son sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have done something. Let's go find the other targets so that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry and ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny person, the thing that Ray, Vada, maybe that case is off. Why is that? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating. When you're dating,
Thanks, baby.
That's why the proceeds are the Gemara says, here's the you saw
a pretty easy shot.
Dude,
I just won the first game.
So what happened? So the Apple went and sold his item. Right, he brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or the same case, I went ahead and I $1,000.
Go ahead.
And then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that?
Okay. What do you want to do about it?
Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Akum same case, I'm not $1,000. Please don't already pay you. I'm going to wait here. I'm just going to sell my share. I will be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and be back with the proceeds. In that case, that's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesef. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I affected the Gemara. My generation, my generation. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. And Rav says, "Seifam Lushum Ba'avim Lekilot Zebikinu." So this is very serious. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit from previous.
Yeah, baby.
But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol. or while I go ahead and sell my wine,
Not you.
I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, like because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's process
Joe Rogan
if you
and
lost it,
Ted
if you
Turner.
can't get from it. That's what we just said before. That's what. That's what. In other words, we'll say when you want the continued existence, you're not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course,
You asked me
I
this
want the
question.
continued existence.
I'm not
I
answering
want
it.
the Apple cells.
Think back,
I want
because I answer your question all the time. You just talk to hear yourself talk.
But I'm not
You literally just whack your lip.
the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, Ger, Vatinan, Ger, Oli Kochavim, Shiyarshu Avi and Oli Kochavim. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One
Dude,
converted,
you're getting
and one,
skunked.
they're Akum brothers. One converted and one still. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their father died. Their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry.
What people do behind closed doors.
So Ger, Yachal, Lomar, Lo, Tol, Ata, Bodas, Lochamim, Animals. Tol, Ata, Yain, Esak, Maniperos. So brother Ger is saying to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain, Esak, and I'll take the money and potatoes. You can do that. Then the Shabbat,
Oh, yeah.
That's community.
Well,
However,
I didn't know him
the Shabbat
beforehand,
is just
but I know
like
somebody
this.
who
All of this presupposes
got convicted of
Ger
it.
has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Esak or items.
I didn't know them at the
Obviously,
time.
once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right?
Oh, what kind of shot is that, Zoo?
There is really seamless. You can get an apple to be in the background.
Dude, that was a dick
It's
shot.
much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options for there. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate.
On the water.
However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, what do you say? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah?
Why not?
This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made of gold. Even if it breaks,
That you could get my ball in.
so therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares?
Are you
It
serious?
still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine.
Dude, perfect game. You have to make this
That works
to
fine.
stop
for an idol.
getting
How
skunked.
would you explain the case then?
You got skunked, dude. 5-0.
Saras Hadran. So this is very interesting. Adrianic. So apparently, Rashi points out that Adrianic person.
Dude, you're garbage.
It's very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the person will absorb the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't cares if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained.
Dude, how about you just hit the shot?
Doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost. So he still wants a continued existence. Don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot
Water.
in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No. Shani Yerusha
Dude, you lost 6 holes in a row.
Rabbis will make us by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken
Zoot's Comedy Club.
the idols, he's absolutely ready to work this out.
Yeah, that is fictional, dog. Do you not know what fictional means?
Even though, yes, he was the continued existence.
Oh, what a shot, Zoot.
Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make
How is it popular and fictional? Oh, that would have been one of the best shots I've ever had.
That's The reality is in the used before as well.
Zoot's popular comedy club.
Chazal said that in certain cases, thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to commit action. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills.
No one knows. How about you just go, baby?
And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that he has to choose between halacha.
Dude, what did you think of my shot?
He may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of a get. So if it's not that you want to put him in that situation, therefore they will make a way there. And you say that often in this kind of case, you're going to have a state of surprise.
Oh, you're fucked up.
Therefore, allow him to keep the committed items, give his actual brother all of the credit. Tanya, nothing else that supports this. Imagine when is this so?
Why? What happened?
That's awesome. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this precarious type of situation. It's incredible. How do you get some time on? So we're going to get all of this is the same group of Rabbi.
Okay, well. Do they also suck at mini golf?
Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before you go on,
thank you.
This idea that Chazal will make it about the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Chazal is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Bono Shalom wants us to succeed. Sometimes people are very skewed view of very skewed view of halacha. That Rothschild was waiting for us to mess up, so you could smack us down. Because I was waiting for us to mess up, so let me some type of punishment that come up here against us.
Don't hit my ball, dog.
Chazal want our success more than
double water bump? No.
All the scriptures and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake.
Baby, you're done. You can't hit this shot. You need like the greatest shot we've ever seen. There's no way you hit that. No way.
Successful, we do it.
I wanted you to break that, but
when
you didn't.
Success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all do that as well. No greater application.
Yeah, baby.
That's in this world than in the next world.
All right, well, actually, your evaluation of my shot. I'm doing exactly what I said I was going to do, which is beat you in every game, and then I'm going to beat you. Hit the tree. Hit the tree.
Go ahead and abolish when the gate. Remember this.
Oh yeah, for sure, dog. But you're done.
Thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Rashi points out that Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Kefir. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship.
That's a terrible shot, and everybody knows it.
He believes in that Mishpah. He believes in that. He doesn't worship idolatry. Every other respect, he's
Adele, the singer.
So does such a person have the ability
to
decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the public without the world qualified. We say only one who worships idolatry.
She grew up in England, and you grew up in the house.
Or maybe not. Let me say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an album, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole design. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish.
Bullshit.
So because it's not Jewish, it's in the parsha of an album. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem,
The guy Kiss from a Rose?
But he has the cloth to go ahead and negate it.
Oh, Sia. Was she? Why should I believe you?
Worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore,
That doesn't mean she's your fucking neighbor. I mean, I can say Kobe Bryant. I can say Kobe Bryant's my neighbor because he lived within walking distance. But they're two totally different neighborhoods.
So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop. I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic.
Yeah, within walking distance.
And once it's acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do?
That's what
So before I pick it up, I can call over and
But again, it's like two different neighborhoods. I mean, dog, he had like a ton of guards and gates around his house.
So go ahead and engage with your
My house is just like a suburban.
However, again, you should must go. But again, possession of it.
He lives in a gated community.
עובד כוכבים נדעתו עבודות כוכבים שלום או שחרים. ולעובד כוכבים נקום, כיסוי לעבוד זרה, עוד יעבוד זרה at the same. They don't gain shame.
$5 to $10 million.
Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. I'm going to find what this means.
Not always, though. I shouldn't say that. I have some friends who live in gated communities. They don't have
then
generally no, it's more like beach, but in the like northern part of the county, yeah. But it's but it's generally pretty flat for California.
So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and
it's all downhill basically. It's like one flat hill towards the ocean.
Ultimately, decommission avodah zarah.
Look at the so nobody wants to play with you if you're gonna like just talk stupid. Well, guess what? I didn't, baby. I made it.
You said already said that. Then the prices will come up to try to decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. You know, it says, Reisha, listen to this.
Gonna have the best shot you've ever seen.
Reisha, Zeh, or Zeh, Reisha is teaching you that this. You have two options, right? And both worship Kalpa'ar.
Dude, you still could win.
Obviously, again, Akum
So
1
don't fuck up.
can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Kalpa'ar, B'Zeh.
Yes.
Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see if one Akum who worships Marcus and one worships Kalpa'ar.
Dude, you're done. You can kiss this game goodbye, son.
Doesn't worship. So let's say it's a little bit free about this new color.
Bye bye.
An Akum can negate his
It's
own
over for you.
Good. Number 2, an Akum can negate.
It is not a fun hole.
Idol if they worship the same idolatry.
It is this hole.
And halacha number 3,
The Plinko hole, baby.
negate his friend's
And
idolatry.
you're done. It's over. Baby, this whole hole is
Right, so it comes to a Tosha, we still act as a Tosha, which is a Gentile.
perhaps,
We're
baby.
repudiated idolatry.
Oh, make it. He lost. Zoo lost. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. Now, I'm going to. All right, well, you two choose the rules.
Mayor says it's any idol who is accepted.
8 ball or 9 ball?
Somebody is careful. If someone is careful about too much time. So in this context, the question is it just means he has to do it in front of a based. Any time an atom comes in front of a based, and
Dude.
repudiates idolatry,
69,
that's a
baby.
Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav.
What a great shot.
That's what I mean.
What a great fucking shot, dude. I don't care.
Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide words. Like we just from don't seem to require faith. That's a Ger Toshav. 7 mitzvos b'nei Noach makes it a Ger Toshav. Even only able to go the Ger Toshav. Not true. I didn't say not true. It's like neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the definition of Ger Toshav Zeh Ger Ocham Nevelos Shekigon Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamuros B'Torah
Yes, sir.
Me'isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats the nevelos,
Yeah,
but he
baby.
has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs of Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So it's like really not told is like a definition of Ger Toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of Rothschild idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Ziskin Noach. Acherin, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of the He's not in kosher.
Okay.
Incredible. And the Raisi goes on.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
I know.
The air sure really strong. So the halacha is right?
You're welcome.
You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time. You can't pass it with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there. You saw my death, the Hanusa actually the Akiva the Lokala will not go for the Master. We will not go with the Amma base of Rothschild. Even the Ego and other so ultimately again, we put the deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because like I said, they may swap out the juice wine for his
You said that you can through nicotine.
Even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, the Ger Toshav, you could leave with him wine for
Kick
a short
shot?
amount of time, not for a long time.
That counted as a kick shot?
Or actually, that's not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the church. So for a short amount of
That's
time,
not a kick shot.
for a longer amount of time.
Oh, dude, did you see that?
So it says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that?
You didn't make it.
That's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into that. It's like, hello, Yeno Kishmano. Interestingly enough, one of the reasons of this, that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted,
Yeah, baby.
so to ultimately again is one of the actually just a moment. That's the Shmano Bni Hamidiyas and Yeno Mutivano, Shmano Puri Shokra Shem Makila Pai, Hababishtia Asa. And what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil. It's the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get Toshav, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The shar called davar ultimately then for every other thing, Hariyu called it. He is like
Yeah, baby.
he's like an apple. So the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin, yes. Va'amilei Mutar, Va'amilei Mutar. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin. Yes, others say ultimately again that it is Mutar, ultimately again for consumption, for Shia. So we'll actually pause over there. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? We see from here that Ger Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter.
XYZ.
Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that Ger Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? First, the Gemara says, "Love in the back of the So doesn't that, this was more again, how did this whole thing that Ger Toshav could stand? It got started with trying to figure out, does it get Toshav to negate idolatry, to the last decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique. But in the other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Zara, so too can Agir Toshav? So too can Agir Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Rishus Ulato Rishus. No,
You could still win.
actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Kim Samuel.
Get in.
The song, remember? The Shana Shabbos, no seconds. So just
Hey,
Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a park, you cannot carry from a home into a park. So many homes in a park now without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzos. They drink together. And that joint food makes it into a domain of one home. And therefore you carry from the home into the chutzner, chutzner into the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the proving, forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his
where's
rights.
Ziggy Azalea from?
You saw more. Ultimately,
Where's she from?
So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right in public he keeps Shabbos.
Did you know she started as a country singer?
And at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the without the Rothschild, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially give his rights to someone else in the chutzner. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the chutzner to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. No sin rishus from rishus, right? Is full of again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights,
Are you gonna go?
or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so let's say just last finish on Kesad, Omer Lo, or say how does the Yid, for example, yield his rights or give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They start this list. You do not need any formal clearance. So, also, just in general about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Medato, or just simply negate his ownership rights and everyone else to utilize.
Incorrect.
Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like a when we said before that a ger toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things,
baby.
That if you with a ger toshav, the Jews in the chutzner want to make zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger toshav as well. Now, whether or not the ger toshav could actually going to be the Zara, and Mr. Shalom will say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkach, everyone. What a daf.
Okay, so,
what an incredible experience such as for all of you. And wishing everyone a
yeah, it is.
very great spot for some to you. It's all of you this morning. Again, by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Shir to Thank. Our annual Talmud sponsor. This is the Overseas of dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year as a Swiss for the Soros Talmud for Am Yisrael. Time for responses to the month of Av, Abba, Tova, Stephen, Randy, Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, of one of Rachel. A week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, nation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Sweet Hirsch is one of Rachel. Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordechai Ben Mordechai Employee sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, many of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rochel, Das, that are the American Torah, all of the Michelle Sabin Aliyah, the families in the family, all the senior with seven together, full for the Israel, Baruch Hashem, Hashem, all hostages, Shalom, and the Karos, allow our soul.
Definitely majorly wrong.
Today's dot is 60.
No.
A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from the beginning of days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 words from the bottom. This is not going to be about the so again, not going to be about our puppy, just what we feel about Ami Gabai. And here by Ami is sitting with them. Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Suffer Mishpar B'Yayin Nesa Hamad. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash the barrel of Yayin Nesa? Akum comes over to the event, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept or keep the wages from his work? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is
like that guy at BAFTA, did you see him?
May or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher by now. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the Yayin Nesa, and he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesa. I was going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds?
I mean, I just, I would avoid putting myself in that position. I would like put a muzzle over myself.
I want the existence of the Yayin Nesa. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesa? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the
like he knew it was going to happen, so
I want the
just muzzle yourself. Just, yeah, you do.
Therefore, again, maybe that makes the closest curve that we could actually just avoid it. We are bringing on Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually.
So just muzzle yourself. Just put like a scarf over your mouth.
I don't know. Ruben doesn't want him to break on.
Dude, he was there accepting some kind of award for his documentary on having Tourette's syndrome.
To remain in existence.
You know that's going to happen, so just put a scarf over your mouth. I almost feel like he did it knowing he was going to do it to give more visibility to the issue. And whether he did it purposefully or not, I don't know. But he gave a lot of visibility to the issue, which is good.
Again, ultimately, to describe what Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds. Ultimately, again, fascinating show. Oh, no, that's right. So Nachman says, Yishbar Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to borrow root out.
Yeah, baby.
And that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the rest of let's say again.
Whatever you want. You know, you can clear that shit by blocking. You just block shit that you don't like. If you say I'm not interested in this, it won't show you that shit.
You can't do that. How about Sonic Valid 64? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killer. That I am allowed to do. Rashi about okay. Lashlifa and Ibud Ba'afal of the road to be clean much like Akumi. Then I check. Let's say Akumi hires me and he said, "Listen, sir."
Yeah, baby.
But let's say again, he asks me,
there are tons of Jewish jokes saying, look,
even though you get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim. Because if the Kilayim in the upward ground, oh, I use that on my partner.
Like appropriate Jewish
So Gemara
jokes.
says, so it appears from here this is to support with nothing.
There's one, I mean, you kind of have to understand Judaism to get them, but there's some from the Talmud that I really like. There are some just in general, like even your rabbi, a priest, and a pastor walk into a bar kind of jokes. Those can be funny. Dude, what I want to know is that are you going to get 50 points on this shot? Dude, you didn't? And I'm about to do what I said I was going to do. I came out, I told everybody, I said, look, I'm going to beat Zoot in 3 games of...
For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the Kilayim, right?
3 games of
to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says
mini golf.
Also, why?
And 2 games of pool. And I beat you 3 games in mini golf and 1 game in pool. And I have a 50-point lead on you in pool right now. Dude, are you going to go? Okay, let's see it then. Let's see it.
Because there you're actively participating in the planting of planting. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence with Ayim, that's meaning automatic as well. So my time, where does Rabbi Akiva get from? What's his logic? I'm a pro. Sat from the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I only know the prohibition.
I did what I said I was going to do.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, Zoot. It was fun. Take care, big dog.
Low Kilayim. I so let's say so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be asur as well. Ilu, Gemara says, V'ilu, the Me'ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. But what about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it does not be the opinion of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, whose opinion is this? Rabbanoni. It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be a open. I feel like you mean Nami Shakir. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if it's the Rabbanon wanted to put up a fence, right? Because the Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, the Rabbanon hold nothing you can do with plants to get planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. There's some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. Certainly that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamaskina is very interesting. What's the case over here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha you are not allowed to do a favor for an akim. Right? We actually had this in the beginning of our Zohar. Lo sechanim, because all my focus what lo sechanim means. Right? It doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a matnas. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't do this thing. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an akim for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying this up according to Rabbi Yehuda sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda asra litin ha'maknasina, aval le'mi'ute tifla shakid. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor because we give a free gift. You can't do a favor. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afadav Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. Mekayim Kilayim Lokeh. When you ute tifla shakerdami. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive approach to the prohibition of kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not do the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even on the Akiva would agree to uproot kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akum. To which the Gemara says, the Su Lo Midi, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about this. Well, it's great. This phrase, the Su Lo Midi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Su Lo Midi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yayin Nesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel, right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, he could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesef, and I'm benefiting from Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Nachman said, do it and tava Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines until I get to it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to do these activities, get paid and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Avodah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rav Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. And I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society, our mindset is like live and let live, and that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should take an approach of living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're losing your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the message is flushing up. Yes, destroy the Yayin Nesef and Tavo Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Nachman tells us sometimes there is a live and let live, and sometimes the Nachman says Yishbar v'Tava. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is grueling, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's worth nothing. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadi Yasvi, so again, the same federal is sitting. And they asked about the question, Hadi Yasvi, they come by the So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, mitofes as dameh bi'adovi kochadim. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to Nachman. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, Nachman says, "We stop with the nail. Let's come down with the covenant mutar." So Nachman says, "I think it's mutar. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money, that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. Here's our reference proof. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? Another one. Zilu Zivino Kama de Islefu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So the reference is like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Kairu, because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get hanor from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here, look, Allah for the money, someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, we shouldn't look at some of the now, let's go have the other common time. Let's see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Gil and Shiny person, even that actually Ray, Vadai Bata. Maybe that case is different. Why is that case different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol and converting. So an atom can be mevatel is avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are mevatel. Eloni Hafer. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shai Moshe Rabbi Kochavim Kumara Umachar Avodos Kochavim Deheri. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Esek of same case. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Esek, and then he brought me the proceeds of his sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case. Let the Akum $1,000. I pay you to me in the way here. I'm just going to sell my I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. So it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, brings back the debt, Muslim. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I check the Gemara. My explanation. So what's the distinction? I'm not sure what's the distinction. And the Sheish says, see from the Shum that Abimelech Kilot to be convenient. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous Sugya. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshach posits the proceeds for us. Listen, what's that again? If he wrote to the Kiyuma Kiyagavim, that's what we just said before, that's what. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Nesach because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? But none. You're using the Tzvatan, you're obviously coming. So you're sure I'm doing everything. So it's very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one's Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happened? Their father died. Their actual father died. Now they inherit their father. They want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry in Ayinasa, and let's say pyramid items. So there, Yachol Lomar Lod Kol Ata Bonus I mean, that animals. So Ata Ayinasa Panteros. So brother there is saying to brother Atom, you take all these idolatry stuff, you take all the items, and I'll take the money and the bills. If you do that, then the Shabbat, and that's good. However, the Shabbat is just like us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of the Ayinasa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But the love, there is recourse. No really seamless. You could get an apple to be the back of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate this year. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So this is ultimately again, what do you see from there? But Halach L'maisa, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Ayinasa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is what's the case over here?
With coffee creamer and
This is just on
boiling water. This is made like a cheese soup that I'm going to put on ramen.
So brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Firstly, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yainesa? The Pharaohs had joined. So this is very interesting. Adrianic so apparently, it's out here. Adrianic earthen ware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs to one to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother here doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not? It doesn't make a difference. Either way, the value is still retained. Which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if brother there doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not they get stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Ager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis were naked by the Yerusha. Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But Halacha L'maisa, Chazal were naked by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Ayinesa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his inheritance. And listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? If somebody comes to us and shows, Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that which stolen and wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Right? If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to know. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because it's human nature. So it's a Chazal who want to put in that situation if they're going to make or by a Ger, I'm just saying that often this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items, therefore allows him to keep the committed items, if his akum brought all of the credit. Incredible. Also, any case, I know, Rabbi advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirsha, in the case of Yerusha. That's awesome. So in the case, let's say the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of the Yusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. You don't want to put the person in this role that together in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Remember that. How do you guys time that? So remember again, all this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Yer Toshav now Shivata Avodas. So listen, this is very interesting. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead? Let me say, just before you go on, just I think that Chazal will make go back to that. Just so you understand the tremendousness of Chazal. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes we have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. That the start is waiting for us to mess up, so we can smack us down. It's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that cannot be used. That's a key for us. The Ribono Shel wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. You got it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all you do. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world than Rothschild. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly committing for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Dear Kosha, Man Shevat always comes. So that's a very interesting topic. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akul has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, let's say, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see, we must focus about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that in the top of the dash, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Kofa. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. He believes in that. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In other respect, he's imaginary. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Kavach Mavati will call upon him. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. So maybe not. Maybe say like this. Anyone who's what we call a Bainines. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You must only go about nothing, so I'm going to say nothing against this. Instead, like the Halach and Batal Grow Halach. The nothing says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot worship idolatry. Therefore, the Gershon doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. It must be made, that is a fact. The first second, so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's up? Actual boss of the event. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a great item sitting there on the table. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they have acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be used. Yeah, so what do? So actual boss of this, so if I pick it up, over the oven for having kumevat, I can call over an apple. Remember there was a factory there. Call over an apple, and see the apple. And you just negate this idolatry, decommission it. Like theological decommission. to go ahead and engage with the electrical decommission of this body. I know it becomes committed. However, again, in Shabbos Aliyago, ain't no only over the law. But again, that's if I take it out. I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They should know all these Kochavan Madato Avodos Kochavan Shalom, the Shalchavim. No big Kochavan Lapon to decommission his own Avodizara or the Avodizara of his son. They of God, they Shekin them. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds it in the same might of God, might be earth. What does it mean? What does it mean that actually to decommission of himself? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that both are talking about improperly, then Hainu Shalom B'Shalchavim. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And a lot of the Obekophanim, a lot of the Obekophanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural Akum. Umay She'in Yobda, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Tosha. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual output and a Gertosha? Shmamino, Gertosha, Nanudach. I want to see from here that a Gertosha has the ability to be Mevato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, no. The older Imrafa, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I the Kamrit, I knew Shalom B'Shafar. We already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because we already said that Hakim could go and decommission his Avodah and his friend's Avodah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zed Rapa'ar, Zed Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akims, right? And both worship Al-Qa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 gave his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Qa'ar, Zela Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Al-Qa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship in idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say it's the really three halachos to follow. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha, right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, you still have to can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he do that level? That was starting this. What's a Ger Tosha? What's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So that culture people love get made people Chavirim, Shalom Avodas Kafam Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavirim. I'm going to work on it. It's not that I've been exploded right before. Probably not going to use someone who's spiritual. This is really spiritual about that to me. So in this context, the concept is what it just means it's really in front of a dazed. Any time an Akum comes in front of a dazed, Chavirim, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba B'nei. Some say a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 nullified years. From those things require base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei. The next type Ger Tosha. Even only able to go with the Ger Tosha. Not true. Achirim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the easy Ger Tosha, Ze Ger Ofel Nevelos, Shekidol Allah V'Tayim Kol Mitzvos Hamuros B'Torah, Chutz Me'Isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? A Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really messed up with that definition of Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising that torch idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemus and Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for Moses' kashrus. He's allowed to eat non-kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the Brisa goes on, Yachadin Etzlo, Yain, Machidin Etzlo Yain, Ta'atidu Bi'er Shaludu Yisrael. Let's say the halacha is, you can deposit wine with the get shop, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time, it shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, we saw my myth, but the Musa actually is actually in your audio. So Rashi came over the Hakiva Yellow Pala, but not the Romanase. The Mago will come to us in the Amma Besa Rokesh. And the Hiva the Ilo another cat, Ilo Manico, Lido Ola. You say, this man of Mua, like a message. Ultimately, again, you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the Ger Toshav, you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking about Yain Nessa. Why not to Yain Nessa? That's because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's water, for a longer amount of time, also. Shmano, Kieno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano, Kinesalekta, Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yain. That's not what can be wrong with oil. Oil can't be into Yain. So, hello, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, rather, what it means is like this, that halacha that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi Shmano Habiyayas and Yeno Mutavino, Shmano Kodin Shekel Hashem La'Akila Chayim. Avabishkia Asa. So what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? But the same way that he gets enough from his oil, he get enough from his wine. Now, you can't drink the wine that you get from yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. Ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like an apple. To which the Moshe Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nest. Va'amulei Motor Dishku. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again for consumption, for Shia. So this will actually pause over there. We'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this over. What do you see from here? We see from here that an akum is like an akum to here Toshav is like an akum regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Toshav is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? Which the Gemara says, "Lav in the back of Avodas Kofavim to Avodas Kofavim." So doesn't that mean? Because listen, here again, how did this whole thing like Ger Toshav get started? That started if you try to figure out, doesn't Ger Toshav have the ability to date idolatry, if you eventually decommission idolatry. So now you just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Toshav is unique, but in the other matter, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can a get Toshav? So too can a get Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Rishus without those shifts. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Gochel Shabbos. What does it mean Gochel Shabbos? What's it about? It's King Samuel. We saw more. The Shaman Shabbos was like most evidence. Just if you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard into the courtyard without increase. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food mixes into the domain of one home. Remember, so you have to try from the home into the Chatzar, Chatzar into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chaser, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the moving, forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chaser. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw a woman, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Nevata Rishus. Ultimately, again, the Abi Yisrael woman, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael, who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vato Rishus only needs to, if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemish Shabbos Rishos, in Vato Rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then he's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Amru, Yisrael, no sin Rishos in the Vato Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so it wasn't just pause, finish up Ketzad, Omer Law, or say, how does the yield, for example, yield his rights and give over his rights in Chatzar? Omer Law, Rishusi Kamina Lacha. I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi Mizukalas Lacha. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They talk this case. You do not need any formal purpose. Well, since it's just in general about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights for being the doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an atom, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that the Tosha ultimately again is treated like an atom for all other things means that if you live in a Chatzar with a Ger Tosha, and you, the Jews in the Chatzar, want to make a food of Tzilos, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha is actually going to be able to Zara, and Mr. Sharon will say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you. I'm wishing everyone
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he would need that. That would be for like professional ones. He's racing with the big one. Yeah, I would like it's just
I will say a great sponsorship to you. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to fame. Our annual Talmud sponsor, Tilson Shulchan dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a source for the sales troubles for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Havah, the Torah, Stephen Rabbi Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Gina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Agnes H. Wolf, finishing of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, on the Rabbi, and Nathan and Dr. Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Nostra. The only sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rochel Bass, Ben Ireland. In memory of Talmud Torah, all of the Michelle Savna, the families in the family, all those who need refuge, Shabbat, David, Protocol Ladies, for the Coach Rothschild, and all of our pastors, Shalom and the colors, allow our holy soul to see success in the fall and last season. For those of us who let us begin today's dot is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman to Ula Ba'adini Rav Hapi. So again, Rav Nachman, Ula, Adini Rav Hapi, Yasser B'Fiyah Rav Ami Dabadi. And here by Ali is sitting with them, and the Gemara says, Yosef, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating expression. Safra lishbar b'yayin nesa ma. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? Right, so if you're this akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this halacha? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asur b'anah. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesa, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesa. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the financials. On one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds good, but look at Rashi just a moment. Near Minan Tevan, you learned that from the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from yayin nesach, and therefore again, it's possible. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating shadow. Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishpar the Torah Lacha. Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and read out of Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say else. Let's bring a proof to this. So the sheet of Nachman. Ain't Ochik in the performing the so let's say again. An akum plants July, right? July is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medical thing. But it is forbidden mixture. So if an Obed Kocham is planting July, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Overruling like homes. You know, when you can really assist covering the third, they can't do the half of Sanach Garden, 64. About Obed what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kira. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about opium. Let's say Akum hires him, maybe it's listen, silver. Do me a favor, I planted Kalani, not again. He asked me to plant it up Kalani, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kalani, right? And I want the existence of the Kalani, because if the Kalani is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is the support of Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it, it's totally for himself. So when it says Savua, second one from the top 64, Savua Hamar, who's a baby? So Yahiv is the Amar, and the kind of the lion the whole in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Torah, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Torah, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the lion, right? Apple planted the lion, and the apple asks you to put up a fence around the lion. And the Akiva says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the steaming of Kilayim. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be designed really well. Hamnafish means reading. Mechata means covering the sleeves with dirt. So Nafish and Mechata with Kilayim. Look at we get mouth right because again that's kind of common. But there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kilayim. Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So much as my friend Rabbi Kiva, where does Rabbi Kiva get that from? What's the concept? In the Pro, such for the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazorah, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Hamalomar low kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be ilu. The Gemara says the ilu and the ute tefla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is the same that sustains the kilayim. So what about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the Kashkos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that being a Rabbi. Rather, Haman, who's the king? Is this Rabbanon? It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open. I think it's really not shocking. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon you have to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon has nothing you can do with plants to get planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting of food, or putting up a fence is muslim. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be to which one says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case here? Interesting. Whereas ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha and la'isa, you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the Halacha. All my focus what most of means. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a yes. The Buddha says, don't do nothing for free. Free. You can't do something for an akron for free. Even if it's free favor, if you structure of all this, you still can't do it. Which reminds me of Rabbi Yehuda, Yishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying something to Yehuda, saying you're according to the Yehuda, is not even permitted. Yehuda also looking at a Masina. About the Yehuda, it's shocking.
I'm calling him. No, I wrote him yesterday. Why? Okay, thanks. Wednesday.
But to do something to upload about Bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's a good I have do as Rabbi Kiva Nami. I've had up Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva. I'm a kind of line book, yeah? And when you say this law, shut it. You say Rabbi Kiva. Even going to Rabbi Kiva was a more expensive approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicants. To which the Gemara says, the Su Lo Midi, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's good. This phrase, the Su Lo Midi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Su Lo Midi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also, it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did you start with this? This all started by the Pesach, and Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain Yesef. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no. because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain and I'm benefiting from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Avodah Zarah. But Nachman said, do it and Tava Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Nachman says, you get paid, and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in today's society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not the obligation to be refusing ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. Right? That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in today's society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of, destroy the INS and Tavo Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And somehow you would think that the world would just line up, false, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us that sometimes there is a little that good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar to Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is cruel, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really like. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. But Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same February season, and they asked about the question, Hadri Yasvi, the coming by like, the may have a from the other people, not. So what happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item and he has now something for $1,000. $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, Mitofes as Dama the Avodah. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run nothing. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So when you start with the narrative from the Arabic, we're probably tongue. So nothing says, I think it's nothing. I think it's nothing. That if an Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. Right? Here's what nothing's proof. When these people became a Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zidu Komad the Ismafu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that comes like this. So when these people became a Rabbi, and what happened? I see Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the suicide. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry. Then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated. right? Can never have his identity negated, and he can't get hanor from it. So he tells them instead, guess what? While you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for my son, when Abraham sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time of Rishon the Kasav, the Neav of us will have in the Arabic Hamutar, and we see that the proceeds of the sale are idolatry that are in the hands of the Akum ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny has in the Haven that I free Ray, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're not they're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an akum could be mevaka his avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are not. Eloni dahacha, Eloni hacha. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael shayanoshel amikokavim mother umachar avodos kokavim beheli. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesach, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case, went to Akum $1,000. Akum case, so I already pay you. To me, never wait here. I'm just going to sell my oil. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved him. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's yours in these two cases. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I need the continued existence of the idol, continued existence of the wine. Right? I don't want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore, if Sheshes posits, the proceeds are us. Listen, 1 second. If he wrote the Kiyuma Kiyagavim, that's what we just said before, but that's mutter. But that's mutter. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, Ger, listen to this, Vatinan, Ger, Ba'alikochavim, Shiyarshu Aviyan Ovikon. So this is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is one Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and Yayin Nesach, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yochel Loma Lo Tom Ata Vodas Kochanim Ba'animos Tom Ata Yayin Nesach Vaniteros. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yayin Nesach, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He can do that. The Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yayin Nesach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But technically there is recourse. No one really see this. You could get an Akum to be the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options that they have. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate in this way. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So we'll say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from here? That halach l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Nesach, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? So she was what's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol, let's say, it's made out of gold or silver, which means that, like, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not, because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yayin? The Cheres Hadrani. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthenware. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if the cask is great or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. The one thing about one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it's still going to lost, so he still wants it to continue existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up this in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yushas Ager, Zakil Barabba. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa or the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? They are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his activities. And listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called the Prince of Shocking. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. They're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to know about Shabbat. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to punishment. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, things are like becoming terribly complicated. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because of human nature. So the Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they were made by a Ger, and we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have a mistake that is comprised of committed items and prohibited items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his Achron brother all of it. Other days. Tanya, not advice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. How do you guys find that? Remember again, all this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now should back to Avodah Sofa. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before we go on, he said, you that Chazal will make about the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous responsibility of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so you can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so you can levy some type of punishment or penalty against us. That's a key for from the truth. The Rebbe wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all you know. You have no greater advocate than this world. That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys find out? Ger Toshav, Moshe by God's times. What's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this is not focused about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out at the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Tova. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Remember, it's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man-child. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? So where it says, on one hand, the product about the world, when we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. So maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barneh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out Nachman, so I'm going to say Nachman is this. Stablo, the Palach, the Battle, Bro, Palach. Now Nachman says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gertel doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So Mason, there is a question. This was second. And so, so went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that like? Actual basically, so what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this phrase. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because another quality. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basically, so before I pick it up, over the oven go problem in the back. I can call over an apple. Remember there was a hector. Call over an apple and see the apple. And you can engage this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage with theological decommission of this idolatry. I don't think it's committed. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyodo, ain't no only open from the Basra. But again, if I take it out, I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Nisha Omro, Ovid Kokavan Medato Avodos Kokavan Shalom, to Shachadeh. And Ovid Kokavan Medato, to decommission his own Avodazara, or the Avodazara of his friend, they of God, they She'in of whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to find what these means things mean. Might of God, might of what does it mean for what does it mean that actually to decommission of the Zara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say the whole talking about an then Hayim Shalom Shachadeh, we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And the love of the Obed Kohanim, a love of the Obed Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh, so he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav. It's not enough. Ger Toshav, not Nevato. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Nevato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The only in the part, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission what is already an actual idol worship of himself. For example, I did the Kamrit, I knew Shalom B'Shach Hanelo, and he said already said that. And then the price has been done. Because he already said that how can he go out and decommission his idol Gizara and his friend's idol Gizara. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh Lepa'ar, Zeh, Zeh Lemarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right? And both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh Lepa'ar, Zeh Lemarcus. Oh. The safest teaching something different. So it's different. Let's say one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so there are three halachas we follow. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no raya about a ger tosha, right? So when it comes to a ger tosha, we still have to doubt that can a ger tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without rabbi? So that was starting this. Most basically, is a ger tosha. What's a ger tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger tosha? So Zed Kosher Kivalan the Jimo from Galen, Shalalahon Avodas Kamdilan. Mir says it's any Afun who has accepted himself in front of three Kavim. Cover being discovered having no use. Somebody is careful with chastening. This means careful about human past. So in this context, the context what it just means is you have a base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good, that's our name. Come say, Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot B'nei. So Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot B'nei. Some say a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide years. Don't seem to apply the days. That's a ger tosha. 7 mitzvot b'nei Noah, the nation called ger tosha. Even only Elu will follow the crowd ger tosha. Not true. Achelim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? On the east of ger tosha, Zeh ger ochel nevelos. So Tizon Allah with claiming Kol Mitzvos Hamilas Katorah puts Mitzvah Nevelos. Yeah, so this is very interesting. What is the definition of the ger tosha? The ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats Nevelos, is accepted upon himself the rest of the Mitzvah. Pretty striking definition. So what's like really my goal is that the definition of the ger tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the lazy effort of idolatry. Rothschild, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvot except for all of the mitzvot. He's Latin, unfortunately. Incredible. But the Bible goes on, Yachadil Etzlo, Yain, Ma'akid Etzlo Yain, Ta'asidi Be'er Shalom Yisrael. He also said, Allah is, you could constantly wine with it yourself, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw my left that I saw actually left the Yosem actually came over the Akiva the Rothschild will not go home and ask it. We will not go with us in the Amar base of Rothschild. Even the Eva another cast in the money for the dollar. We say this man of what let the message. So ultimately, again, we keep a constant wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they certainly may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, You can leave it in mind for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking about Yainess or not to Yainess. That's because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for Jesus. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a longer amount of time, also. Shmano, Kiyema. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiyema, and I thought, Shemen, Mika, Havi, Yayin. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into that. It's like, hello, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, by the way, it means is like this, that Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately again is wine, excuse me, his wine is like oil, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that for just a moment. That's Shmano bin Habi Yayas, Yeno Mutivana, Shmano Podum Shotra Hashem Laki Rabbi Asa. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. And the sharp called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like an apple. Here's the message. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nest. Va'amilei motor b'shvil. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is motor, ultimately again for consumption, for shvil. So this will actually pause over here. We'll pick up on the Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from there? Katanias, we shard bar by the public. We see from here that the apple is like an apple to get Rothschild is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind us, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that the Rothschild is like an apple to everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, "Love the Mabaka avodas kofavim ke avodas kofavim." So it doesn't matter because what's more again, how did this whole thing that get Rothschild get started? It got started because we're trying to figure out does it get Rothschild have the ability to negate idolatry? If we have actually decommissioned idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Rothschild is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get Rothschild? To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to raise up. No, meeting Rishus from without Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Broker Shabbos. What does it mean Broker Shabbos? What's it about? It's in Samuel. The song, remember? The Shabbos Shabbos Rishus. What's that? It's Erev Hatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody had into the courtyard without eating. Like Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the courtyard. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember that Erev means. And if they carry from the home into the courtyard, toss it into the home. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who do not join into the courtyard, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in Ruben forgot to participate in Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the family. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw more, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Medaka Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Mumar, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and publicly keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, and at least he publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vato Rishos. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single Rishus in the Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other by an apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so it wasn't just cause which on case does, or law, of course, how does the yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights in the Chatzar? Omer law, I hereby give over my rights, right? I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar, or Rishusi or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purpose of getting these residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. Nature of this was not any trouble for this. Well, since just in general about Eruv Katzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Nevada, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's an Israel woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a this like a therefore, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an after for all other things means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger tosha, you the Jews in the chatzar want to make it rid of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger tosha as well. Now whether or not the ger tosha could actually go and agree with Sarah, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such a system with all of you. It was a great spot for some to be able to tell all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. Thank our annual Comic Conference. So dedicating all the insurance Rothschilds this year as a Swiss for the sales from Israel. So, I'm the first sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Raha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch on the Raha, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordecai Ben Moreno Rasmus. Only sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rochel Bas, that are the merit of our Tamatola, all the Shamas Maria, the families in the summer, all those who need a full shepherd, the cold for the Yisrael, the Baruch Shi and Nation, and all of our hostages, Shalom and Kadosh, allow our police soldiers to be successful with follow up and not see. The rest of that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sanach Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sanach Gimel on base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Gabat. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef, my wife, he asked the following question. This is a fascinating expression. What is the halacha if an akum hires to smash barrels of yayin? Right? If the akum comes over to the event, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'anos. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesef, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesef, and he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and me keep the lots of people also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the INS. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes a person's burden. Look at Rashi just a moment. We learned that from the Bible in Rashi. The Yisrael Zerotzi B'kiyuman Shachar Yosai. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Achshavei Lehem. I don't know. Reuben doesn't want him to break on their own. Actually, Shavei so do you say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of our Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Gauss to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. Or not. So Nachman says, Yishbar the Kol Lacha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out Avodah Zarah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let's bring a proof to this idea. So this is ain't Ochu in the so let's say again, in Akku plants Kilai, right? Kilai is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grape farmers. That's the kind of American. So the forbidden mixture. So if an Ovid Kocham is planting Kilai, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the kind of Oju really like Poland. You know, when the weeds will see covered with dirt. You can't do that. Half of Son of God, 64. About what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot him. That I am allowed to do. Look at that sheet about Okrin. Let's say Akum hires him, maybe it's listen, silver. Give me a favor, I planted the but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my final side. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua Hamar, who's a baby. So Yakiba, so Yakiba Hamar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. It's very interesting. Yakiba holds in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killer, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of planting, but you can't even do anything that sustains planting. For example, last week we talked over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted the Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided very well. Nafish means weeding. Nakata means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish on the top of the Kilayim. Look at you get out right? Because again, that's time to come up because there you're actively and directly participating in the driving of planting. The Kiva says after the kind. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. She says, my friend Rabbi, where should we get that from? What's it about? I'm a crow, sat from the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarea, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar, low Kilayim. I still say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of spicing the house like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be also like that. Ilu, Gemara says the ilu, the Leute Tetzva Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva. Ready, brother Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot Nikolai? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it does not be that being a Rabbi. Rather, Haman, who's the king? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open actually to you in any Shabbat. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even holds to put up a fence. Right? Because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon holds only you can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. There's some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kina, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? Oh, it's interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maaseh you are not allowed to have a favor for a person. Like he actually has in the beginning of the Lo Sechanim. So all my focus is what Lo Sechanim means. That doesn't mean to compliment them and give them a sina. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't do my mistake. You can't work for free. You can't do something for Hashem for free. Even if it's a free favor, it's destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, is Rabbi Yehuda Nishma Rabbi Akiva La. Now, the fact that you're saying it's not according to Rabbi Yehuda, something that according to Rabbi Akiva does not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda Asra Litin Makasina. Aval Leute Tifla Shapir. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so you can give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an animal. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely committed. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, the kind of line book, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shapir. This is the same point Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva has a more extensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not going to be not planted. It's not going to be connected to the actual planting itself. But you people will put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicant. To which the Gemara says, Visu lo Yivi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about this. Plus, it's great. This phrase, Visu lo Yivi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Visu lo Yivi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So also, it's very interesting. And therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for it full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the Pesach, and Akim wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesek. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break his barrel to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so I might not be doing that. So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesek. That's what I'm benefiting from all this. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Ines, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Rabbi says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society and mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, you should approach to take an approach to living. Yes, it's not for obligation to convince the world that it is your idea, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Matthew uses this lashon of yes, destroy the INS and tabo alav bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy, and it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this because we think about it's such an incredible thing that you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, leading out Israel. And suddenly you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right, just clap, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle of good, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar and Taballah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and then if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's good. It's incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadu Yasli, so again the same federalist sitting. And they ask about the question, Hadu Yasli, they come by like the may have a from the other problem now. So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. Does that money take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, Mitofes says, does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to do nothing. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, we're nothing. So we start with the nail, let's come the other, so nothing says, I think it's mortal. That is an Akum sells his idol. When he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's nothing's proof. I know what the also made it out about it. So when these people came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zilu Zibino Komad the Islafu, the suicide. This is fascinating.
This is a
like this. So when these people came up with Rabbi, and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, hold this Skyru to the Akash and Skyru, also didn't call back on all this love, because remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and by a Jew. Idolatry and by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and it can't get enough from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah when Abraham sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, Mishum the Kasaba, the Nevertheless, or Having the other common requirements, that's the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. And the bill of shine has been given that you lay, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the item converting. So an akum could be mevatel is avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are mevatel. Eloni Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisol shay no shel amikol kadim Gemara umachar avodas kol kadim deheli. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesa, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless the Yakin sink is $1,000, he's still already pay you. You need to go away, yeah, and go to somewhere else. So I'm going to somewhere and you got the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his yanis. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my yanis. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I take the email my explanation, my consent. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference between two cases. And the says, see from the Shum Ba'avimet Kilot says the Kidima. So this is very similar. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. And listen, what's that again? If he wrote it, that's what we just said before, but that's mutter. But that's mutter. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Ayin Nesak because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? Vatinan, Ger, using the Vatinan, Ger, Babikofarim, Shiyarshu Azian Oblichans. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is called Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger, Yokoloma, Lo, Kol, Aka, Moses, Animals. Kol, Ata, Yain, Esak, Maniteos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain, Esak, and I'll take the money and potatoes. If you do that, then Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot, obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Esak or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But there is recourse. Remember, you're seeing this. You can get options in the backlog of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no point dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So that's like, so ultimately, what do you see from there? The halach l'maisa. Now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yain Esak. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says it's made out of gold or silver, which means that like, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its old state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yain Esak? The Pharis Hadraim. So this is very interesting. Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets staying lost, he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Ager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were making by the Rusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, for Chazal were making by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was to continue existing. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called the Torah Shana. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen thing of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. I'm afraid if the thief has to return everything, you have to return it. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. As much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, it's unlikely to make money. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the Ger, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, if they would make by a Ger, and you're saying that also in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that's comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his Akum brother all over the items. I'm sorry, like most of the goes. How do you know? Not the advice that supports this. When it was so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha, but in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav now should bakva avodas kafir. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make it by the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way that Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see this thing. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that we do against us. That's the key for the truth. So Ribono Shel wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that as well. No, you have no greater advocate in this world than Rothschild. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly ending for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Toshav, Mashke Bakal's what's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. Now, Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now, we're going to see this. I'm not focused about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that at the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Kafir. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship tree. But again, he's like an Akum in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the palach without the raw palach on the other. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all this out. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that nothing. So then also nothing is this. Stavlo, the palach, the battle, the palach. So nothing says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So must be based on that is a question. That's one second. We saw Shabbat Sabbath on Misha. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that like? Actual Basri she wasn't saying, I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the bench. Maybe I lift it up, that's probably not right, because I'm not required it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual Basri, so before I pick it up, I can call over an apple, remember there was call over an apple, and see if the apple. And you can negate this idolatry. Decommission. Like theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of its present becomes permitted. However, again, we should go. Ain't no only of it from the back. But again, take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, you cannot be decommissioned. They should know Ovid Kochavim Nevato Avodos Kochavim Shalom B'Shachadeh. And Ovid Kochavim Nachon to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, being of da, being she'in of da. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds it means things. My of da, my of. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum should decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that all I'm talking about an Akum, then Hayim Shalom Shachari, we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kohanim, Umay She'in El love of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Tosha. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and a Ger Tosha. Shmamino, Ger Tosha, Nami. So when you see from here, that a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Mabako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says, no. The ultimate able of not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Kamrit, and we shalom b'shachar. We said already said that. Then the price is done because we already said that Akum could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh L'Pa'ar, Zeh L'Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh L'Pa'ar, Zeh L'Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's have one who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the analogy over here? Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three halachas we play. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still like the Rothschild kind of Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be Mevat level? That is telling us What's a ger tosha? What's a ger tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger tosha? So Zeh Kosher Kivalah Defnei Gimel Chavirim Shalom La'avon Avodas Chum Divrei. Meir says it's any Akum who has accepted himself in front of three Chavirim. You know, what's that? Chaver being polarized. Chaver normally means someone who's careful. If true is careful about to. So in this context, the Pasha says it just means that any kind of dazed. Any time an Akum comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get tosha. That's a get tosha. Good. That's right there. From saying, Hoshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Hoshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shikiba B'nei. From saying a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven Noah high. From don't seem to require faith. That's a ger tosha. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah. That makes it short. Even only able to go with the ger tosha. Not true. Achirim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? And that is a ger tosha. Zeh ger otam levelos. Shekibel Allah mekayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz me'isser levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger tosha? The ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats levelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really not told without the definition of ger tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemitah from Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of kosher. He's last in kosher. Incredible. But the Rabbi goes on. Miyachad etzlo yain ve'imafkid etzlo yain. Ta'afilu be'er sherudu yisrael. What the halacha is, you keep a constant wine with the ger tosha. Right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't constantly with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here. We saw Maniach Bafaniso actually lived in the Oyos, and actually thinking about this. The Haikivan the Lord Pala, will not go home and ask it. We will not go to come to us in the Amma Base of Rothschild. He the Eva another fact, nobody for the Allah. He says he's my Allah, like on the fish. So ultimately, again, you put the constant wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out his juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, look at us in the ger tosha. You could leave with the wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking with the Yainesa, or not to the Yainesa, because he repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, it's mutter. Shmano kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano kiyeno is like shemen mika havi yayin. It's like what we want with his oil. Oil can't be in his water. So kiyeno yeno kishmano. Interestingly enough, what it means is like this: that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine. His wine is like his oil, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that. Shmano bin Abiyah and Mino Mutamanra. Shmano according to the Russian and but what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same is to get enough from his oil to get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get from yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp called Zavar ultimately, and for every other thing, a Reukol. He's like an apple. There's the Shilling Omer, Yeno Yayin. Amulay, Motor, Amulay, Motor. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Esa, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again Shishma. which will actually cause up here. We'll pick up in the session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? We see from here that an apple is like an apple to your Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love in the battle of Augusto Clothing, Augusto Clothing. So doesn't that mean, because we're again, how did this whole thing like your Toshav get started? Got started as we try to figure out, does it get Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry? Does it actually decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that all Sarah, so too can Agir Toshav? So too can Agir Toshav? In which the Gemara says, no, Likim Rishus about those Rishus. No, it actually uses something else. It actually focus shots. What does it mean focus shots? What's it watch? It's pretty Samuel. The strong word. The Shaman Shabbos was like 12 seconds. Just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that court. Somebody lives in a courtyard without any food. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev means. And therefore, you carry from the home into the Chatzar, plus into the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in proving forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is, you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Medaka Lushitza. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael woman, which unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The battle is just all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos in the battle is just, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no same Rishus in the Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by apple, ultimately again you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say, so it wasn't just last week of Ketzad, or how does he yield, for example, yield his rights and give over his rights in the Chatzar? Or I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights in the Chatzar to you. Or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participates in the Erev. Neitzav is any form of case. So it's just in general about Erev Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be Medaka, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like an apple. Therefore, where we said before that Agir Toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things. One of the things means that if you live in a Chatzar with Agir Toshav, and the Jews in the Chatzar want to make a bit of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of Agir Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Agir Toshav is actually going to be given to Sarah, in the side, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience. Such a sustained all of you. And we should everyone. Feeling it as a great spot for some tea. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Closing Shulchan Aruch is dedicating all the Sherman drushos this year as exclusive for the sales Talmud Torah Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Abba and Torah Stephen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Zina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evans Tate Wolf, Commission of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch is from the Rabbi, Mason and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai Ben Moreno Ramos. Yogi sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Rabbi. To the merits of our Talmud Torah, all the Yisham Slavin Aliyah, the families in the family, all those who need the food, Shabbat, together, call the Torah, Yisrael, the Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shalom, Meretz Hashem, and all of our pastors, Shalom, and Zakarov, and now also the soldiers to be successful in the Torah and our Savior. The most of that, the most begin. Today's dot is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them, and he was Yosef the Kabbalah Levi. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishma B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you imagine this, akum comes over to the bank, so you bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asur b'amor. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's halacha? So he's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I would lose the parnasa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. Look at Rashi just a moment. Minan Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want him to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of our Mizrah. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it also in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all Mizrah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be paid. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar the Torah. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew takes the job, get the money, and tell a brachim be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and do that on Mizrah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say let's bring a proof to this. Let's see there or not. So let's say again, an akum plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such as just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example and grape products, that's what I would get. It's forbidden mixture. So if an Oklahoma is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the farm. Ultimately means like home. You know, when you need to assist someone in the third, you can't do that. Half of Sanat Dalet, 64 about opening of the So what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot him. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Ogin, Lashlicha Le'igud Ba'afal Gabdulot Bikimo Shlo Ya'akim Yadin Attraction. Let's say Akim hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted the line. Now I said, you Akim, you can plant the line, you're outside. But let's say again, he asks you to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim are uproot on their own, I need that in my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Rav. Rav says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from count 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. So the Akiva, so the Akiva Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. This is very interesting. The Akiva holds in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains Kilayim. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted the Kilayim, and the Apple asks you to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Now the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also decided very well. Nafish means weeding. Mechata means covering the seed which works. So Nafish covering the Kilayim. Okay, because again, that's how. Because here you're actually directly participating in the planting of planting. The Kiva says, after the kind. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up a fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my family, where is the Kiva get that from? What's his logic? On the cross, such public Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazoraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar lo Kilayim. Alright, so let's say so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's going to be asur. Ilu, Gemara says the ilu, when you take tetzla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that mean of Rabbi. Rather, Haman, who's opinion is this? Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to you mean not shocking. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon you need to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon hold maybe you can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechim. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? What else? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha and Ma'aser, you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had this in the beginning of our these are lo sechanim. All my quote is what lo sechanim means. That doesn't mean that you compliment them, don't give them a sin on. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't do not mistake, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an akron for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole Torah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying this up in Yehuda, sounds like they're according to Rabbi Akiva. So not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Matnasina, Aval Neute Tifla Shakin. The Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free good. You can't do a favor for an akron. But to do something to Abu Dhabi, that's absolutely committed. That's a good, that's an objective benefit. I have been as Rabbi Kiva Nami. Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Kiva, I'm kind of line look, yeah? When you take Tifla Shepherds, you say something according to Rabbi Kiva. Even though Rabbi Kiva has a more expansive, approach to the provision of Kilayim. They're not only Kinat planted, not only Kinat in the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Kiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get Isser prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from your husband. Which the Gemara says is so low that there's nothing else to go ahead and discuss. Listen, it's clear. This phrase is so meaning. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a knife shop. The pseudo meaning. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So also, it's very interesting because therefore what this means is ultimately. Now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yainess. He asks me. He wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So I'm not allowed to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yainess. And I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Yainess, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want this plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zaga, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. Because like Matthew says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, you should take the approach of living and let live. Yes, it's not the obligation to convince the world of your accusing you. Nor is it your choice to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To assume that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Matthew uses this question of destroy the INS and cover Allah's love. Because giving the world evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. But you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. It's moving out. And similarly, you would think that like the world would just line up applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like live, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar Yitaballah. Sometimes you have to learn how to evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is long. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's going to happen. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same fellow is sitting. And they asked about the question, was Hadu Yasvi, they come about it, the may have us from the Arabic of Hadu Mount. So what's it? This is very interesting. So what happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. That $1,000 means does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol itself? Does it take on identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? or not. So I'm going to do nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So you stop with the nail from the other people coming ton. So nothing says, I think it's motor. I think it's motor. That is an Akum sells his item. When he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what nothing's proof. I know that the also can make the Rabbi. So when these people came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another way. Zivino Kamar the Islamu, the Suez Canal. This is fascinating. So that comes with like this. So when these people came up with Rabbi, so what happened? I see Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the logic over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Cairo, all these Cairo, the African Cairo, also in because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity with it. They can't get another from it. So it tells you instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, see from here that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have considered the name of us for having the other commentary. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry and on the hands of the whom I think it is permitted. I did not shine us in the kingdom that I could relay, God I bought. Maybe that case is different. Why is that? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're in the vacuum. They're negating the theological significance of the idol that's converted. So what happened to be in the vacuum is that so maybe that's why the proceeds are not there. Eloni Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shayanoshel Omigo Kavim, Timane, Umachar Avodos Hokavim Dehedim. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Lachol? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Something we had to end for a unless they got from same case, I'm not going to $1,000. I'm still already pay you. Give me the way here. I'm just going to sell my oil. I'm going to proceeds. I'm going to sell my yes, I'm going to proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Aqua $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his yes. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to then he comes back with the proceeds. Proceeds are prohibited. Effectively more on my explanation mentioned stuff. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference in these two cases. And the Sheshas see from the Shum Gahami make to Yotze the So this is very interesting. So now this seems to sort of back a little bit to the Yosibla. But here's the difference. In the second case, where it says right here, while my idol, or while I had and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. If you wrote to the Kiyum Kia Gavin, that's what we just said before, that that's what. But that's what. In other words, I will say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it. I want my money. I want the continued existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? But none, there is the Rothschild, there are other problem. She Yarshu Adi and other things. What's a very interesting case? You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is spelled Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. You know, they father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So ger yachol tom aka animals. Talk to yain esek. So brother ger is say to brother Akom, I said, brother Akom, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yain esek, and I'll take the money and the veros. He can do that in Mishabal, and that's permitted. However, in Mishabal is just like your asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INSF or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But the wealth, technically there is recourse. No, you see this. You can get happen to do the backlog of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once that you already owns it, there are really very limited options that are there. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's muscle. So ultimately, what do you see there? But halacha now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says made on gold or silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Bruce Lee says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain the case then of Yair Yosef? The Pharaoh's Hadrain. So this is very interesting. Adrianic earthman. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if the casts great or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he didn't break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants the continued existence of Amra Papa. Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were making by the Yerusha of the day. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha of the day. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Yain or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence of it. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his inheritance. And also, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Chazal Hashan. And Chazal said that in certain cases, the theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept back the stolen bit of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip. So if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just lose your life with incredibly complicated. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, they're going to make a by Ger, And you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and forbidden items. Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items, give his akum brother all of the forbidden items. Incredible. Also, any base. Tiny no, nothing advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, includes of Yerusha. That's the awesome. And in case, let's say, a business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the gear in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. The other Yosef find out. Remember again, all of this is the same people of Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now Shivaka Avodah. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before you go on, just idea that Chazal will make look like a Ger. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That if Ono Shalom wants us to succeed, and if something is developed a very skewed view of a very skewed view of Halacha, that the Baruch is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see us. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's the key for us from the truth. The Devotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we really wanted to be successful. Chazal understood what we really wanted to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's not good. No greater advocate in this world than Rothschild. That's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly moving towards success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Toshav, Ma'am Shevat Balance comes. What's a very interesting challenge? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akud has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, now let's know what is a Ger Toshav. Now we're going to see there's enough focus about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodah Shkofa. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a pretty big thing. Like, he believes in that Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an akum, then you can go ahead and decommission the avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. I'm going to go that nothing, so I'm going to also nothing negate this. Stop blowing the Halach and Batal Bro Halach. Nothing says, every someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must be Mesi, there is a question. This one says, social, that's what it's called. Mushal. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual basal level. So, what's it saying? I remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because another covered it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially, it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basal. So before I pick it up, I can call over an akum. Remember, you also touch with it. Call over an akum and say, akum. I need you to engage this idolatry, decommission, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this whole. Whether it becomes permitted However, again, Mishavasa Liado, ain't no only oven from the backlog. But again, I take it out. I take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. Nation Amro, Ovid Kochavan Nadato Avodas Kochavan Shalom, Ishachadeh. The Ovid Kochavan happened to decommission his own Avodizara or the Avodizara of his son, day of dawn, day Shekinah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we find what this means. My of the my of what does it mean for work? What does it mean that happening to decommission of Zara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Ilema edi ovid kocharim. If you want to say that wasn't talking about an offering, then hayu shalom b'shachadeh. We already said that because we just said before that an offering has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah and the avodah of his friend. And the love of the ovid kocharim. Love of the ovid kocharim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. Umay she'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper, ger toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and a ger toshav? Shnani no, ger toshav nani obata. What do you see from here? That a ger toshav has the ability to be mebako, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, no. The older in the part, not sure. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission of his own as an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Kamrit, and we shalom b'shafat. And he already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because he already said that Hakim could go out and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Lepar, Zeh, Marcus. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Baal or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Lepar, Zeh, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one apple who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An apple can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so there are really three halachas we follow. Number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, nice, but again, no lie about a ger toshav. Right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still act as our Rothschild. Can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the background of this? That's still an answer. What's a ger toshav? What's a ger toshav? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger toshav? Mayor says it's any apple who is accepted upon himself in front of three Somebody is careful. There's truth in this. This means careful about tea and time. So in this context, the question is that it just means you're in front of a dazed. Any time an apple comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. That's a ger toshav. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba. From saying, a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 nullified. Don't see to acquire the days. That's a ger toshav. Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba. That makes it ger toshav. Even only able to go all the ger toshav. Not true. Achelim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? Allah is a ger toshav. Ze ger oton levelos shekibel Allah mekayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz me'isr levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger toshav? A ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the levelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say, here in the definition of ger toshav. Rabbi Meir he accepted upon himself in front of the raising that Rothschild idolatry. He accepted upon himself Shem's Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for all the kosher. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible, incredible. And the Bible goes on. Yachadin Etzlo Yain, Mafid Etzlo Yain, Bafidu Be'er Sherubi Yisrael. What's it? Allah is you can deposit wine with a get right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over here, you saw my yes, the Hanusa actually elected in the Oyo, so much thinking about this. The Akiva the Lokala, well, not the Romanasser. We're not going to come to us in the Amma base of Rothschild. Hilo the Ino another car, Ino Manifo Liba Ola. You say this man of Mua, like a Rothschild. So ultimately, I think you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the Jews wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the Ger Tosha, you could leave with him one for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not controlling the Yain Nesa. Why are we not controlling the Yain Nesa? Because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews' wine. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Kiena. The Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano things, and I thought, Shemen, Mika, Havi, Yain. That's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be in his wine. It's like, Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting, we not found what it means is like this. That Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that for just a moment. Rashi Shmano bin Hamidiyas and Yeno Mutabana, Shmano putting Shukra Hashem Makilakai, about Mishkia Asma. And what does it mean that his oil is like that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine if you get kosher, and ultimately you can get enough from his wine. And the sharp called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. Here's the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayin, yes. Va'amilei Mutter Shmona says his wine is like Yayin Nesa, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shmona. So this will actually cause that we'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? We see from here that an apple is like an apple to get toast up is like an apple regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a kosher is like an apple to everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, "Love imavaka avodas kofadim ke'avodas kofadim." So it doesn't matter because once again, how did this whole thing that get kosher get started? It got started was trying to figure out does it get kosher have the ability to negate idolatry, the theological definition of idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Kosher is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can Agir Kosher. So too can Agir Kosher. To which the Gemara says, no, leaking the shus without those shus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Kosher. What does it mean Kosher? What's the right? Give me some more. The song number, the Shaman Shabbos, one second, so just quickly. Erev Hasidus. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard or into the courtyard without ingredients. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, Erev, you make it from the home into the Chatzar into the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chaser, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Reuben forgot to participate in the Eruv. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chaser. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael the Shara Shabasa B'Shok, Medata Rishusha. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately, again, is in Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Mevatel Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shem Misham Shabbos Rishus. In Mevatel Rishus. But again, if he's probably violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Meishamru, Yisrael, no sin Rishus in the Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so that's just pause things like Ketzad, or Merlo, or say how does the youth, for example, yield his rights to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Or Merlo, we should see I hereby give over my rights, right? I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you, or we should see the Vukelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They talk this as not need any form of physics. Well, since just in general about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Madacha, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's in Yisrael Mumma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumma, who is publicly a Mumma, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a ger kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger kosher, and the Jews in the chatzar want to make it clear from zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now, whether or not the ger kosher is actually running the group of Sarah, and that's what I will say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you. Wishing everyone many of us a great spot for some TV. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Rothschild Shulchan dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year. This is this for the sales Talmud and as well. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Agnew, Tova, Stephen Randy, Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, the one of Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, commissioner of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, is one of Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachaber Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ramos. Yomi sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Red Arrow. To the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishamos happening on the families in the family, all those who need a full shouting together, come before the Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Shalom, Shalom, all of our hostages, Shalom, and B'Karov, and all of the soldiers to be successful in the whole of Mass. And most of that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samech Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. That's what Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi, Yasa B'Chia Bar Ami Gabat. And B'Chia Bar Ami is sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating discussion. Safra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akron hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you're doing this, Akron comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asr ba'anas. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the Harnos. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So, because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the closest burger. Look at Rashi just a moment. Minan Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Israel Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, so do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of the Zohar. This is a good thing. Sure, I want else to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zohar is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar to Torah Bracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out about Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this, I guess. You see there on the ain't ocean in the object of the let's say again, an apple plants the line, right? The line is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such a 2 days ago. Wheat, and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the arithmetic. It's a forbidden mixture. So if an Obed Kohanim is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Obed means like homes. When you weeds will see cover in the third, you can't do that. Half of Son of God, 64. About Obed what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about Obed. Let's say Akun hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Okay, Akun, he planted Kilayim. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim, because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Hanasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this support for nothing. So Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So when it says Savua, second one from the top two. So who are Haman? He's a baby. So they keep this, and they keep the Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. It's very interesting. They keep a hold of it, and then generate. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, Not only is there prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains time. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the Kilayim, right? Apple went Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. So putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be besides very good. Nafish means reading. Mechasha means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish and mechacha look at you get off respect because again that's kind of because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kilayim. The Kiva says after the kind. But the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his logic? Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar, low Kilayim. As the Rothschild said, it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's maybe also as well. Ilu. The Gemara says, "Ve'ilu, the mi'ute tifla shari." But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is saying that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtus, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, who's it is? This Rabbanon. It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open. I feel like you mean Nami Shari. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon you have to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon holds nothing you can do planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Hinam, is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Mark says, ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an athlete. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the Losech.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
So all my focus is what Losech means. Right? Doesn't mean
Just chilling, baby.
Give him Rabbi Yehuda says, don't you love this thing? You can't work for free. You can't something for an athlete for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, with Rabbi Yehuda,
how was your day?
Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying this up to Rabbi Yehuda, something that Rabbi Yehuda is not permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also leaving on Maklasina. About the Yehuda Tifla Shakir. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor since we give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an
So do you want to lose, or you want to just jerk yourself off?
That's absolutely permitted. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami.
Yo, dog.
I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind of line book, yeah?
What's your answer?
Even Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach.
Did they not use please on that fucking island?
That's when you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of
I'm going to dominate you.
Is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicant. To which the Gemara says,
like this isn't even close. This isn't. I shouldn't even give you the time. I'm dominant in every aspect of this game. You've got your whole list of cheat codes right next to you. You've already emailed the president of Plato. I get it. But look how good this shot is. Maybe one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind.
He asks me, He wants to hire
Doug,
me in June.
doubt it all you
He's
want.
going to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand,
That's garbage right there. Just
because
garbage
therefore that
shot.
means I want
Just give up already.
Second, I'm benefiting
Oh,
from
no
the result.
way. You got your ruler and protractor out of it.
Rav Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the
Just
destruction
an absolute dog shit shot.
Item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of it. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of
Just fucking brilliant. Brilliant. You know, not only am I good, but I'm good looking. And that's just a killer combo.
Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea.
Look how sick this shot is. Do you want me to do it again? Just amazing.
And that is important, by the way, as members of society. Just
look at this ball. Look at this ball, baby.
Yes, you know what? It's not for obligation to convince the world.
Look how sick this shot is. Just one of the best shots we've ever seen. Now here, this bitch is going to take some skill, son.
That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads. And unfortunately,
Barry, how was your day?
And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly
right.
That's why the Nachman uses this lashon of.
I like your phrase that you can't spell excuse without you. That's beautiful.
Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And someone would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Nachman tells us sometimes it is a little like live, and sometimes the Nachman says Yishbar the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is grueling, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, you get to the side of the process.
Absolute garbage.
Incredible.
We have a giant swing in the game, folks.
But
I'm busy.
And they asked about the question.
Focusing.
So we'll say this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, mitofes as dameh bi'arodi pachad. Does it take on
No way you
the
hit this.
identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not?
That was close, man.
So
that was close.
So ultimately, the Nachman says, so Nachman says, I think it's
solid.
I think it's mental that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane.
Look how sick and sexy. Look at that. That's just a killer combo, baby.
There were these people who came before Rabbi. What happened? Another room. Zilu Zivino Komad the Islifu.
Oh, what a fucking horse shit.
These people who came before Rabbi. What happened?
Scratch. One of the worst scratches we've ever seen, people.
Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash.
Yes, sir.
After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the last quote here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru. There
you go, big dog.
If we convert, it's still only idolatry.
I like churches better. They're
That's
business
no
better.
number one can never be gated. Right? Can never have its identity negated. And it can't get enough from it. It tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there?
There you go.
Someone
Trey's way.
his idol, that cash
Garbage.
So the Gemara says, my turbo,
your shit sucks. Everybody knows it. Terrible shot. Oh, dude. Easy, giving himself the easiest shot in the history of humankind. I'm over here deep in chicken discussion. Trey's over here just plotting. This MFer is plotting. Garbage. Garbage shot. No way you hit this. No way. No way. No how. Scratch on the 8, folks. We're calling it right now. Folks, scratch on the 8. Oh, that looks beautiful. Man, your cheat codes. Your fingers must hurt because you're putting in so many cheat codes.
He sold his yayin and then he brought me the
proceeds of this. I'm going to let you come at me one more time.
Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this.
Break this, just break this. That's all you needed to do. Now I'm going to take over the game. Like Jordan in Game 6, baby. No, I actually don't have that good of a shot anymore. Psych, baby. Greatest shot, you bet. Oh, garbage. Still made it. Still fucking made it. Bank shot and a kiss shot. You know that was amazing. Everybody knows that was amazing.
Case number 2. Same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesef. And he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me.
Oh, look at that shot.
So what's the distinction?
Look at that shot. This is just ridiculous. The amount of skill that the world is witnessing right now, it's unparalleled.
Here's the difference. In the second case,
look at this move. Just dirty. Straight up dirtiness. Just dirty. Look at this move. Look at this move. Folks, I don't know if you're watching this at home, if you've got it TiVo'd, if this bitch is DVR'd, you're watching it on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Kick, on Instagram, on Twitter, but it is just an absolute pleasure to put on this show for you all right now. This is just pure. It just. You might have to take a break on this one just because it's just been so good. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do here, son. Just hit it, baby. Make it. Oh, that would have been dirty as F. That would have been dirty as F.
So brother Ger, brother,
you know it. I know it.
Their father died.
Everybody knows it.
So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger yochel lomar lo tol akav odas lo amen ba'animos tol ata yayin esach manikeros. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all these idolatrous stuff, you take all the yayin esach, and I'll take the money and materos. You can do that. The Nishabot, and that's committed. However, the Nishabot is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yayin Esach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But, well, there is recourse. No way we've seen this. You can get an applicant to be in the back level of Isara, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet
baby, just for you, I'm gonna give you the shotgun. because I realized that was not.
Brother Ger already took possession, then it's
Let's see
custody.
here. I'm gonna
So
try
this
to
is
make
ultimately
this.
again, what do you
I'll
see?
just put it in the.
Halacha l'maisa,
I'll
in
just
this case,
scratch it.
Brother Ger wants
No.
to
I'm scratching it.
of
Put the
the
ball
other.
back. Put the ball back. Put the ball back. Because I don't want to hear. Hey, yeah, you only won because my ball slipped. Yeah, just put it back. That's fine. No big deal. No harm, no foul. I saw what you did.
What's the case over here?
I don't want to win like that.
This mission is talking about an item that's made out of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still
There you
valuable.
go.
So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Well, how would you explain the case then of Yair Nesef?
Whoa.
So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't. Who cares if that?
Just devastatingly terrible shot. And we give him the game, folks. We give him the game. It's really unfortunate.
1 second. Even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not they get stolen or lost. So he still wants a continued existence. Don't bring a riot.
Folks, this performance is really
a riot
unfortunate.
in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Ager.
No way.
Rabbis were makeled by
Devastating miss. Absolute devastation.
Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by Yerusha. And as long as the get has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa,
give it to me, baby. Oh no! I'm so. If I could get that long shot down, it'd be over. It would absolutely be over.
Yes, he was taken to existence. Why? Why would they make up by a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his inheritance. And also, that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality from Yerusha. We've seen this before as well. For example, right?
An absolute beautiful shot.
In certain cases, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's shoot. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to come out cheap. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters.
It's over, folks.
Money is necessary.
It's over.
And as much as we
it is over. That's what I'm talking about. Scratch on the 8. Scratch on the 8.
Because if you don't touch money, you just
that's it, baby. We're leaving it at that.
Could not stand up.
You win one, I win one. We both walk away happy. So I'd be pissed if I were you.
He has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha. He may be tempted to choose his
Dude,
again,
that was not.
Because it's human nature.
That was not your fault. I hate to say it. You should have won that game, but you didn't, and that's the key point.
Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items. Give his brother all of the permitted items. Also, on the base. Tanya Rachi Rice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, a business partnership with the so see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have.
Shout out to Traceway. Shout out to Barry. Excellent gameplay.
So no, like 100 doesn't find that. Remember, again, all of this is the same people who are running sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now she batwa avodas. Shiva said this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make go back to Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. That the Spark was waiting for us to mess up so he could smack us down. It was all waiting for us to mess up so we could levy some type of punishment against us. That's a clear from the truth. The Rebbe Shalom wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all people know that you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly thinking about success. Okay, incredible question. Other Yosef Khan, Ger Toshav, Man Shebat Balan's Khan. So that's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, you want to know what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this. I'm not focused about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out to the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Chacham. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a pretty big thing. Right? So the reason that the reason that he doesn't worship idolatry, but I gotta respect he's a manager. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. So maybe not. Let me say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barmine. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that Nachman, so I'm going to say Nachman is established the Palak and Battle Globe Palak. Well, Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it. Basic question. This one's a social, that's a whole mission. So listen to this. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual boss of the so what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right because they never covered it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual boss service. So if I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Let me know what the effective is. Call over an apple and see if the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. I don't think it's committed. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, but again, that's if I take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kochav, an apple, to decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend, being of God, being she'inov, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he's fine with his things. My of my of. What does it mean to what does it mean that apple could decommission avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that we're talking about an apple, then Hayim Shalom Shafari. We already said that, because we just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochanim, my she'in, and the love of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual apple. And my she'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper. Ger Tosha. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual output and a Ger Tosha. Shnanina, Ger Tosha, Nanivato. What do you see from here? That a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Mudato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, no. The Olam Ibn Lachar, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I've been Hamlet, and you shall love the we should already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because you already said that a Hakim could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, this is this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Rabbi, Zeh, Reisha is teaching you this. If you have two Akims, right, and both worship Baal or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, zealous or zealous. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akim who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so really three halachas we follow. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next one again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, you still have, because that was Ashad, kind of Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without level? That's not an answer. Listen, this is Ger Tosha, this is Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Zed Kosher Kibalam Defnei Gimel Chavirim Shalom La'avon Avodas Chavi Divrei. Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three Chavirim. I'm going to both say Chaver being spoken out before. I don't know means somebody is careful with truthfulness. Somebody is careful about too. So in this context, the Rothschild, what it just means is it's one of days. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Tosha Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Tosha Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. From saying, a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself is 7 Noah 5. This is from don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos Noah, it makes it like Ger Tosha. Even only Able to go follow the crowd with McDonald gets natural. Achelim say natural. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the piece of Ger Tosha, Ze Ger Otham Levelos, Shekibel Alom Lekanye Kol Mitzos Hamuras Katorah, Chutz Me'isser Levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the levels, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really not kosher is out there. The definition of it is Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of not kosher idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of the kosher. He's not being not kosher. Incredible. So the verse goes on. Yachad in Etzlo, Yain, Ma'afid Etzlo Yain, Ba'afid Be'er Shalilu Yisrael. What's the halacha is, you can deposit wine over the Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we considering that over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach Bechanusa actually lifted in the oil, so Rashi came up with the Haikivan below Pala, low no double Manasseh, we're not going to come to us in the Amma base of Rothschild. Given the Ino, I know the Kafino Manicho Liga Ola. So it's Mara Mua, like ultimately, I think, because of wine with him, for sure not just him. not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying they may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay, and this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל מיחד עם אצלו יין, ואפילו באר שרובה על פיקו. So it says, Allah Ta'ala said here, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking about yain nesa, or not to yain nesa, because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano kiyeno, it says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano kiyeno, shemen, mika, havi, yain. It's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into yain. It's not hello, yeno, kishmano. Interesting, you know, what it means like this. Allah from I saw that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that just a moment. That's Shmano bi Habigayas and Yeno Mutabana, Kishmano Kodum Shotu Hashem Maxilokai. But what does it mean that his oil is like, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get hana from his oil, you can get hana from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get yourself, but ultimately you can get hana from his wine. Called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, are really called equal. He is like he's like an apple. Which is next to Shimon Omer, Yeno Yainu Nest. Va'amilei Mutter Shimon says his wine is like Yain Nesach, and others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for sale. So we'll actually pause over here right now. We'll pick up in Yes Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from here? We see from here that an apple is like an apple to here Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love in the back of Avagasco Chaving, Ka'avagasco Chaving. It doesn't that mean, because we're again kind of responsible that there's a Toshav takes time. Got started as we try to figure out, does a Ger Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, a Ger Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can a Ger Toshav. So too can a Ger Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Rishus without the Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Filippo Shas. What does it mean Filippo Shas? What's the Rashi? In Samuel. We saw him over. The Shaman Shabbat is a loss evidence. Just quickly. Erev Chatzilus. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Somebody homes that courtyard without including. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Therefore, you carry from the home into the Chatzar, Chatzar into the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, "Yisrael Miller, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Medata Rishus." Ultimately, again, she had the Yisrael Miller. Unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishus, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos of the Shot, in without the rishus, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no skin rishus in the rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. Was the other Kohavim actually Yisrael, by Akum ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when we say, so it was just last finish of Ketzad, Omer Law, of course, how does the yield, for example, yield his rights or give over his rights in Ketzad? Omer Law, I hereby give over my rights, right? I bequeath my rights in the Chazal to you, or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They start this process. You don't need any formal things. So just in general, about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chassid that allows everyone else to utilize the Chassid. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a also the Moses therefore, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an asim for all other things means that it's even in a chaser with a ger kosher. The Jews in the chaser want to make it clear of zeros, they must lend the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now whether or not the ger kosher is actually going to be the Sarah, the Meretz said, we'll see it tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this for all of you. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Was a great sponsorship video with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual Comic Conference. Hilton Schwachenberg is dedicating all the German Rothschilds this year as a Swiss for the sales levels for Am Yisrael. I'm Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Abba Ali Tova Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of Racha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, Commission of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, then Steve Hirsch is of Racha. Ethan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai, Ben Moreno Ramos. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Russell Bass, with Ireland. The American Alexander, all of the Michelle Sabina, the families in the family, all those neighbors, full shepherds, together with wonderful ladies, all the folks, Baruch, and the session, and all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukarov, and our Holy soldiers to be successful fall in our city. And also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach Daled 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Messer Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adini Bar Papi Yasser B'Fia Bar Ani Dabai. And here Bar Ani was sitting with them. Yasser B'Chabon my bride. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? Right, so here, akum comes over to the event, so I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to keep wages from this method? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or with items that themselves will be asur b'anos. Here, the akum is asking someone with yayin nesa, is asking me to destroy yayin nesa. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and me and keep the rest of the more asur." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I lose the financials. So when it interesting enough, I want the existence of the INS. And because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds further. We can actually just know this. Near Minan Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi, the Yisrael Zerotzi did you actually want the existence of these barrels? I don't know. Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence, right? I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Gauss to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating Shaila. Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar the Torah of Lacha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out Avodah Zarah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring up proof to this. Let's see it on that. Let's say again, an apple plants the line, right? The line is forbidden mixture. So we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of any forbidden mixture. So if an every farm is planting the line, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Over means like home. When you can really to see covered with dirt, you can't do that. Half of Sanach salad, 64. About hoping you must be the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about open. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted the line. Now, again, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim's not uprooted on their own, I lose out the Makar. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. So the Akiva, so this is the Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim worship. It's very interesting. We keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted the Kilayim, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided. Here we go. Nachish means weeding. Mechacha means covering the seeds with dirt. So nachish on the cover of the line. Look at you get malchus, right? Because again, that's kind of common. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of the line. The Kiva says after the time. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So my time is Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that? What's his logic? I'm a Satcha Notizrat Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. Inni Elazarea, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Hamalomar Lo Kilayim. I suppose say so. It's interesting that here the Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the pasuk Lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Asiyat Rabbi. Ilu, Gemara says, V'ilu, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that being a Rabbi. Rather, Haman, who's a thing of this? Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to you mean Nami Shapin. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon even put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon only can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up, like putting up plants that hold is water. So if putting up a fence is water, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So certainly it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah said you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had in the beginning of the Halacha. Los Stefani, Lama focus what Los Stefani means. Like when you compliment them, don't give them a skin on them. He says, don't give them a skin, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is instruction of the Halacha, you still can't do it. So the Shemar says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying this up according to Yehuda, sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, does not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asya Likin Lahem Maklasina, Aval Neute Tifla Shakir. Shemar says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do things that uproot about Bizarre, that's absolutely committed. That's an objective method. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha, that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm trying to line both, yeah? And when you take Tifla, Shakir, you say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Orchid. To which the Gemara says, low movement. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, the Sula Midi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. The Sula Midi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss on this. So also, it's very interesting, because therefore what this means is ultimately, now let's go for a circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an apple wants to break his barrels of yain nesa. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the yain nesa, and I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. As the Nachman says, we get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea that, kind of like part of Western society, and mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in integrated society, we should approach a taking approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to be used for nor is it the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or activities. Live and let live. That to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in Jewish society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Matthew uses this question of yes, spread the message and cover Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's really not evil. And so you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a live and let live, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. Incredible. Gemara goes right there. Gemara goes right there. Good. Hudli Yasli, so again, the same federal sitting. And they asked about the question, Nas Hudli Yasli, just tell me by the way, you may have a list from the other mouth. So we'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item, I sold it for $1,000. That's $1,000. Does that money render the Akum take on the same identity as the other seller itself? Now, Mitokas has done that the other week. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not going to say, we start with the nail, let's come the other week, so nothing says, I think it's much more. I think it's much more that if an Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what I'm not going to do. You say, I know what the Asli can make it out of that. But when these people who came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another way, Zilu Zidino Komad the Islam, the Suez guy. This is fascinating. So I'm not going to like this. When these people came up with Rabbi, and what happened? Rabbi Barathu. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the over here? Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Kairu. Because remember, if they convert and still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here that halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says. My time, we shouldn't be over the never. Let's go from the Arabic coming time. Let's see that the proceeds of the sale by idolatry that are in the hands of the Muslim ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shanks and even that the way God I bust maybe that case is guys because since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum can be the back of his Zara. So maybe that's why the proceeds are there. Elami now the Gemara says, here's the proof. We saw Shai Moshe Avigo Khadim, Mana, who Machar Avodos Khadim Be'edim. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Lachol? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. See, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akim same case, right? The Akim $1,000. Akim still already pay you. To me, you're away here. I'm just going to sell my item. I'm going to sell my yayin nesach and in that case, it's possible. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akim $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his yayin nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my yayin nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I expect the Gemara, so what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. And Rashi says, see from the Shum the Havilei Kilotze B'Kirima. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. Rashi says, here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't need the daily existence of wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of us. And this is what's happening. If you look at the Kiyumaki I got, that's what we just said before, but that's what. But that's what. In other words, it was like when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the yayin nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Ratnan, Shiyarshu Avian every time. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is brother Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry and yayin nesach, and let's say permanent items. So Ger Yafal Loma Los Kol Ata Bovis Lochanim Ba'animos. So Ata yayin nesach Fankeros. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, said brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yayin nesach, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He can do that. The Mishabot, and that's clear. However, the Mishabot is just like your husband. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of yayin nesach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there's technically there is recourse. Now you see this. You can get an operant in your backyard of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once that you already own this, there are really very little recourse. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? But halach l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the yayin nesach. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of yayin nesach? But Karas Hadrain. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthen. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree. If you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break on that. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost. So he still wants to continue existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a raya from this case. You're bringing a raya, bringing a proof from the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shan Yerushas Hager, Gatilu Barabba. Rabbis were enabled by the Yerusha of Hager. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were enabled by the Yerusha of Hager. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a by a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. I will say that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Chalas Hashem. The Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's choosing. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to be able to choose. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to energy. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like you can't pay your bills. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. It was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that the ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the ger, because it's human nature. So the Chazal didn't want to bring in that situation, therefore they would make a by a ger, understanding that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his Achim brother all of the permitted items. Okay, what's that anyways? Tiny or not advice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. About Mishtat Su Asa. And in the case, let's say the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because you don't work with the person in this, you don't work with the ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys time on this? Remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Kosha Mao Shinbata Ahodas. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a ger Tosha go ahead? And I will say, just before you go on, he said, get the Chazal will make it by the ger. Just so you understand the tremendousness of our stories. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Bono Shal Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view of Hashpach, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hashpach is waiting for us to mess up so you can smack us down. Because I'm waiting for us to mess up so we can levy some type of punishment of not doing this. That's the truth from the truth. The Rebbe Shalom wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishmarach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people know that you have no greater advocate in this world than Mishmarach. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly promoting success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys respond to that? Ger Toshav, Man Shevat Balance. So what's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshav, you want to know what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this is my focus about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rashi points out to on the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Chosed. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mavat and Lo Palach Omer. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or give a Kol Kavar Minei Yivato B'Hai Bar Minei. Or maybe not. Or say like this: anyone who's what we call a Bar Minei. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole Torah. And this guy is in the parish. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only go about nothing. So I'm going to also have nothing to do this. Stab notes for Palach and Battle Glow Palach. The nothing says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. You must raise a question. This one second. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual Basel. So what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably not right, because I'm not acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? I should know about service. So before I take it out, I can call over an apple. Remember, you also have to do this. Call over an apple and say, apple. And you can engage this idolatry, decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage with theological decommission of this world. I don't becomes committed. However, again, in Shabbat, ain't no only open from the back. But again, let's take it out. I take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. Ovid Kochaven in the back of Avodas Kochaven Shalom, Vishachaven. Ovid Kochaven in Apple, the decommission is on Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein of God, Bein She'in of God. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. You know, they define what this means. My Ovda, what does it mean? What does it mean that Apple to decommission Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that Ovid is talking about an apple, then Hayu Shalom B'Shachayim. We already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kochanim, a lot of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a Ger Toshav? Shmani no, Ger Toshav not Mibata. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mibata, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Jewish Gemara says, no. The Olam Imalacha even the other not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Kamrit. I knew Shalom B'Shachar. So we said that. Then the price is redundant. Because he already said that a Hakim could go ahead and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh, Par, Zeh, Zeh, Marcos. The Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two Akims, right, and both worship Par, or both worship Marcos, obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Par, Zeh, Marcos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. So let's get one Akim who worships Mas and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty of here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so there are really three halachos we follow. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no raya about a ger tosha. Right? So when it comes to a ger tosha, we still have can a ger tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the bad level? Sam started on what's basically when Tasha is a ger tosha, what's a ger tosha? Tosha kiba, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger tosha? So that Tosha Kibalad between Gimel Chavilim, Shalom La'avod Avodas Chum Dirim. Mir says it's any Akum who has accepted himself in front of three Chavilim. Now, I will say, Chaver being spoken before. Chaver normally use someone who's careful with truth and this means careful about truth. So in this context, the context it just means it's in front of a base. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good. That's our name. Come say, Koshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Koshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekibalen Bnei. Some say a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself is 7 Noah 5. Because we have from don't seem to require a base. That's a ger tosha. Sheva Mitzvos Bnei Noah. The next type ger tosha. Freedom only. Able to follow the ger tosha. Not true. Freedom saying not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? And that is a ger tosha. Zeh ger otam levelos. Shekibel Allah mekayim kol mitzvos hamuros b'Torah. Chutz me'isser neveis. Yeah. So this is very good question. What is the definition of the ger tosha? The ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvos. It's a pretty shocking definition. It's like really my code is like the definition of ger tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of unfortunate idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the ones that he's not even unfortunate. Incredible. But the basic is on Yachad bin Etzlo Yain, the Machid Etzlo Yain. Tafid the air Shalubu Yisrael. What's the halacha is you keep a constant wine with the ger tosha. Right? You can leave it different for a little bit of time. This is a positive. You can leave within wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Chalusa actually left the Yosem actually the Haitiva Yolo Pala, lo not the Romanasa. The Mago of Congress in the Amma Besa Rothschild. Even the Ino another Ino Maniko Lida Ola. You say his mother Muat, like a so ultimately, I think you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he needs to swap out the juice wine for his whole year. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, the ger tosha, you could leave with one for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking yain nesa. Why not to yain nesa? Because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, it's shmano kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano kiyena called shemen nika honey yain. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be with yain. It's not ella yeno kishmano. Interesting, you know, what it means is like this. That halacha l'maisa. That ultimately again is his wine. His wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. look at actually just amazing. That's the Shmona we have the Yayas and Yeno Mutamana, the Shmona Kodin Shukra and Maki Lakal, about Mishtia also. And what does it mean that his oil was like, excuse me, that his wine was like his oil? That the same way that you get Hana from his oil, you can get Hana from his water. And you can't drink the wine that you get from stuff, but ultimately you can get Hana from his oil. The sharp called Davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, how do you call it? He is like an athlete. Which the Russian Shimon Omer Yeno Yaru Nesa. Va'amulei Mutter B'Shtu. Shimon says his wine is like Yaru Nesa, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shtu. So let's keep pausing here. We'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Antonius, what do you see from here? Antonius, it was shared by the public economy. We see from here that the apple is like an apple to here Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Lamaihu himself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that here Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Love in the Banco Avodasko Fadim, Kavodasko Fadim. So it doesn't matter, because listen, again, how did this whole thing that Gert Toshav get started? It got started was we trying to figure out, does it Gert Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, like an act, doesn't that mean that just as an act can theologically decommission and negate Avodah, so too can Agir Toshav? So you can Agir Toshav? In which the Gemara says, no, no. Retain Rishus about the Rishus. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually Hilchot Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchot Shabbos? What's the last? It's Kim Samuel. You saw him, remember? The Shana Shabbos is the most epic. So just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a court carry, you cannot carry from a home into that court. From many homes to the court carry without these means. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food mixes into the domain of one home. So therefore, you carry from the home into the Chatzar, cross into the home. Now, the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the moving, forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, B'Shara Shabbos B'Shot Medata L'Shusa. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Medata L'Shus. Only if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. Shema Shabbos B'Shot. In Medata L'Shus. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, he has to rent his rights from him. They Shamru, Yisrael, no single Rishus in Medata L'Shus. Right, Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other Kohanim actually by an apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when you say, so let's say this clause is like Ketzad, or Merloch, or say how does the Jew, for example, yield his rights to his over his rights to the Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, at once, for the purposes that Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev, they talk this in any form of it. So, it's just in general about Erev Chatzos. Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or being the dasha, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the chutzpah. Even if he's an Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and defeat. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a therefore, when we said before that a ger kosher ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things means that if you become a chutzah with a ger kosher, you are choosing a chutzah want to make it through the zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher as well. Now, whether or not the ger kosher is actually going to be of Zara, and there's a side, we'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone. What about whatever experience of the system with all of you? Wishing everyone I will say a great spot for some to you with all of you this morning. We bring back thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual Common sponsors. Listen to our verses of dedicating all the German Russians this year as a Swiss for the sales tunnels for Israel. I'm Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Ali, Tova, Stephen Randy, Jason, in honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Dina Drazer, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig with Henry Russell. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, mention of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, is on the Russell. Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father Ben Adler, however, Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Nossi. Those sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum's memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, with the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Mishnah Staff Naliyah, the families in the Talmud, all those who need their full staff and together, the home for ladies, our Coach Rothschild, and Marissa Shemin, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bekarov, allow our soldiers to be successful in all and not saved. Members of that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sanach Daled 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sanach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi, Yasser B'chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'chia Bar Ami is sitting with them. And the Gemara says, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my Bible. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating expression. Safra Lishba Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akim hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? Right? So if the Akim comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept to keep the wages in his halacha? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher ba'anos. So here, the Akum is asking you to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking you to destroy Yayin Nesach, and he's going to pay you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha of Miyam Kiv Velos Bikuma Osir? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want to use the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnosis. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds purple. Look at Rashi just a moment. Near Minar Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael are notes of the Kiluban Shacham Yosai. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Akshamei Land. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want him to break on their own. Actually, Shaber Reuben, the Tostamasa. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of Yayin Nesach, destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it also to remain in existence, But again, ultimately, to describe Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be given. Fascinating China. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar and Kol Bavlacha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you are going to say this. It's very good. Ain't Ochu in the object of something to that. So let's say again, an aqua plants Kaline, right? Kaline is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had session just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medicine. But any forbidden mixture. So if an obik bacham is planting Kaline, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultimately, like home. You know, when you use the sea covering with dirt, you can't do that. How about Sanach Dalid, 64? How about Obik Mobilam and Uges? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about again. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted the line, and that again, Akum just planted up the line, you're outside. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the insistence of the Kilayim. Because if the client's going to uproot it on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately, again, results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited items because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on itself. So it says Savua, second line from the top 64a, Savua Haman, who's the payment? It's Rabbi Akiva, it's Rabbi Akiva Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim local. This is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes with the Kilayim, right? Apple and Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, I'll say. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also decided. Here we go. Menachesh means weeding. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So menachesh and mechata, look at, you get malchus, right? Because again, that's kind of but there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of planting. The Kiva says, and the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So it says, my time Rabbi Akiva, where's Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his question? On the crop, Satfa Botizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarea, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar lo kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the process like lo kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be ilu. Gemara says the ilu. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that thing that Rabbi rather Haman, his opinion is this. Rabbanon, it's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be a open afilu kiyumi nani shakel. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon even had to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon holds nothing you can with plants that planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting that plant, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. which the Gemara says, Hachamas, is very interesting. What's the case over here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an athlete. Like we actually had in the beginning of halacha, lo sechanim. So all my quote is what lo sechanim means. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a stinam. Rabbi Yehuda says don't do that thing. You can't make it free. You can't do something for an athlete for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of avodah zarah, you still can't do it. So which the message is Rabbi Yehuda. Nishma Rabbi Akiva, now the fact that you're saying it's not according to Yehuda, sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. And Rabbi Yehuda also looking at Maknasina, Aval in Ute Tifla Shapin. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an athlete. But to do something to upgrade avodah zarah, that's absolutely committed. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afadav Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva Mekain Kilayim Lokia, and the Ute Tifla Shaperdam. When you say same according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akhim. Which the Gemara says is so low there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's great. This phrase is so amazing. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. It's so amazing. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go for a circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yain Nesach. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesach, and I'm benefiting from avodah zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying avodah zarah. Rav Nachman said, do it, and tava alot. If it involves the destruction of avodah zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the Yain Nesach. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them to keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of avodah zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Rav Nachman says, you get paid and tava Allah. Incredible. Rabbi said it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in a greater society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not the obligations that leads the world that we're choosing. Nor is it a good place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. And there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Matthew uses this question of yes, destroy the Yain Nesach and tava Allah racha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. You see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out people. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up across, right? Just flash. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard because ultimately the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a new way of live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. And ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's really incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. But Hadi Yasri, so again, the same Kevra was saying, and they asked about the question, Mas Hadi Yasri, the coming by like, the may have us from the other from the mouth. So was like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol Zara itself? Now, Mitofes as Dana Biado. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that one. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're nothing. So we start with the name of the Arabic of so nothing says, I think it's mutter. I think it's mutter that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Why? This is this. So here's on nothing's proof. I know the Asr to make it out about so when these people who came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zilo Zivino Komad the Islam, the Suez Scouts. This is fascinating. So that one says like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, and what happened? As in Rabbi Barashua, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru. Both these Skyru, the Akash Skyru, also didn't call it all those because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have this identity with it. And you can't get another from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah when Akum sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off, we shouldn't have covered the name of us, but probably got a bit from time. Let's see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the Akum ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny us, we given that could be lay. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum could be Mavako is idol result. So maybe that's why the person is on this. Eloni the Hafa. The Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shai Moshe Omiko Panim, Mana, Umachar, Avodos Kolkavim Behaviors. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idols, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesser was saying this. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesser, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case. I've got Akum $1,000. Please still don't already pay you. Give me the radio. I'm just going to sell my I only got the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yain Nesach and you got the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yain Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mufta. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively know my generation. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's this in these two cases. Seifon Mishum Bahamile Kilotse Bikini. So this is very serious. So now we seem to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't need the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want it to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's posits the proceeds are us. Listen, one second. The Hirotse, the Kiyuma Kiyagatim, that's what we just said before, but that's much. In other words, we're saying, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Ayin Nesak because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, Ger, Vatinan, Ger, Abikotabim, Shiyarshu Adi and Obikom. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Afghan brothers. One converted and one still Afghan. So brother Ger, brother Afghan. So what happens? Their father died. Their father, their Afghan father died. You know, they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry and Yainusek, and let's say primitive idols. So Ger, Yachol, Roma, Lo, Tol, Ata, Bodas, Kocham, and Ba'animos. Tol, Ata, Yainesek, Manikeros. So brother Ger is saying to brother Afghan, I said, brother Afghan, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yainesek, and I'll take the money and the neros. If you do that, the Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is Shusagir obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Ayanesa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But technically there is recourse. No, you see this. You can get an applicant to do the backlog of the Shara, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what is using there? But halach l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue